Section 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 83, Germany Reshuffles Her Cards, October 27, 1916, through October 31, 1917, Part 1. The student who sought to follow German policy during the war was not embarrassed with too much material. The nation was so well disciplined that it was hard to tell when a speech or a press article represented a genuine opinion or was only a move in a diplomatic game. The main committee of the Reichstag, where the more important discussions took place, sat in secret session, and reports of its doings leaked out only by accident. Hence the sequence of German politics had to be judged mainly by events which were apparent to all the world: the fall of a minister, an official pronouncement, and machinations in neutral countries where disclosure soon or late was certain. Yet, in spite of the mist, the outlines were unmistakable. Events beyond her eastern frontier had forced upon Germany a new orientation of policy, if she was to keep her own people in hand and pluck the fruits which the fates had generously offered. We have already seen her efforts in Russia itself to promote the anarchic elements in the revolution, but it was also her business to take advantage of the new wave of Jacobinism in order to embarrass the Allies by emphasizing those elements in their government and purpose which were least Jacobinical. Like Mithridates in Asia Minor, on behalf of her own satrapy, she was ready to preach the social revolution. It was a delicate game, for she had no desire to rouse among her own tame people the furies she would fain release elsewhere. It is the purpose of this chapter to consider Germany in the role of virtuous democrat, the Junker masquerading in the cap of liberty. The situation in Austria would have forced her to this policy, even had there been no other reason, for Austria was nervous, profoundly depressed, and feverishly anxious to explore any alley that might lead to peace. Of all the members of the Teutonic League, except Turkey, she had suffered most. Her armies had been time and again defeated, and she had been compelled to take the first shock of each Russian offensive. Such pride as she possessed had been cut to the quick by her Prussian taskmasters, and she had seen her best troops and her chief generals moved about the map without her assent. Further, the economic strain was growing desperate. Every corner of the land was hungry, and her government made no effort to distribute foodstocks with anything like justice among the different classes. It looked as if Austria might drop out of the war from sheer exhaustion, and this was a possibility which Germany dare not contemplate, for without Austria the Mitteleuropa ideal was impossible, and Mitteleuropa, in some form or other, was at the root of German policy. Austria-Hungary was essential to the Berlin-Baghdad scheme, that Drang nach Osten, undertaken in order to consolidate the fatherland, and to provide a continuous block of territory, economically self-sufficient and strategically invulnerable, to counterbalance the sea-united British Empire. The longer the war lasted, the clearer it became that this extension to the southeast was the one thing Germany could not forego and remain the Germany of the Hohenzollerns. Long before 1914, she had stretched her tentacles beyond the Balkans, over Anatolia, northern Syria, and Mesopotamia. By November 1916, she had conquered Poland, Serbia, and the better part of Wallachia, and with Bulgaria and Turkey as her satellites, the bloc was complete. She did not content herself with the military occupation of these territories. The guns were scarcely silent before she had begun their political and economic reorganization with a view to the Mitteleuropa hegemony. Should Austria fail her, the pin would drop out of the whole machine, and Germany had no intention of permitting such defection. In the nature of things, Austria could not be a very docile or willing ally. Only the Germans and Magyars among her people accepted the Prussian policy, and it is likely that the land would not have shown a majority in favor of war. The Poles hated the Germans, though a considerable number, owing to their suspicion of Russia, accepted the lead of Vienna. The same was true of the Ruthenians in eastern Galicia. Her other races, the Czechs and the Slovaks, the Croats and the Slovenes, the Romanians and the Italians, were hostile or indifferent to the Central Powers. Partly they were irredentists, like the last two, looking for succor from their nationals across the borders. Partly they were self-subsistent nationalities, the northern Slav group of Czechs and Slovaks with Polish and Ruthene allies, and the southern Slav group of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs, whose ideal was racial unity. Even in Austria itself there were rifts within the lute. The court officials, the bureaucracy, and the hierarchy were on Germany's side. So were the German bourgeoisie. So were the rich financial houses, largely controlled by Jews. The piquant spectacle was presented of the Christian Socialist Party, clerical and anti-Semitic, joining hands with the National Union of Liberals, Semitic and anti-clerical, in the honorable task of working pour le roi de Prusse. But certain powerful elements were jealous of German interference. The ancient nobility had no intention of playing the part of puppets pulled from Berlin, and loved the German as little as the Slav. The army, the chief unifying force in the empire, speedily lost its admiration for its efficient ally. By the autumn of 1916, the great Austrian families and the whole corps of officers were in the mood to take offense at any hint of German dictation. The dual monarchy was consequently no easy problem for Germany to handle. The non-German races, with the exception of the Magyars, were avowedly hostile, and they formed the bulk of the population, while the Austrian magnates cast jealous eyes on every proposal from Berlin, and were resolved to assert the interests of their caste against an ally who treated the whole earth as material out of which to make real her grandiose dream. On October 27, 1916, after the murder of the Austrian premier, Count Sturck, Dr. Ernst von Keuber was entrusted with the formation of a new cabinet. The Austrian parliament, unlike the Hungarian parliament, had never been in session during the war. It had been prorogued in March 1914, and had remained suspended. No public meeting had been allowed, the censorship was rigid, and Sturck's career, till the assassin's bullet cut it short, was peace itself compared with that of other belligerent statesmen. Keuber was an honest and fairly liberal bureaucrat, strongly pro-Austrian, and not disposed to listen readily to pan-German extremism. His task was threefold: to agree with Germany on the future of Poland, to carry a new Ausgleich with Hungary, and to strengthen the non-Slav elements in the Austrian parliament by the grant of a larger autonomy to Galicia. All three tasks raised the question of relations with Germany. Austria had accepted unwillingly the German scheme as to Poland, which was given effect to by the proclamation of November 5, 1916. But she hoped by her plan of Galician autonomy so to embarrass the German settlement as to revive the Austrian solution which Berlin had rejected. As to the new Ausgleich with Hungary, it had been proposed to make it run for 20 years, so as to make easy the economic rapprochement with Germany on which the Mitteleuropa scheme depended. It was clear that Keuber was inclined to prove refractory to German guidance on all points, and the pro-German faction in Austria took alarm. The premier was bombarded with protests and memoranda from the National Union, the Christian Socialists, and the other satellites of Berlin. He proposed to submit the new Ausgleich to Parliament, and to this, for obvious reasons, both the Austro-Germans and the Magyars were opposed. Its advantages to Hungary were too apparent, its severe burden in the shape of food taxation upon the Austrian people too glaring. On 13th December he found himself compelled to resign. Keuber's fall seemed like the triumph of Berlin and Budapest over Vienna. Dr. Spitzmüller was entrusted with the formation of a new ministry, whose immediate business was to carry the new Ausgleich. But Spitzmüller found it impossible to proceed without summoning Parliament, and such a step would raise other controversial matters which he wished to keep slumbering. By 20th December he had failed to make any headway, and a Bohemian noble, Count Clam-Martinitz, was called to the task. At first sight this appeared to mark the dawn of a different policy. The young emperor seemed to be about to surround himself with the advisers of his uncle, the Archduke Francis Ferdinand. Baron Burian, the faithful disciple of Tisza, who had succeeded Count Bechtold in January 1915 as foreign minister, was replaced by a Czech, Count Ottokar Czernin, who had been noted in the past for his anti-Magyar leanings. The premier himself was a Czech, though of the Germanized variety, and on the whole the new ministry had a federalist complexion. The more reactionary of the court officials and permanent civil servants disappeared, and Count Bechtold, who had always been at odds with Tisza, became court chamberlain. It looked as if the Emperor Charles intended to make a stand against the tyranny alike of Berlin and Budapest. But the appearance was illusory. The Bohemian members were at heart German centralists, and had nothing in common with the true Czech nationalists, such as Kramars and Masaryk. Clam-Martinitz's program was substantially the same as his predecessors. For the first 3 months of 1917 he attempted, by secret cabals and open negotiations, to effect a compromise between the conflicting interests, but found the task too hard. The demands of German nationalists, Austrian bureaucrats and courtiers, and Polish patriots proved incompatible. Suddenly upon this maze of intrigue and counter-intrigue fell like a thunderbolt the news of the Russian Revolution, and the situation was at once transformed. If Russia was to be preoccupied with her internal affairs so that her military effort languished, there was a chance of Austria coming to terms with her. If an understanding was to be reached, it was essential that Austrian policy should wear a democratic air, and above all that she should appear to be liberal towards the Slav nationalities. It was a supreme chance for the restless genius of Count Czernin, and on 14th April an offer inspired by him was made by Vienna to Petrograd. But when the Austrian Parliament met on 30th May, Clam-Martinitz found his position impossible. The negotiations with Russia had not proceeded smoothly. Whatever attitude the new government in Petrograd might adopt to the war aims of the Allies, it had very little to say to the overtures from Vienna. The Poles had become intractable, encouraged by Russia's proclamation of a complete and independent Poland. On the first day of the session, the Czechs and the Southern Slavs demanded national union, and they would not be put off with the old answer. On 16th June, the Polish group resolved to vote against the budget, and this decision compelled Clam-Martinitz to resign. On 24th June, Dr. Seidler formed a stopgap ministry of obedient civil servants. Meantime, in Hungary, one remarkable event had happened. In the last week of May, Count Tisza fell from power. Up to the date of his fall, he seemed to be more secure in office than any of his predecessors. He had negotiated the still unconfirmed Ausgleich, which represented an uncommonly good bargain for Hungary as against Austria. He was the close ally of Berlin, as befitted one who was responsible for the war. The Magyars and the Prussians had natural affinities which Count Julius Andrassy was never tired of pointing out. And though Tisza had no enthusiasm for Mitteleuropa, he had less for the ideals of the Allies. His following in Parliament was strong, for the opposition was never more than a bogus thing to be used as a means of blackmailing the emperor. He held a singular position for a man of his antecedents. A member of the ancient untitled Hungarian gentry, the title of Count, the badge of the Austrian connection, was inherited from his uncle and was not 24 years old. He was by far the strongest man in the whole dual monarchy. A staunch Calvinist, he dictated to Austria, one of the most Catholic countries in Europe. His power came from his narrowness, his courage, and his contempt for opponents. He laughed alike at those who made speeches against him and those who tried to murder him. He bullied and baited all who threatened him, from the emperor down to the petty aristocrats of the opposition. He scorned tact and conciliation as the weapons of weaklings. His own instrument was the hammer, and he brought it down hard on the heads of all who stood in his way. Such a figure must rouse fierce antagonisms, and Tisa fell because he had made too many foes. His rivals in Parliament joined forces with the emperor, and the combination was too much for him. But there was never any question of a change of policy. The three counts, Andrassy, Apponyi, and Karolyi, were all sworn to Germany's cause abroad and staunch for Magyar domination at home, though the last had a few progressive phrases which deceived casual observers in Western Europe. It was a change of personalities, not of principles. The new premier, Count Maurice Esterhazy, was a typical young Hungarian nobleman who had been educated at Oxford, and 10 years earlier would have been a declared Anglophile. He had been a brother officer of the emperor, and had an urbanity and tolerance which had been lacking in his masterful predecessor. But Tisa, though out of office, remained in power, and the bonds which Germany had riveted were in no way loosened. Nevertheless, the unpopularity of Tisa and the desperate confusion of Austrian politics gave the Austrian foreign minister the chance for which he had been waiting. His aim was to be the peacemaker of Europe, for in a speedy peace he saw the only chance for the perpetuation of the dual monarchy. Already the omens were alarming. The downfall of Tsarist Russia brought the breakup of Austria-Hungary nearer, for it removed Italy's chief fears about the political orientation of any future southern Slav state, and this new fact in the situation was soon to be recognized in the Pact of Corfu, signed on 20th July by M. Pasic, the Serbian Prime Minister, and Dr. Trumbic, the President of the Southern Slav Committee. Czernin believed that the overtures must come from Berlin, and that Berlin must begin by democratizing its household. The submarine campaign was not succeeding as fast as Germany had hoped, and on this fact he built his chief hopes of success. On 12th April, he presented a memorandum on the subject to the Emperor Charles, which was duly communicated to the Emperor William and his Chancellor. Then Czernin set himself to work on the Reichstag, and found a colleague and an instrument in Herr Erzberger, an emotional frondeur who had been Germany's ablest foreign propagandist and was now a busy go-between in the cause of peace. If Germany's policy was affected on one side by Austria, a second source of influence was a movement suddenly appearing in certain neutral states. We have seen that early in April the Internationale, footnote, this was the second International, which dated from 1889, close footnote, woke into activity, a body which, having been founded to promote universal harmony and peace, had exhibited to the world a marvelous spectacle of internal warfare. Transferred from Brussels to The Hague after the outbreak of war, it had been a means for the self-advertisement of the Dutch Germanophile Troelstra and the Belgian Huysman, who was not recognized by his countrymen. It issued invitations for a socialist conference at Stockholm, and a Dutch Scandinavian committee was formed under the presidency of Branting, the leader of the Swedish socialists, and the most generally respected figure in his party in Europe since the death of Jaurès. His sympathies were strongly on the Allied side, and though he was not responsible for the original invitations, he set to work to make the affair a practical success. During May, the delegations began to arrive, and were received in audience by the Standing Committee. The conference had suddenly assumed a new importance, owing to the insistence upon it by the leaders of the Russian Revolution as the first step towards the clarifying of the issues of the war. Austrian, Hungarian, and Bulgarian delegations came, and a curious group of Bohemians who were entirely repudiated by the Czech Socialist Party. These deputies from enemy countries were, to all intents and purposes, emissaries of their governments with a mission to propose schemes which would do the utmost damage to the Allies and the least to the Central Powers. Early in June came the delegation of the German majority socialists, which included, besides Scheidemann, the majority leader, that Hermann Müller who, on the eve of the declaration of war, had invited the French socialists to vote against war credits. The program which they circulated announced that Germany had fought only a defensive war, that the Allies, and especially Britain, were the aggressors, and that imperialism was the cause of all the trouble, imperialism of the Allied and not of the Teutonic brand. Meantime, the conference was being hotly discussed outside Scandinavia. The French Socialist Party began by refusing the invitation, and British Labour stuck to the resolution of the Manchester Congress that there could be no relation with enemy socialists so long as the invaded countries were not evacuated. But the Russian situation began to raise difficulties. The Soviets continued to press for a conference, and to repeat their formula: no annexations or indemnities, without any attempt at a further definition. It was obvious that the attitude of these leading practitioners of applied socialism must weaken the original steadiness of the Allied refusal. The French delegates, Messieurs Moutet and Cachin, returned from Russia at the end of May, and secured a vote of the French National Council in favor of going to Stockholm, not indeed to sit with enemy delegates, but to have a separate meeting with the Standing Committee. On 1st June, M. Ribot announced that his government would refuse to grant passports for any such purpose. In Britain, the situation was slightly different. No Labour Congress acknowledged the conference, though the pacifist minority, the Independent Labour Party, would fain have attended. This the government refused to permit. But on 8th June, Lord Robert Cecil declared that passports would be granted to the delegates whom the Russian Soviets had invited to Petrograd, on the understanding that the holders did not take part in any international conference at Stockholm, or communicate directly or indirectly with enemy subjects. The concession was idle, for the British Seamen's and Firemen's Union, full of bitterness at German submarine atrocities, refused to allow the delegates to leave British shores. The proceedings at Stockholm during June were not calculated to induce more harmony in the reborn Internationale. It was found impossible to agree upon any formula, and the German delegates issued a program which revealed most brazenly the farce of their whole position. They put on the forefront no annexations and no indemnities, and interpreted the latter phrase as excluding restitution for the ravages of war. They were willing to safeguard the independence of the states which had lost it during the war, such as Belgium and Serbia, and of the states which had regained it during the war, such as Russian Poland and Finland. And they insisted upon independence for those peoples still in slavery, namely Ireland, India, and the dependencies generally of Britain, France, Italy, and Japan. They declined to regard Alsace-Lorraine as a special nationality, and they made no reference to the subject peoples of Austria, Germany, and Turkey. Their program was not far removed from Bethmann Hollweg's appeal to the war map, the old doctrine of beate possidentes. Whatever Stockholm failed to do, it made the position of the Scheidemann party abundantly clear. They had come as government emissaries, and they departed after completing their mission, precisely like diplomats who had fulfilled their instructions. So far there had only been preliminary meetings, at which France, Britain, Italy, and America had not appeared. The Standing Committee proposed a plenary conference for August, at which Russia should be represented, and 4 missionaries of the Soviets toured Western Europe to prepare the ground. It was at once apparent to those who made their acquaintance that the 4 drew no distinction between enemy and allied socialists, that they were not interested in the question of the responsibility for war, that they did not think in terms of nationalities at all, and that their sole object was to prepare an international machinery for the class war which was their serious ideal. Presently it appeared that Western socialists were hopelessly divided upon these and kindred questions. A large number refused to meet representatives of enemy countries while the war lasted. Of those who were in favor of going to Stockholm, some wished only a consultative conference, while others wished its resolutions to be binding. Some sought to have the question of the responsibility for the war put in the forefront. Some wished to meet enemy delegates only to indict them. Some were willing to postpone the indictment to the end, provided that the conference decided on the question of guilt before it rose. On the matter of policy, one section believed that if the conference once sat, the Germans would entangle it in barren discussions and split the Allied unity. Another section considered that any conference would lead to the revelation and condemnation of German pretensions. The small pacifist section in France and Britain welcomed Stockholm as a step toward the realization of their desires, since in their view any peace was just and all war unjust. While opinion was thus confused, Mr. Arthur Henderson returned from Petrograd. Originally he had been strongly opposed to the idea of Stockholm, but his stay in Russia had convinced him that something must be done to conciliate the extremists of the Soviets if Kerensky was to remain in power. He also held that a conference would result in an exposure of Germany, which would strengthen the hands of the democracies opposing her. Mr. Henderson was one of the most trusted leaders of British Labour. He had been unswerving in his support of the war, and he had first-hand experience of the Russian situation. His views were, therefore, entitled to all respect. Unfortunately, he forgot, as a member of the War Cabinet, what was due to his colleagues. The British government had already declared explicitly against Stockholm on any terms. Mr. Henderson accompanied the Russian delegates to Paris to discuss with the French socialists the conditions on which they should go to Stockholm. The French majority and the Russians decided that any resolutions arrived at should be binding. Mr. Henderson and his British colleagues insisted that the meeting should only be consultative. On 10th August, the special conference of the British Labour Party in London, by a majority of 1,296,000 votes, declared that the invitation to Stockholm should be accepted, but only on condition that the conference was consultative and not mandatory. This resolution was obtained mainly by Mr. Henderson's influence, and it was not easy to see its point, for it accepted a conference on terms which the Russians and the French majority had expressly declined. Next day, Mr. Henderson resigned his seat in the War Cabinet and was succeeded by Mr. G. N. Barnes. There seemed much to be said at the time for Mr. Henderson's view of the tactical value of a conference, properly handled, to the Allied cause. Subsequent events were to make it plain that these arguments were not substantial. The German delegates did not mean business and would have declined to be forced into the debating impasse which their enemies had intended for them, while it was soon apparent that no conference on any terms could have seriously checked the rising tide of anarchy in Russia. Moreover, Western socialism was not really in love with the project. It was preponderatingly national and patriotic, and only a small minority hankered for the Internationale. 10 days after the first vote of the British Labour Party, a second Congress saw the miners change front, and the majority for Stockholm dropped to a handful, while it refused the smaller socialist sections, which were the most keenly interested, the right of separate representation. On 4th September, the Trades Union Congress at Blackpool, by a majority of nearly 3 millions, affirmed the necessity of an international labor conference as a preliminary to a lasting peace, but declared that any international conference at the present moment was undesirable. So much for the Stockholm card, on which in the spring and early summer Germany had staked largely. It had failed, because the ingenious politique had found himself faced by earnest and intransigent idealists who did not talk the same language. but it had produced certain curious reactions within Germany herself. In June, Scheidemann was back in Berlin, expounding to his masters the situation as he had found it. He told his government that, if they wished to drive a wedge into the democracies opposed to them, they must undertake some spectacular measures of reform. Footnote: see his article in Vorwärts of 24th June 1917. Germany, standing as she does, safe to the four winds, Germany, who has not yielded to the strength of any conqueror, must grant her own reforms to her own people. End footnote. Other reasons were present to support this counsel. Unless German bureaucracy softened its voice and spoke smooth things of liberty and peace, it would alienate its new and unconscious allies, the Russian extremists, and so frustrate that primary object of the German policy, the breakup of the Russian army and the decomposition of the Russian state. There was the trouble we have seen brewing with Austria, who, under her new monarch, seemed to be moving towards an inconsequent liberalism, and whose foreign minister did not cease to ingeminate peace. The Emperor Charles, too, had been engaging in secret overtures to France, in which he showed himself prepared to bargain with territory in German hands, overtures which, when disclosed a year later, did not endear him to the Berlin court. Finally, in Germany itself, there was a growing desire for reform. There had always been a sickly plant of that species, but during the first years of war it had shriveled and died down. Now there had come reviving showers from the east. Even the orderly German populace could not be wholly insensitive to the amazing things which were astir beyond the Dvina. They had suffered and endured greatly. They had been shorn and had been dumb before their shearers, but they were beginning to find a voice. No sophistry could disguise the fact that they had an unduly small share in the government of their country, and it was unpleasant to be held up in a world of free men as the only slaves. The phenomenon was something far short of conversion. It was a stirring in sleep rather than an awakening. But the shrewd masters of Germany were not willing to risk an outbreak if a judicious anodyne could be administered, the more especially as the drug which was a soothing syrup at home might be made a fiery irritant for their foes. The need was intensified by the passionate general desire for peace, and a speedy peace. The discomfort of the land had become appalling. Arras and Messines had not been cheering, and the situation in Russia had not developed sufficiently to ease the strain. The submarine campaign, from which so much had been promised, had failed to give the expected results. German foreign policy, as shown by the rupture with America and the bungling intrigues in Mexico and Switzerland, had been one long series of fiascos. Moreover, forebodings as to the economic future after the war were drawing in like a dark cloud about the minds of the captains of industry and the trading classes, and the gloom was infecting the humbler folk who depended upon them for their livelihood. It was realized that the Russian formula of peace without annexations might be used to save German credit, and to secure her in the most vital gains from the war, while at the same time it would be in tune with the democratic jargon fashionable among her opponents. Only a few hot-headed extremists seemed to stand between the German people and that peace which they so gravely needed. End of Chapter 83, Part 1. Section 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 83. Germany Reshuffles Her Cards, October 27, 1916, through October 31, 1917. Part 2. It was in the Reichstag itself that the storm broke. The great governing parties, apart from the conservatives on the extreme right and the minority socialists on the extreme left, were the Catholic Center, the National Liberals, the Radicals, and the majority Socialists. In May, when the Imperial Chancellor had refused to state his peace terms, he had been supported by a bloc consisting of the Centre, the Radicals, and the National Liberals. Now the bloc suddenly added to itself the majority Socialists, and so embraced 2/3 of the whole Reichstag, and instead of supporting the Chancellor, it went into opposition. The immediate occasion was a speech delivered in the secret session on Friday, 6th July, by Herr Erzberger, Count Czernin's confidant, the leader of the Democratic wing of the Catholic Centre. He attacked the government with great candor and vehemence, criticizing the conduct of the war and emphasizing the failure of the submarine. He demanded far-reaching reforms in both domestic and foreign policy, and a declaration in favor of peace without annexations or indemnities. The consequences were dramatic. The Chancellor attempted a reply, but failed to convince the House. The 4 central parties formed a new bloc, pledged to demand reform of the Prussian constitution, parliamentary government throughout the empire, and a declaration of war aims on the lines laid down by Erzberger. The Emperor hastened to Berlin, and Hindenburg and Ludendorff were summoned from general headquarters. The Crown Prince came also, for it was the Brandenburg fashion to summon the heir to any conference which concerned the future of the family estates. The first plan was to throw a sop to the malcontents by certain concessions as to Prussian reform. On Wednesday, 11th July, the Emperor issued a decree expanding his Easter message and making the suffrage for the Prussian Diet not only direct and secret, but also equal. The sop did not satisfy. The bloc remained in opposition and continued to demand the introduction of parliamentary government generally and a resolution on war aims. For a week the Reichstag was thoroughly out of hand, and its disorder brought about Bethmann Hollweg's fall. During that week his resignation was offered and accepted. The Emperor endeavored to save him, but the military chiefs had decided that they could no longer work with him, and had themselves written out their resignations. It could not have been otherwise. He had failed to control the Reichstag, and his imperial master must either get rid of him or turn over the management of affairs to the parliamentary majority and become a constitutional sovereign. The Chancellor's sympathies were in the main with the malcontents, but he knew that he could never secure an assent to their demands from the ruling elements in the German state. He was left without friends. Himself a politique, he had tried to keep the balance between the party of reform and the party of reaction. His purpose was intelligent and honorable, but as so often happens to trimmers, he had alienated both sides. The Conservatives and the Pan-Germans regarded him as a weakling, and the Reformers looked upon him as a mere tool and hack. He belonged to no party, and therefore none took the trouble to defend him. He had not succeeded in his policy, for instead of being a trait d'union between opposites, he had become the butt of both. He had committed the unpardonable sin in the eyes of his master, for he had failed to keep the peace among the talkers in the Reichstag, whom the bureaucracy were obliged to tolerate, but could not love. The politique gets little justice when he fails. The anxious, harassed, well-meaning, reasonably honest, and essentially maladroit statesman who had fallen from power will in all likelihood fare better at the hands of future historians than he did with the journalists of his own age and country. It will be put to his credit that he saw further into the problem than most of his fellow citizens, that he sought honestly what he believed to be the welfare of his country, and that he had a perception of facts denied to his showier rivals. The mere fact that an imperial chancellor should resign because of an uproar in the Reichstag was significant enough. His office was the keystone of the German constitution. Parliamentary combinations came and went, but the Chancellor remained. During the 46 years of the German Empire's existence, there had been only 5 chancellors. He was not a creature of the Reichstag. He came to it from above, from the Emperor's cabinet, to announce a policy and demand its assent. He was the mouthpiece of the Emperor, and if his hearers flouted him, they flouted the imperial authority. For a brief week, Germany trembled on the brink of constitutional government. The recalcitrant bloc had a majority, but it could not use it, for it had no adequate leaders. It squandered itself on barren intrigues and conferences, but it had one sensational triumph. On 19th July, it carried by a majority of more than 100 a motion on war aims. This celebrated resolution declared that the object of the war was solely to defend the liberty, independence, and territorial integrity of Germany, that the Reichstag stood for peace and understanding between parties, and that annexations and political and economic oppression were contrary to such a peace. This was a definite challenge to the Pan-Germans. More, it was a denial of the ideals for which the German government had explicitly undertaken the war. It made havoc of the German peace based on a comprehensive rectification of frontiers and a wide economic hegemony for which Tirpitz, Reventlow, and even the milder pedants of Mitteleuropa had argued. It was, in substance, a condemnation of Germany's policy for the past half-century. But in the absence of leadership, it was a mere pious opinion. The Emperor took no notice of it, and parliamentary government in Germany died as suddenly as it had been born. The Reichstag was not consulted in the appointment of the new Chancellor. 3 names were presented to the Emperor by the military chiefs, and though they hoped for Prince Bülow or Tirpitz, he chose the one which seemed to him to be the safest. This was a certain Dr. George Michaelis, an official 60 years old, who had done useful work in the food control department. He was almost unknown to the public, being one of those types bred by the German bureaucracy which rise to great executive power without ever coming into the limelight of public opinion. He was selected because he was docile and safe, and was believed to be a competent administrator. His political sympathies were known to be on the conservative side. The friendly press could only praise him in terms which augured ill for his success. He was greeted as an absolute Prussian in whose veins runs the categorical imperative. Heffelrich, whose position had seemed precarious, was made vice-chancellor and given the Ministry of the Interior, as well as the vice-presidency of the Prussian ministry. Zimmermann, who had conspicuously failed at the Foreign Office, was succeeded by Baron von Kuhlmann, an urbane and adroit diplomat, a master of persuasive speech, and in policy far removed from the intransigence of the military school. He was to act as the velvet glove for the mailed fist. From the start, the absolute Prussian was in trouble. He had to deal with the Reichstag resolution of 19th July and the demand for parliamentary government. The latter subject he left untouched, and on the former he produced a masterpiece of equivocation. He professed to accept it as he understood it, but he added so many conditions and qualifications in his understanding of it that it was obvious he meant to throw it over as soon as he felt himself sufficiently strong. The whole tenor of his first speech was reactionary, save that he did not insist upon the indemnities which Heffelrich had been accustomed to proclaim. The worthy man was indeed in a hopeless impasse. He could not speak pleasant things of a democracy in which he and his masters did not believe. He could orate on the merits of the submarine campaign, or the strength of the German front, or the breakdown of Brusilov's last offensive, but he was far too angular to play skillfully Kuhlmann's part of the good liberal and progressive, facing a world of reactionary enemies. His courtesies toward the German Reform Party and the Russian extremists suggested the case of a respectable matron who, in order to save the credit of a favorite son, is compelled to be civil to a cocotte. He was soon outclassed by Kuhlmann, who was a born intriguer. The new Foreign Secretary let it be known that he intended to produce an atmosphere favorable to negotiation, not for the sake of an honest peace, but in order to make strife among the Allies and convince each that the other was in secret relations with the enemy. Apart from the folly of his preliminary announcement, he played his game with skill and unwearying industry. He harped cunningly on every pacifist string in Allied countries. He toiled to make Kerensky's position impossible and to break up the last remnant of Russian order. He came to an understanding with Austria so that Berlin and Vienna might speak with the same voice, and he sheltered himself behind the latter in many of his intrigues, since a lingering friendliness towards Austria was still to be found among many to whom Germany was anathema. In every neutral country he had his agents busy staging the picture of the first of the world's military powers burning with zeal to take the lead of the world's democracies. Presently a Pacific wind blew from another quarter. In a note dated 1st August, but not published till the middle of the month, the Vatican invited the belligerent states to consider concrete proposals for peace. These were the diminution of armaments, the establishment of arbitration in international disputes, the freedom of the seas, a general condonation as to the damage done by the war, a general restitution of occupied territory, and an examination in a friendly spirit of other territorial questions, such as Armenia, Poland, and the Balkans. There was much in the note of sound sense and provident statesmanship, for, as the recent history of the world has proved, indemnities do not indemnify, and from no culprit can payment for the damage of war be extracted without a certain loss to the payee. But in the circumstances of the moment, it was impossible that the Allies could see in this bloodless wisdom anything but evidence of a bias on behalf of the principal wrongdoer. The detached attitude toward atrocities perpetrated on Catholic countries and Catholic churches fell strangely on their ears. In effect, it seemed to them that the Vatican asked for the restoration of the status quo ante bellum, a settlement which 3/4 of Germany would have gladly welcomed, and which would have been wholly in German interests. Its sympathies, they thought, were with the old Catholic monarchies, with Austria, with Bavaria, and against the Western democracies. The bias was natural and could not be hidden, and its neutrality appeared to them little more than a diplomatic pose. The Vatican was, indeed, faced with a problem which one of the great 13th century pontiffs might have solved, but which was far beyond the capacity of a Benedict XV. To the note, Berlin, after taking some weeks to consider the question, responded with enthusiasm. Footnote: the enthusiasm did not extend to general headquarters. Ludendorff objected to the note and disapproved of the German reply. End footnote. Welcoming negotiations on the lines which the Pope had suggested, and professing that it had drawn the sword for no other purpose than to defend right against might, President Wilson, on behalf of the Allies, issued a reply which went to the heart of the matter. "It is manifest," he wrote, "that no part of this program can be successfully carried out unless the restitution of the status quo ante furnishes a firm and satisfactory basis for it. The object of this war is to deliver the free peoples of the world from the menace and the actual power of a vast military establishment controlled by an irresponsible government, which, having secretly planned to dominate the world, proceeded to carry the plan out without regard either to the sacred obligations of treaty or the long-established practice and long-cherished principles of international action and honor, which chose its own time for the war, delivered its blow fiercely and suddenly, stopped at no barrier of law or of mercy, swept a whole continent within the tide of blood, not the blood of soldiers only, but the blood of innocent women and children also, and of the helpless poor, and now stands balked but not defeated, the enemy of 4/5 of the world. This power is not the German people. It is the ruthless master of the German people. It is no business of ours how that great people came under its control or submitted to its temporary zest, to the domination of its purpose. But it is our business to see to it that the rest of the world is no longer left to its handling. To deal with such a power by way of peace upon the plan proposed by His Holiness the Pope would, so far as we see, involve a recuperation of its strength and a renewal of its policy, would make it necessary to create a permanent hostile combination of the nations against the German people, who are its instruments. During August and September, Nicholas passed from blunder to blunder, while Kuhlmann was busy with his hints and overtures. The latter had many difficulties to encounter. The follies of Count Luxemburg in the Argentine, and the futile German conspiracies in Mexico and elsewhere, which the government of Washington periodically revealed, were not calculated to exalt the repute of German honor. Moreover, the civilian statesman was always in opposition to the military chiefs, who not only were intransigent in their war aims, but had an awkward habit of blurting out truths which wrecked the laborious camouflage of the foreign minister. It was hard to work cunningly on the psychology of enemy peoples, when at any moment a heavy-footed soldier might scatter the web. It was hard to labor for a German victory through peace, when simpler souls could only think of peace through a German victory. Nor must it be forgotten that the soldier ranked far higher in popular esteem than the politician. The territorial commands in Germany were indeed excessively unpopular, but not so General Headquarters. The latter might be anti-democratic and unbending, but it had clean hands, and maintained the old tradition of the incorruptible German public servant. Muddling and corruption in civil administration, and scandalous war profiteering, had caused the ordinary politician to stink in the nostrils of the country. Few honest Germans, whether socialist or not, could prefer the personalities of Kuhlmann, Erzberger, and Scheidemann to those of Ludendorff and Hindenburg. Throughout these months there were so many forces at work within Germany that a clear distinction was impossible. Kuhlmann continued to make an atmosphere by hinting at the evacuation and restoration of Belgium on easy terms. The desperate economic condition of Austria moved opinion towards peace, and the growing demoralization of Russia swung it back towards war. Indeed, we may say that the spectacle of the collapse of all government in Russia was the most potent weapon to weaken the reform movement in Germany, and to content the people with their traditional system. Propaganda was officially conducted everywhere, even among the troops at the fronts, in favor of a German peace by victory as against a Scheidemann peace by negotiations, and a new book, Freytag Loringhoven's Deductions from the World War, preached the straightest doctrines of German militarism as the only hope of the future. The export of this work abroad was prohibited as inimical to Kuhlmann's peace atmosphere, but its circulation was officially promoted within Germany itself, and it had undoubtedly a high propaganda value. Even those who did not subscribe to the doctrines of the Deputy Chief of the General Staff had some sympathy with the maxim which von der Goltz used to quote with approval: the Roman principle never to conclude peace in times of disaster. Though they had abandoned the extreme hopes of the first months of war, they were clear that Germany had been the victor in the struggle, and that she must emerge not only without loss, but with some positive gain. This was the general temper of the German people, and it hardened as Russia went deeper into the mire, and the attack of the Allies in the West failed to accomplish its purpose. The resolution of 19th July was becoming forgotten, and the peace visions of midsummer were fading out of the air. It needed only some striking success in the field to range the great bulk of public opinion on the side of the military chiefs. When the Reichstag met in October, it was in an electric atmosphere. There had been grave disorders amounting to mutiny in the fleet. The militarist propaganda encouraged by the government seemed a defiance of the Reichstag majority and a turning to ridicule of the resolution of 19th July. Moreover, the pacific speeches of Kuhlmann and Czernin had not only unsettled the weaker minds among the Allied peoples, but had left the ordinary German moderate in a very complete confusion of his own. On Saturday, 6 October, the majority socialists introduced an interpellation on the subject of the pan-German propaganda encouraged by the authorities. General von Stein, the Minister of War, replied by pooh-poohing the whole affair. He was badly received, and was followed by Hefelrich, who was shouted down. Upon this, the Reichstag, thoroughly dissatisfied, took the bold step on 8th October of referring back to the committee the new war vote of 300 millions. That day, Michaelis himself addressed the main committee, and Hefelrich made a kind of apology. Next day, 9th October, the situation grew worse when the independent socialist, Herr Dittmann, referred to the naval mutiny and accused the government of treating the sailors unjustly. Michaelis replied by declaring that officials might belong to any party they liked, but that he personally considered the independent socialists outside the pale of patriotic parties. He was succeeded by Admiral von Kappel, who read a speech apparently composed with the help of the Chancellor, in which he declared that he had documentary evidence in his possession which showed that the chief instigator of the mutiny had worked in collaboration with independent socialists like Dittmann and Haas. An angry debate ensued in which the government were attacked for their use of the court-martial evidence without allowing the incriminated members of the House to hear it beforehand or to examine the witnesses. The Chancellor at first associated himself with the charge made by Kappel, but a few days later he made matters worse by asking for Kappel's resignation, as if he were trying to escape by throwing the blame on a subordinate. The Reichstag passed the votes and adjourned till December, but it was clear that Michaelis could not meet the House again. On the 21st, the Emperor returned to Berlin after paying visits to his friends, the monarchs of Bulgaria and Turkey. He had to find a new chancellor, and the choice was not easy, for he must have a man who could manage the Reichstag and at the same time be acceptable to general headquarters. His choice ultimately fell on Count George von Hertling, a Bavarian of 74, who had spent most of his life as a professor in the University of Bonn, and had been leader of the Centre in the Reichstag till he quarreled with Bethmann Hollweg over the Jesuits. He was a devout Catholic, a profound student of St. Augustine, and a skillful parliamentarian whose private creed was anti-parliamentary. It seemed incredible that such a man should be acceptable to the socialists and liberals, or to Prussia at large, for the office of Chancellor carried with it the appointment of Prussian minister-president. To avoid future trouble, it was desirable to make certain of a working majority in the Reichstag, so the Chancellor-designate went round, cap in hand, to the different parties, soliciting their support. For a week or two he met with no success, and it seemed as if he must return to Munich, but the adroit Kuhlmann took up the task and devised a formula on which all the party leaders, except the socialists, could agree. So it came about that on 31st October an elderly Bavarian ultramontane became Chancellor of the Empire and Minister-President of Prussia. The curious noted that this befell on the 400th anniversary of the day on which Martin Luther had nailed his theses to the church door of Wittenberg. The appointment, though it seemed at first paradoxical, was shrewdly calculated. Count Hertling had affinities with all the governing parties, and was identified with none. Conservatives were inclined to accept one who had always been a conservative. Liberals looked with a certain friendliness on a man who had risen into repute as a parliamentarian and had accepted the resolution of 19th July. The truth was that his coming meant the rout of the reformers. Much was made in foreign countries of the fact that he had not been appointed till the assent of the Reichstag majority was assured, and this was hailed as a triumph of constitutionalism. But to argue thus was to misread the situation. The consultation of the politicians was only a device to prevent the trouble from which Nicholas had suffered. It was a private arrangement, and the unshaken power of the autocracy was proved by the fact that such a figure could be forced on the country at all. The thing was possible only because the discontents of the summer had been decisively quelled. The stirrings of reform, the aspirations toward peace still existed, but they were diffuse, impotent, and voiceless. Russia's descent to chaos had suddenly become accelerated, and during October the Austro-German armies had won a great victory in Italy and were sweeping towards the Po. At the news, every section, except the minority socialists, became converted to a German peace. The press and the politicians, who had been coquetting with negotiations and making eyes at democracy, cried as loudly for conquest as they had done in 1914. Ephraim was once more joined to his idols, and revealed himself as wholly impenitent and unchanged. The smooth speeches of cool men could scarcely be heard for the din of his exultant countrymen behind him. End of chapter 83, part 2.
Section 3 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 84. The Summer at Verdun and on the Aisne, June 3rd to November 2nd, 1917. Before the great sallies from the enemy fortress began in east and west, there was to be, besides the long struggle in Flanders, one last attack of the besiegers. We left the French armies when in the first days of June they had won the main position of the Chemin de Mons, and had driven the enemy from his observation post on the Aisne heights, while they themselves were looking down into the vale of the Ailette, and east of Reims held the whole summit ridge of the Moron-Villers massif. The story of the summer which followed is one of fierce and persistent German attacks to win back the lost ground. The enemy's motives were partly defensive, for even the modified success of the French on the Aisne endangered the left flank of the Siegfried line. Partly the desire to restore the waning credit of the imperial crown prince by something which could be called a victory, and partly to keep up the morale of his troops by an offensive in a safe area, since elsewhere on the long front they were being remorselessly driven backward by Haig. The second battle of the Aisne finished, so far as the main operations were concerned, with the capture of the California Plateau on 5th May. But it was destined to drag out with much sharp and costly fighting for another 100 days. The first task of Pétain was to hold what he had won, but a second project was occupying his thoughts. His urgent duty was to nurse back to assurance and cheerfulness the sorely tried armies of France. Hence, very slowly and carefully he planned an assault, when his men should have recovered confidence after their successful defense, and be eager for the revanche. He chose Verdun, where France fought always with a special pride, and he chose this one section of the Aisne heights to which the enemy still clung. The Battle of France during the summer and autumn of 1917 fell, therefore, into two stages, a long period of stonewalling against the German counterstrokes, and two small, short, perfectly staged, and victorious offensives. From 3rd June to 20th June there was a lull on the Aisne. 4 points in the French position were marked out for enemy attacks. the extreme left north of Vauxhall, where the line approached the Ailette, the Malmaison sector, where the enemy held a strong position on the northern rim of the tableland, the narrows of the Hogsback at Houtevis, and the plateau of Verclerc in California, forming the butt of the range above Crayon. On 20th June, the first point between the Ailette and La Mill was hotly attacked by shock troops, and the first positions taken, but by the next evening the French had recovered the ground. On 25th June, it was the turn of the French to strike. The spur north of Houtevis, called the Houtevis Finger, was held by the enemy, and it commanded from the west the Vauclair Plateau. The spur was honeycombed by the great limestone grotto known as the Dragon's Cave. The southern entrance had been closed by a shell explosion, but the north entrance and the cavern itself were in German hands. To win the finger, not only the crest above ground, but the grotto beneath must be captured, for otherwise the enemy might have blown up the whole spur. After a hard struggle, during the day of 25th June, the spur was carried, the northern outlet of the cave seized, and 1,000 prisoners taken. In the last days of June, the Germans attacked in the Houtevis area, and from Cabernet, against the eastern bluff of the heights. On 3rd July came the first of the Crown Prince's more serious efforts. The 7th Army under von Bowen launched an attack on a 12-mile front, from Malmaison to the woods of Chavreux, north of Crayon. After an artillery bombardment of only half an hour, the shock troops advanced at 8 in the morning, followed by some 6 infantry divisions. The aim was the whole length of the Hogsback, held by the French from east of Malmaison to California. But the French were not to be taken unawares. Their barrage caught the first wave of the attack in the open, and after a long day's fighting, the enemy was driven off the plateau. On this occasion, the Germans were advancing from the low ground in the Ailette Valley, so Bowen's next attempt was from Malmaison, where he held a strong position on the plateau itself. Here the French front ran into a salient, and the enemy's aim was to cut it off and drive the French off all that section of the heights. At 3:45 a.m. on the morning of 8th July, the German infantry advanced as soon as their guns opened fire. Wave after wave followed during the day and far into the night, but they gained nothing, except on the Chevreuil spur, where for 24 hours they secured a mile or so of the French front trenches. These were won back on the morning of the 9th, and for his heavy losses Bowen had nothing to show. On 19th July, a division of the Prussian Guard made another attempt to storm the plateau of Verclerc. The casemates in California, between Houtevis and Crayon. It was the most serious of the enemy's strokes, for if these positions were lost, the French they had left threatened by the enemy at Malmaison would be driven off the crest of the ridge back to the Aisne Valley. On the 6-mile front, more than 300 German guns were concentrated. The enemy troops had to force the northern slopes of the hills, where the French barrage dealt death among them, while the French troops on the little plateau, each of which was about 1/3 of a mile broad, were the targets for the German bombardment. The battle began at midday on the 19th, and 5 regiments of the Prussian Guard managed to reach the edge of the tableland. They were flung back, but continued to hold half a mile of the French position between the casemates and California. The attack in the same area was renewed later in the evening, and next day a subsidiary attack was launched to the west between Malmaison and Hurtebus. On the 22nd, the Prussian Guard, now reinforced by a reserve and a Bavarian division, advanced anew against the plateau, and won a precarious foothold at California. On the 23rd, there was no infantry fighting, but a desperate bombardment from both sides, and on the 24th, the defense swept the enemy off the California ground. That same day, a strong assault in the Hurtebis sector was also repelled, an assault which was repeated fruitlessly every day till the 29th. The close of July saw the end of the German effort. The attempt to restore the credit of the heir to the German throne had been singularly unsuccessful. From 5th May onward till the discontinuance of the action, the Germans on the limited front had flung in no less than 49 divisions. Footnote: during approximately the same period in 1916, the enemy used only 25 divisions on the rather narrower Verdun front. The changed circumstances in the East enabled him to be more lavish in his use of troops. End of footnote. They had gained no ground, and they had lost heavily, especially among their picked Sturmtruppen. German tactics were in a state of transition, both for offense and defense, and the end discredited the first crude use of shock battalions, as the later stages of Third Ypres discredited the pillbox and Armand's method of a retired front. But the main result of the battle was the new confidence which it inspired in the armies of France. They had endured against odds and yielded nothing, and their temper was becoming set for an offensive. During these months, the Fourth Army at Morinvillers was engaged in various small but successful operations. On 9th June, Anthony, departing to the First Army in Flanders, yielded his command to Garrod, who in Argonne and in Gallipoli had won fame as a leader of men. The new general was not satisfied with his front, especially between Mont Cornelet and Mont Blanc. For though he held the two summits, the enemy had the Fensburg Trench on the saddle between, and awkward positions on the northern slopes of Mont Blanc, which might form a starting point for a new offensive. It was Garrod's wish to cut off the salient, and he entrusted the work to the French 132nd Division. The task was to be undertaken after careful reconnaissance by selected parties of bombers. These started just before dawn on 21st June. The Germans were expecting an attack, and had strengthened their post in the Flensburg Trench and put down a heavy barrage. The operation was completely successful. The Flensburg and Blanc trenches were won, and the enemy had lost all chance of observation over the southern slopes of the Morinvillers range, except for two positions, one on the saddle between Mont Blanc and Mont Haut, and one on the western side of the latter hill. Fritz von Bülow now brought up 3 fresh divisions with the intention of regaining the crest line, but Garrod anticipated his plans. On 12th and 13th July, the French guns deluged with shells the position of the new divisions. On 14th July, the Jour de France, which had been celebrated the year before on the Somme by the capture of the German second line, Garrod attacked at 7:30 in the evening on 2 fronts of 800 and 600 yards, with the purpose of clearing the saddle between Mont Blanc and Mont Haut, and extending the French hold on the Teton. Within half an hour he had secured all his objectives and taken some hundreds of prisoners. Violent counterattacks followed, and during the night the saddle changed hands for an hour or two. But on the Teton, the Germans made no progress. On the night of the 22nd, the enemy attacked the French lines northwest of Mont Cornelet. On the 25th, the whole front of Mont Haut, and on the 26th, he made no less than 5 separate assaults. By the end of the month, he had given up the task, and the Morinvillers area had become a French fortress, defending the plain of Chalon and threatening the flank of the German position in Champagne. Pétain was now free to turn his mind to his offensive elsewhere. The Verdun area was held by the French Second Army under General Guillaumat, who had commanded with distinction the First Corps at the Battle of the Somme. The enemy force was the Fifth Army under Gauditz. When the great Battle of Verdun died away in July 1916, the French line was left to right covered the village of Avicourt and Avicourt Redoubt, the southern slope of Mont Homme, and Hill 304, Charny, Bras, the Foix de Terre Ridge, a part of Fleury, Fort Souville, and Tavannes, and so to the Verdun. Nivelle's winter battles retook Douaumont, and Vaux, Vaucheville, Poivre Hill, Lourvemont, Besenval, and Hardemont. restoring the French front to its position on February 24, 1916, the fourth day of the battle. It was not the old position which Sorel had prepared in the Great Retreat, and it had obvious weak points. Any German movement in this sector must therefore be jealously watched. In June, Gallwitz began to show signs of activity. Reconnoitering attacks were delivered on the left bank of the Meuse, and to cloak this movement, gains were made in the south of Les Esparges and Saint-Meliel salient. Meantime, 500 guns were massed behind the Avocourt-Coulmiers sector, where the French line ran through the southeastern corner of Avocourt Wood across the Esnay-Melancourt Road and along the south skirts of Hill 304 and Montholm to the river north of Chattancourt. The Esnay Highway crossed the ridge by a little hollow, the Col de Permerieux, which, if won by the enemy, would enable him to outflank the French lines on Hill 304. The German 10th Reserve Division was allotted for the attack and trained behind the front on an exact model of the country. Of this Guillemot was advised by a curious chance. A French airman, flying behind the lines, saw a set of trenches which he recognized as identical with those on Hill 304. Gallwitz launched his attack on the afternoon of 28th June on a front of 2,000 yards. His shock troops carried the front trenches and won to the Col de Permerieux. A French battalion in the Avocourt Wood repelled 10 assaults and held their ground for 12 hours, till every survivor was wounded and the order came to withdraw. All next day the battle lasted, both east and west of Hill 304, and there were many marvelous cases of the tenacity of small units. A squadron of 40 dismounted Breton dragoons, for example, between Hill 304 and Montholm, beat off several companies of shock troops and held the Germans in this sector, more than half being killed or wounded. West of Hill 304, the enemy had gained some ground, and on the 30th and the succeeding days, he made a great effort to debouch from his new positions. The fighting was bitter and long on the slopes and in Avocourt Wood, but on the 6th of July, the German assault had lost its vigor and ebbed away. On the night of 7th July, Guillemot began his counteroffensive. That night, by a brilliant little action, he cleared away 3 enemy salients on Mount Ulm and Hill 304. The weather was bad, and not till the 17th was Labock, the general commanding in the sector, ready for a larger operation. The German forces had suffered severely under the French bombardment. The 10th Reserve Division had been strengthened by elements of the 48th, newly arrived from Russia, and the 29th was in progress of relieving it when Labock struck. At 6:15 on the morning of that day, after an exceptionally heavy artillery preparation, the French 51st and 87th Regiments, with 3 other battalions in support, attacked from Avowood to Montholm. They retook the Col de Permerieux, and in half an hour had advanced half a mile and gained all their objectives with few casualties. The old line had been recaptured, and though during the rest of the month there were small counterattacks at various points from Les Esparges to Avocourt, it was never in serious danger. All this was preparatory to the major offensive of August, upon which Buchan had decided as one of his 2 autumn battles. His aim was to restore the French front which had existed before the Crown Prince on the morning of February 21st, 1916, began the Battle of Verdun. The enemy was aware that a great attack was in contemplation, and he guessed that its chief area would be the left bank on the Meuse. On 17th August, the divisions defending Montholm and Hill 304 were warned that they must expect to be attacked at any moment, and that they must depend on their own resources. Their position was very strong, and they relied upon the great tunnels cut in the ridges for cover from the French bombardment, and under the counter-bombardment of their new mustard gas shells to check the advancing infantry. Gallwitz was prepared to fight as Armand was fighting at Ypres, holding his front line slightly, and waiting the chance of a counterstroke while his assailants were still uncertain in their new positions. Guillermo surprised his opponents by many things, but mainly by the length of his front of assault, not on the left bank of the river only, but on the whole 15 miles from Avicourt Wood to the north of Baie-Sauveur. He made ready for an attack. On the right, the advance was intended to be short, for at Baie-Sauveur, his front had made a sharp angle and he could not risk a counterstroke from the reserve. On Friday, 17th August, the French guns never ceased, and the bald bleached tops of Mount Homme and Hill 304 became balder and more skeleton-like. On the evening of Sunday the 19th, the whole landscape was a vast smoking altar. It was hot, dry weather. The dust lay inches deep on the roads, and the sky was shrouded in a fog of fumes and debris. Just before dawn, on the morning of Monday the 20th, the French infantry moved forward on the whole front. They found that the guns had done their work for them. Stores of the enemy's gas shells had been exploded by the French bombardment, and in one division 3 whole regiments had been put out of action. Almost at a bound, the French cleared Avicourt Wood, seized the 2 summits of Mount Homme, where in the spring of 1916 so much blood had been spilled, carried the wood of Cormiers, and pouring over the crest occupied the Crow's Wood, which they had lost 16 months before. East of the river, the same division which in December 1916, under Moutot, had stormed the Côte de Pourvre, had now the task of clearing the Talou Bridge and Loop of the Meuse towards Sac-Mauvenir. Forcing its way through clouds of German gas, it took Talou and Chateauneuf behind it. Further, to the right, the French carried Hill 344, lost on February 24, 1916, Montmont Farm, and Hill 240, north of Louvermont. The extreme right wing advanced some distance in the 2 woods of Fossey and Chaume. Gauvitz's counterstrokes missed their mark. He launched them at Avicourt Wood, at the Mount Homme, and at Hill 344. But the speed and fury of the French had demoralized the defense, and they came to nothing. Over 4,000 unwounded prisoners remained in Guillemot's hands. The position now was that the French encircled Hill 304, and had won the main part of the ridge, called the Goose's Crest, between the Forge Brook and the Meuse, while on the right bank they had cut off the river loop. On Tuesday, the 21st, the east end of the Côte de Loire was taken and the village of Ragneville beyond it, while the front east of the river was brought into line by the capture of Sac-Mauvenir and the whole northern slope of Hill 344. Gauwitz was thoroughly shaken. His counterattacks all along the new front were beaten off with the contemptuous ease. And by Thursday evening, the French center had pressed well to the north of Montmont Farm, and the total of captures had risen to 7,640 men and 24 guns. On Hill 304 in the Bois Camargue fell to a single rush, and the French left reached the southern bank of the Forges Brook, between Haucourt and Bethencourt, on an advance of some 2,000 yards. On Saturday the 25th, fresh progress was made in this area, and on the Sunday, east of the river, the woods of Fossey and Beaumont were taken, and the skirts of the village of Beaumont reached. A German counterattack debouching from Wavre Wood was destroyed by the French artillery. On Monday the 27th, there was fierce fighting around Beaumont, and with it the main action for the moment died down. Guillemot had won practically all his objectives, and had a total of some 10,000 prisoners. There was quiet for nearly a fortnight, and then on Saturday, 8th September, the French pushed forward north of the Fosses Wood, took the whole of the Chaume Wood, and secured the high ground which commanded the wood of Carros. Next day, the enemy counterattacked furiously, but without results, both there and north of Hill 344. Guillemot had now secured what he desired. The enemy had been pushed far away from Verdun, almost to the line from which he had moved on the first day to the great battles, and all the armies of France had been quickened to a new eagerness and hope by her success on this classic fighting ground. The omens were thus happy for Petain's second autumn battle. He chose that part of the heights of the Aisne where the enemy still had a foothold, the western end of the Chemin de Dames, between Alemant and Malmaison. The second battle of the Aisne in the spring had given the French the crown of the ridge, but only east of Houderies did they hold the northern Britain. In all the western sectors, the Germans had a foothold on the plateau, and the French front ran practically in a straight line from Le Faux to Houderies. Both sides had narrow standing room, both had a river behind them, and both operated from the same kind of base. A series of spurs played like the fingers of a hand, running on the German side to the Vale of the Ailette, and on the French side to the Aisne. The villages behind the German lines were on the reverse slopes or on the flat. Petain's aim was to clear the enemy wholly off the heights and to advance to the Ailette bank. He chose the triangle between the Aisne, Oise Canal, and Soissons for his attempt, arguing rightly that if he could press back the enemy to the flats in this area, he would compel a general retirement. The French forces were the Sixth Army, formerly under Mangin, and now under Mestre, who had once commanded the 21st Corps at Verdun. There were 4 corps in the army, the 11th, 14th, 39th, and Mestre's old 21st, now under that de Good, whom we saw in command of the Moroccan division at Morinvillers. 7 French divisions were allotted to the assault, the 13th, 27th, 28th, 38th, 43rd, 66th, and 67th. Opposed to Mestre was Buchan's German 7th Army. In the battle area, the 2nd and 5th Divisions of the Prussian Guard were disposed around Fort Malmaison. On the right, the 13th, on the left, the 47th Reserve, and in support, the 14th and the 211th. Like Neville at Verdun and Plumer at Messines, Mestre staged his battle cunningly and with the minutest care. His initial front was 4 miles long, from Le Faux Mill to La Roere Farm. The preliminary bombardment began on Wednesday, 17th October, and was directed mainly to breaking up the roofs and sealing up the entrances of the underground caverns which constituted one of the main German defenses. Montparnasse, behind Malmaison, one of the biggest quarries, had been shattered by 16-inch shells several days before the attack. On the night of Monday, 22nd October, the bombardment increased in fury, and in the drizzle before dawn on the 23rd it rose to a terrific crescendo. At 5:15 in fog and rain, the French infantry crossed their parapets. Their success was immediate and unbroken. The first rush brought them to a line from Le Ferty, on the La Faux-Chavignon road, to the quarries of Beauharry. The next bound gave them the center, the fort of Malmaison. It would appear that, as happened on 2 occasions during Third Ypres, the French attack anticipated the German move by a quarter of an hour, and therefore caught the enemy in some confusion. There was stiff fighting in the Montparnasse quarry, where a German reserve division came up, but presently the French center was descending the northern slopes of the heights and had taken the village of Chavignon. The place was of extreme importance, for it gave a clear view to Laon along the little valley of the Ardenne, and the slopes above it commanded all the eastern course of the Ailette. Meantime, the French left had taken the villages of Alemant and Vaudecenne, and the right was on the crest overlooking Parny and Fillan. It was a victorious day. On a 4-mile front, an advance of 2¼ miles had been made, and some 8,000 prisoners and many guns had been taken. The enemy was left in a position in which it could not hope to abide. During the next 3 days, Mestre swept on. He had not attacked the Mont de Singe, the spur which was the buttress of the German right, but he judged rightly that it might soon be evacuated. The French entered Parny and Fillan. They took Pignon in the flats and pushed through the Pignon forest to the edge of the Aisne-Oise Canal. Presently the two armies faced each other across the marshy valley bottom. The enemy was in sore straits, for the new French positions commanded the flank of the forest of Coucy, and enfiladed his remaining front on the slopes of the Aisne hills east of Flouen. On Friday, 2nd November, Rouen fell back altogether from the hills, beyond the Ailette and the canal, and the French entered Courtison, Cerny et Lornon, Ailes, and Chevreuse, the villages which had seen the fiercest of the midsummer fighting. 11,000 prisoners had been taken and over 200 guns. After a 6 months' battle, the heights of the Aisne, on which the enemy had for 3 years been entrenched, were now again in the hands of France. End of chapter 84.
Section 4 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Al Calder. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 85, The Downfall of Russia. July 23 to November 7th, 1917. On 23rd July, the Germans were in Tarnopol. The Russian 11th Army had gone to pieces. The 7th and 8th Armies were in retreat, and the whole Galician front had crumbled. It was not a military defeat, for the enemy had no great weight of numbers. It was not a breakdown from sheer physical exhaustion, for Russia as a whole had not suffered to the degree of France or Germany. It was the collapse of the spirit of a nation, a tragedy which no glozing phrases could conceal. Let us grant that the old Russia had been misgoverned, that, like the sullen regime at Rome, she had been less a constitution or an empire than a gigantic system of police, that her national integration and self-consciousness were weak, and that the Revolution proclaimed many unexceptionable doctrines of autonomy and liberty and social reform. Unfortunately, the soul of a man or of a people is not saved by liberal professions. There is virtue in fighting for a narrow cause if the fighter translates it into his own homely loyalties, and is willing to undergo discipline and sacrifice and death for its sake. There is none in huzong for a generous creed, and in practice surrendering honor and self-control for self-interest and easy dreams. There had been a true brotherhood in the old army's dreams. There had been a true brotherhood in the old armies of the Tsar. There was little, save of the lips, in the mob that straggled back to the frontiers. Morally, the Russia of the Revolution, in spite of lofty declarations, was far below the community which it had destroyed. Steel and fire had given place to putty and packthread, and the new vision, which should have been a spur to effort, had become a facile plea for irresolution. That something soft and boneless, oriental and apathetic, which was the flaw in the Russian character, was now acclaimed as virtue. The tale of fate of Brusil's armies is soon told. Kornilev was put in charge of the southwestern front in place of Gutor, and he flung all his volcanic energy into the vain task of reconstruction. He had to check the retreat of the 11th and 7th Armies and disengage his own 8th Army, now under Chermissov, from the awkward position south of the Dniester in which it had been placed by the defection in the north. Halish and Stanislau were at once evacuated, The Sereth was crossed by Bothmer south of Tarnopol, and on the 24th the enemy was close on Trembovla and Buzak. The German emperor had arrived at the front to witness the easy triumph of order over revolution. The aim of the Austro-German command was to push rapidly north of the Dniester so as to cut off the Russian forces in the Carpathians and the Bukovina. On 27th July, the 8th Army was on the line Kolimia-Zeletskaya. On the last day of the month, it was 20 miles farther back on the line Kuti-Sniatin-Melnika. By that date, the 7th and 11th Armies had been pushed beyond the river Zubrik, which was the frontier of Russia. In places, there were gallant stands against odds by various brigades, and the left of the 7th Army fought stubbornly on the lower Sereth. The performance, too, of the British armored cars in fighting unsupported delaying actions cannot be overpraised, but no isolated heroism could atone for the complete breakdown of the fighting machine. Erdely commanded the 11th Army, was murdered by a shot in the back from his own men, and Zernetsov and Kimpolung had fallen by the beginning of August. Kornilov was now standing desperately on his own frontier, barring the road to Odessa. There was no reason why Prince Leopold should not have reached Odessa had the German High Command so desired. They had been fighting so far with comparatively few divisions, and had they chosen to make a serious advance in the orthodox German manner, the way to southern Russia and the Black Sea shore was open before them. Kornilov was making a stout defense of the border river, but no man knew better than he that he had no army on which he could rely. Brusilov had been dismissed on 31st July, and Kornilov had taken his place as commander-in-chief, the fifth to hold that office since the outbreak of war. Chermissov took over the southwestern front, Denikin the western, and Klembovsky the north, while Parsky succeeded Radko Dmitriev with the 12th Army. Nothing could be better proof of the confusion of the Russian commands than his constant transposition of generals. But the Central Powers halted and did not pluck the fruit which lay ready to their hand. They had secured all that for the moment they desired. The armies of the Revolution had been given the coup de grace. It remained to let the mischief work a little longer, till the precarious civil government of Kerensky should likewise topple over. Meantime, on the Romanian Sereth and in the Moldavian passes, Mackensen had no such easy task as fell to Bohm, Emoli, and Bothmer. In the middle of July, the Romanian front ran from the Otis Pass along the Putna Valley to its junction with the Sereth east of Fosani. The Russian general Cherbachev, who had led the 7th Army in the Galician offensive of the previous year, was in command of the front, which was held on the north by the Russian 4th Army and in the center by the Romanian 2nd Army under Averescu. A considerable artillery strength had been accumulated, especially in Averescu's area. On 24th July, when the Austrians were in Tarnopol, a bombardment began against the enemy position in the valley of Suzica, a tributary of the Sereth, which was held by the right wing of the Austrian First Army. This area was of great strategic importance, for it covered the short length of railway between Mazeretti and Tecucia, which connected the line from Fosani along the foot of the mountains that served the Romanian front in the hill glens with the main line for Galatz to Jassy. At 4 in the morning of the 26th, Averescu attacked, and in 3 days hard fighting drove the Austrians south to the Putna Valley, taking some 3,000 prisoners. On 7th August, Mackensen came to the rescue. Demoralization was spreading in the Russian 4th Army, and in the Bistritsa Valley, which descends from the Bekas, whole regiments were deserting their posts. Footnote: we possess an account of the demoralization of this army, written by its Chief of Staff, General N. de Montkovitz. La Décomposition de l'Armée Russe, French translation, 1919. In July, there were over 40,000 men who did nothing but talk on committees. All was over when the artillery, which had been the backbone, declared for immediate peace. The book is a tragic study in military pathology. End footnote. The time had arrived to break the Romanian center north and east of Hassani, and wrest from them the vital loop line. He pushed his way back to the Suzița, taking over 3,000 prisoners, crossed that stream, and came within a mile or two of Mazeretti. Farther north in the Trotus Valley, the Austrians drove in the unstable Russian front, with the result that it had to be withdrawn to Ochna. Soon the enemy, in spite of desperate counterattacks, had advanced 5 miles and taken 7,000 prisoners. Not Mazeretti only was in jeopardy, but the junction of Ajdal, which was the key of the Carpathian lines. The Romanian government at Jassy were preparing to retire into South Russia. On Tuesday, 14th August, Romanian troops, who had replaced the Russians in the Trotus Valley, counterattacked from Ochna and advanced for 6 miles. Their impetus, however, was soon exhausted, and once again they drew back towards the Sereth. Mackensen, farther south, pushed as far as the bridge where the Mazeretti loop line crossed the Sereth. It was clear that the decisive battle would be fought for the crossing of the river, and for that purpose the German commander had brought up more than a dozen fresh divisions, including 9 German. The whole front of 100 miles from the mountains to Galatz was ablaze. The brunt of the fighting fell on the Romanian First and Second Armies, and their difficulties were increased by the frequent defection of Russian units. The crisis of the battle was around Mazeretti, and from that town will be named one of the greatest fights in Romania's history. Mackensen was aiming at clearing Moldavia, as his colleagues had cleared Galicia and the Bukovina, and bringing the whole of what had once been the Romanian kingdom under the yoke. The fury and persistence of the attack were matched by the resolution of the defense, and that resolution triumphed. The last great effort was made on the night of the 19th. It failed with the loss of many prisoners, and thereafter the struggle for the Sereth crossing languished, and the battle swung towards the Ochna section. There the Second Romanian Army equaled the prowess of the First, and August closed with Mackensen far from his objectives. The melancholy confusion of the Eastern Front during these months prevented what Romania had done from receiving its due recognition. It was in truth a splendid achievement. The small nations had a heroic record in war, but not Belgium or Serbia had surpassed Romania's performance. Broken in many battles against odds, she had been driven to her last defenses, fighting desperately for every mile. She had seen all but a fraction of her territory seized by the enemy. She had suffered the last privations and anxieties, and she was far from the only allies in whom she trusted. Yet in spite of every difficulty, she had reconstructed her armies, assisted by General Berthollet and his French mission, and now held her ground against attacks from the flower of the Austrian and German forces. And she held it virtually alone. Cherbachev was a brave and competent soldier, but his Fourth Army was now for the most part a rabble. In those days might have been seen a magic spectacle, Russian regiments drifting away without orders from their lines, and singing maudlin songs about liberty, while on the other side of the road wearied Romanian troops with stern faces and contemptuous eyes marched up to take the place of the deserters. Romania saw the enemy on the north and west and south, and to the east only the quaking bog of anarchy. But without hope of supplies or way of retreat, or that comfort which comes from contact with allies, she continued to do her duty. The message sent to her by the British Prime Minister was an attempt to put into words the admiration of her far-off friends. On the anniversary of Romania's entry into the war, I wish to express on behalf of the British government our heartfelt admiration for the heroic courage and endurance displayed by the Romanian people during a year of almost unparalleled trial. The recreation of their army and the stubborn and invaluable resistance which is now making against the enemy under conditions of exceptional difficulty is a magnificent example of the strength which freedom inspires in a free people. It is no less a proof of the resolution which animates all the Allied armies to prosecute the war until victory is won, a victory which I have never doubted they will ultimately achieve. On 17th July, when the Russian offensive in Galicia was on the eve of its disastrous climax, the Bolsheviks in Petrograd, led by Lenin and Trotsky, attempted to seize the reins of government. They were supported by the Kronstadt sailors and various disaffected elements in the troops. But the Petrograd Soviet was against them, and, after some indiscriminate rioting, General Poltsov, with the help of a few Cossack regiments, restored order and Lenin went into hiding. It was decided to disarm the insurgent workmen, and warrants were issued for the arrest of the Bolshevik leaders. But at the last moment, Kerensky drew back. "They are my political opponents," he said, and the orders were countermanded. He was soon to have cause to regret his misplaced chivalry. Kerensky had now to face two very different antagonisms. He was attacked by the growing forces of Bolshevism as a foe to the revolution and an enemy of the people because he had devised the offensive. And he had to satisfy the generals and the patriotic elements still left in Russia, who urged drastic reform in the army, the restoration of the old discipline, and the retention of the country in line with the Allies. Between such opposites there could be no truce. He must cast in his lot with one or the other. He had now become prime minister in place of Prince Lvov, and he found it hard to form his cabinet. The Bolsheviks were in flat opposition. The Mensheviks were coming to the conclusion that the provisional government was a farce destined to a speedy end, and Tseretelli was resigned, preferring the Soviets as a field of action. The social revolutionaries supported the prime minister, as did the center and the right. And he had among his ministers types as diverse as Chernov and Skobalov on one side, and Tereshchenko on the other. It was an uneasy team, and besides Kerensky, it included but one man of real importance, the acting Minister of War, Boris Savinkov, whose strange career had embraced the parts of novelist and desperado. Something was gained by discipline, by the restoration of the death penalty in the army, and by the resolution of the Executive Committee of the All-Russian Soviets in July, which gave unlimited power to the provisional government. The Soviets were at the moment in the mood for drastic action against Lenin and his friends, but Kerensky declined the opportunity thus offered. As prime minister, he made one final attempt to call the nation to unity, for he still believed that a formula could be found to combine irreconcilables, and that by wary shepherding, the Bolsheviks and the cadets might yet be brought into one fold. He was not prepared, without a last effort of conciliation, to declare any party enemies of the Republic. This effort was the conference at Moscow, which met on 26th August under the presidency of the Menshevik Nikitin and the Minister of Posts and Telegraph. It included representatives of every known Russian organization, from the Soviets to the Knights of St. George. It was a singular gathering, most instructive to the students of history, for it reflected, as in a mirror, the thousand crude dreams and fancies of a people loosed from the bonds of mental and moral discipline. The old regime had been bad enough in all conscience, but it had been a government, and the new regime was like the capricious play of children. Revenue by August had practically ceased. Expenditure had soared amazingly, and to meet it, the printing presses could not cope with the manufacture of paper money. The issue of paper currency was in 1916 over 29 million pounds monthly. In the months since the Revolution, the average had been over 83 millions. The army, which had gone to pieces, was costing more by 1,000 million sterling per annum than the army which a year before had shattered the Austrian front on the Dniester. Russian finance had become a system of bribes and public plunder, and the salaries of the Soviet partisans alone amounted to many millions. Industries were mostly at a standstill, the cultivation of the soil was neglected, and the utter breakdown of transport made famine a certainty in the coming winter. But these were not the matters which weighed most at the Moscow Conference. The bulk of its members was far more concerned with the kind of ideal polity at which the nation should aim, forgetful of the fact that they were swiftly losing all that distinguished a nation from a horde. The idealism which set out to make a new heaven and a new earth had succeeded effectually in creating a new hell. Kerensky, faithful to his role, spoke plain words to all parties. He denounced those who would make a counter-revolution by bayonets, and he denounced those of the left who would unwittingly achieve the same purpose by encouraging anarchy. He admitted that the main task before them was to revive the army, and he assured the soldiers present that he would protect them from the Bolshevik intrigues, and would apply the death penalty ruthlessly for treachery and cowardice. After his address came the group meetings. The Duma Conference supported the Premier's view on army reform and the prosecution of the war, and urged that the government should free itself from the internationalism of the Soviets, and admit no rival authority in the direction of Russian policy. Here came the great conflict of opinion, for the various parties of the left would admit no tampering with the Soviets' power, and would have given them an equal or even superior authority to that of the government. Then Kornilov, footnote, Kornilov was the son of a humble Siberian Cossack, Denikin of a conscripted serf who rose to be a non-commissioned officer. Both men were opposed to the old rule of caste and privilege. End footnote. Arrived from the front and addressed the second sitting. He expounded the reason of the late debacle. Not the revolution, but the follies of the revolutionaries had taken the heart out of the army, and if that were not restored, Russia and Russian freedom would perish at the hands of an alien tyranny. There must be discipline in the front line, and no less discipline in the rear, for already the munition output had declined by 60%, and the aircraft by 80%. When he finished his soldierly speech, he walked out of the hall, the whole assembly rising to cheer him, all but the glum extremists, for whom the picture which Kornilov drew of a degraded and defeated Russia had no terrors, provided they were free to harangue and dream. Later, Kaledin spoke for the Cossacks. And on the last day, Alexeyev, the greatest of Russian soldiers, pointed the morale of the recent defeats. The poison had been introduced into the army by the Order No. 1 of the first days of the Revolution, which set the men against the officers and made disciplined training impossible. The whole system of army committees and commissaries was insane. Under it, a general could not plan, officers could not lead, and troops would not obey. He urged the policy of Kornilov and Kaledin, and warned his hearers that every day's delay brought them nearer to utter destruction. There were many other speeches, notably wise advice given by Plekhanov and Prince Kropotkin, and Madame Breshko-Breshkovskaya, reformers who had grown gray in striving for their country's freedom. And by the morning of the 28th, the conference had talked itself to a standstill. Strangely enough, there was an apparent agreement among the great majority of the delegates on vital points: the reform of the army and the restoration of its discipline, the continuance of war, and the reconciliation of party quarrels. But with most, the first two were pious opinions, and the third was irony. The breaches had not been healed. The left clung to the ultimate hegemony of the Soviets over the government, which the moderates bitterly and justly opposed. Three-fourths of Russia had no inclination for the sacrifice and discipline that a continuance of war demanded. The gulf between the soldiers and the dreamers had been made visible to all, and across it straddled Kerensky, a hapless colossus who must soon make his election and leap to one side or fall into the chasm. Meantime, Germany was acting. We can best follow the history of the next 2 months by setting in juxtaposition, according to dates, the political and military happenings. In the last week of August, the German 8th Army under a new general, Oskar von Hutier, formerly commanding the 21st Corps, whose name was soon to become famous, began to move forward. Hindenburg and Ludendorff had already made their plans for a great offensive in the west, with the aid of the troops presently to be released from the Russian front, and Hutier was instructed to test certain new tactical methods upon the corpus vil of the Russian right wing. This wing, the 12th Army under General Parsky, was too demoralized to make serious resistance. By 29th August, Hutier had reached the river Aa, where it curves to follow the coastline, and was attacking at Ketko on the Dvina, 10 miles south of Riga, while German warships were threatening the entrance to the Gulf. On Saturday, 1st September, the Germans crossed the Dvina at Uxkol, 18 miles upstream from Riga, and by the Sunday evening had cut the Dvinsk Railway and were 5 miles east of the Dvina, beyond the little river Jagel. The defense of Riga were turned on the southeast, and on Monday morning Parsky evacuated the city after blowing up the bridges. The same day the Germans entered, and in spite of the heroic resistance of certain battalions of death on the river line, were by the evening east of the Dvina on a broad front. The Russian 12th Army fell back northeastward along the coast on the road to Petrograd, and by the 5th was 30 miles from Riga, on a wavering front of 60 miles. Its left still held by Friedrichstadt, west of the Dvina, but its river on the coast was in rapid retreat, and its center was pushed up the valley of the Livonia towards Venden. Alexeyev was sent post-haste to deal with the situation, and he was able to steady the retreat and form a kind of front, but he could not save Friedrichstadt, and Hutier widened the breach at his leisure, taking Jakobstadt on the 23rd, the bridgehead on the Dvina 70 miles upstream from Riga. The Germans did not press their attack with any haste, for they discerned with accuracy what was about to happen in Russia. It was not their business to waste good troops and ammunition in forcing a door which would speedily be thrown open. So far from sobering the doctrinaires, the loss of Riga seemed to make them reckless, but it solemnized Kerensky, and for a moment swung him out of his detachment to seek an alliance with the soldiers. On 5th September, he sent Savinkov, the acting Minister of War, to see Kornilov at Mogilev. What happened thereafter is still obscure in some of its details, but the main events are clear. Savinkov warned the commander-in-chief that the Bolsheviks were threatening a rising in Petrograd within the week, and asked him to arrange to send a cavalry corps to the neighborhood of the capital. Which cavalry corps was to be for the protection and at the disposal of the provisional government. He appears to have stipulated, though the evidence is not perfectly clear, that the so-called Savage Division, footnote, it was a division formed from the Circassian tribesmen, end footnote, of cavalry should not be included, as it was insufficiently disciplined for service in or near the capital, and that General Krymov should not be in command. On the 7th, Savinkov left General Headquarters, and Vladimir Lvov arrived, also purporting to come from Kerensky. To him, Kornilov presently admitted that he thought a dictatorship necessary, but that he did not care who was dictator, himself, Kaledin, Alexeyev, or Kerensky. Lvov, speaking, as Kornilov thought, for the prime minister, declared that Kornilov should be dictator. Next day, Kornilov, in all good faith, drew up a plan for a Council of National Defense, with himself as president and Kerensky as vice president. Then he spoke to Kerensky on the telephone, and realized that either Lvov had exceeded his commission or the prime minister had changed his mind. The latter agreed to come to Mogilev on the 9th, but on that day Kornilov received a peremptory order to hand over his command to General Lukomsky and come to Petrograd, while at the same time he heard that Lvov had been arrested. Then followed another message appointing Klembovsky commander-in-chief, but neither he nor Lukomsky would take up the post, and Kornilov remained generalissimo. Krymov, with the 3rd Cavalry Corps, was already moving toward Petrograd, in defiance of Savinkov's conditions. On 10th September, the government suddenly proclaimed Kornilov traitor. The latter was in a complete quandary. He understood that with the Germans pouring across the Dvina on the road to Petrograd, Kerensky had accepted his view of the measures required. He took the proposals of Savinkov and Lvov at their face value and obeyed them as orders from the government. As for the stipulation about Krymov, there seems to have been a grave misunderstanding, and it is certain that there were forces working behind him, forces of which he knew nothing, which labored to create such misunderstandings. When he received the confusing messages of the 8th, 9th, and 10th, he conceived it his duty to disregard them, knowing that Hutier would not wait on the vacillations of civilian statesmen. Accordingly, he allowed Krymov to continue his advance to Petrograd. It is less easy to explain Kerensky's conduct. Probably he had not fully made up his mind when he dispatched Savinkov to Mogilev. He had toyed with the idea of crushing Bolshevism by force of arms, but at the last moment his courage failed him. Lvov had played the part of a busybody and a fool, if not of a conscious mischief-maker, and the mistake about Krymov was in itself good ground for suspicion. It is impossible to believe that Kerensky purposely set a trap for the commander-in-chief, though there were many in his immediate circle who were working to that end. He had never been on good terms with Kornilov, and he suddenly awoke to the fact that he was about to entrust the future of his country to one whom many parties, and apparently with justice, labeled a reactionary. He therefore flung himself into the arms of the Soviets, who discovered that in this matter the Bolsheviks were their allies. He proclaimed himself commander-in-chief and put himself at the head of the Petrograd troops. Red Guards were hurriedly enlisted, and the unfortunate Krymov found his communications cut in the rear. He found, too, no signs of the stand which he had been told the government meant to make against the Bolsheviks. Rather, he found the government and the Bolsheviks making common cause. Presently the Soviet emissaries came out under Chernov to meet his cavalry, and informed them that Kornilov had been declared a traitor and that those who stood by him were betraying the revolution. Krymov, trapped and bewildered, saw his honor lost and died by his own hand. It remained to dispose of Kornilov, that unconscious traitor. Alexeyev was summoned to help in the task. Kornilov loyally handed over his command and, with his headquarters staff, was placed under arrest. Then followed a campaign of calumny against all the generals. Kaledin, the hetman of the Cossacks, was accused of complicity in Kornilov's movement, and summoned to stand his trial. But this his Cossacks forbade, and the affair ended in an apology from the government. There was much talk of counter-revolutionary plots, but nothing was proved, and Gorko, who had been arrested, was released and allowed to go abroad. The full tale of the episode will in all likelihood never be unraveled, but it is clear that, partly by accident, partly by the malice of third parties, two honorable men were brought into a false antagonism. Kerensky resolved on a certain course and asked for Kornilov's assistance. Certain acts of Kornilov, done in all innocence, alarmed him. He lost his nerve and drew back, while Kornilov continued to obey his first instructions. The Prime Minister's change of mind may be explained and even defended, but it was nonetheless a fatal disaster, for the one hope of Russia lay in Kornilov's immediate advance on Petrograd. This affair drove the few remaining moderates out of the cabinet. A new Council of Five was instituted, consisting of Kerensky, Tereshchenko, General Verkovsky, Admiral Vardarevsky, and Nikitin, and Russia was proclaimed a republic. The condition of the capital went from bad to worse. The retreating Russian armies gave themselves over to the shameless work of pillaging their own countrymen. The sailors of the Baltic fleet murdered their officers, and in the press of Kronstadt, the worst nest of anarchy, Lenin lifted up his voice afresh. Meantime, Hutier, biding his time, was slowly pressing his easy victory. On 12th October, he brought the German fleet into play against the mutinous Russian warships. Footnote: according to Ludendorff, one of the reasons for using the fleet was to counteract the revolutionary propaganda, which was now spreading throughout the German Navy. My War Memories English translation, 2 page 506. End footnote. A large force was landed on the island of Ocel in the Gulf of Riga, not 80 miles from the Russian naval base of Revel. By the 18th, Mon and Dago Islands had been occupied with little trouble. The Germans entered by the urban channel south of Ocel and cut off the Russian retreat through Mon Sound, by a detachment which entered by Seal Sound and Kasser Bay. It was the very place where, in August 1915, Admiral Kaninin had destroyed the German squadron which sought to land at Pernod. This success gave the enemy uninterrupted communications with the port of Riga and the command of the Livonian coast, so that they threatened the right rear of the retreating 12th Army. Revel was in instant danger, and on the 21st the Germans landed on the Estonian coast east of Mon Island. The sword was now hanging over Petrograd itself. In the capital, constitution-making went merrily on. In the early days of October, a so-called Democratic Conference was held, consisting of 230 delegates from the Soviets, 300 from the municipalities, 200 from the Zenstvos, 120 from the cooperative societies, 100 from the trade unions, 83 from the armies, and 35 from the Cossacks. It was agreed to form a new coalition ministry and to provide a provisional parliament to be called the Council of the Republic, pending the calling of a constitutional assembly. The new cabinet included 4 cadets and a number of Moscow businessmen, and on 20th October it faced its parliament, the Council of the Republic. The proceedings were not harmonious. Alexeyev reported gloomily on the state of the army, and Kerensky's only expedient was coordinate the general staff, the Soviet commissaries, and the regimental committees into one organization. Such a debating society as had played into Cromwell's hands at Dunbar, or had handicapped Marlborough in his Flanders campaigns. He attacked with violent denunciation the Bolsheviks, who had been his allies against Kornilov. It was his last performance as prime minister, for the power had already gone from him. A few days later he sent a message to America that Russia was worn out and that the Allies must shoulder the burden of the war. He was himself worn out, and during the last months had been falling into that disease of grandeur which is the sure presage of disaster. He lived royally in the Winter Palace. He moved about attended by a glittering naval and military staff. He conducted himself with the hauteur of a monarch by divine right. The dark forces, waiting in the shadows, observed the portent and decided that their hour had come. They had failed in the July Revolution, for the time was not ripe. They had postponed their September attempt, since Kerensky and Kornilov had played their game. They were now ready to shatter a regime which they knew had no foundation. If Lenin was the Mazzini of the Bolshevik Party, Trotsky was its Garibaldi, and now, at the age of 40, he saw the chance for which he had long waited, and had the courage to take it. Lacking the pure, cold fervor of Lenin, he was that formidable combination, a fanatic in ideals but a politique in methods, a man of action, adroit in seizing occasion, swift in deed, and unscrupulous to the last degree in the weapons he used, but always conscious that he lived in a complex world, and ready to trim intrigue and compromise if the short road were barred. He began by capturing the Petrograd Soviet, of which he was now president. He then set to work to prepare a kind of general staff, called the Military Revolutionary Committee, which cooperated with the Bolshevik elements in the army and navy, and the industrial communities. He saw that the army, which had defeated him in July, was now moribund. He saw that the moderates and the bourgeoisie were without cohesion. He observed that Kerensky had no party at his back, and that the apathy and despair of Russia made her an easy prey to even a small body who were armed and resolute. His first business was to make that body dictators. His second, to conclude peace with an enemy who would gladly be released from their heavy task in the West. His third, to summon the proletariat of all nations, to do what had been done in Russia. His creed, one of the stalest and oldest in the world, has in every generation appeared somewhere for a brief season, only to perish by its own weakness. But in this case, it had such a field as history had never shown before. In the weary and bewildered circles of Russian statecraft, Trotsky appeared like a leopard among kine. On Monday, 5th November, the Military Revolution Committee ordered the Petrograd Soviet to place itself under their instructions. Kerensky replied by suppressing the chief Bolshevik paper and summoning the loyal troops to defend the government. On Tuesday, 6th November, while Parliament by a majority of 21 was passing a vote of confidence in the provisional government, the military cadets, or Junkers, occupied the bridges, stations, and telegraph offices, and put a cordon round Kerensky's residence, the Winter Palace. On Wednesday, Lenin arrived and the Bolsheviks made their headquarters at the Smolny Institute, a girls' school in the suburbs, whence they issued a proclamation announcing the fall of the government and the transfer of power to the Soviets. Some few regiments declared for Kerensky, but the majority went over to Trotsky, while the Cossacks, mindful of the insult to Kaledin, sulked in their tents. Hourly the Red Guards grew in number. Sailors arrived from Kronstadt, and Trotsky ordered the occupation of all stations and strategic points. Early on the morning of Wednesday, the 7th, Kerensky had fled, leaving the Winter Palace in charge of Kornilov, his Minister of Commerce, with a garrison of Junkers and women. That day the Red Guards captured the palace, committing many brutalities on the helpless women and boys, and by the evening the whole of Petrograd was in Bolshevik hands. In the evening, at a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky and Lenin announced the success of the new revolution, and an all-Russia Congress of Soviets, meeting on the following day, ratified the decision. The government of the country was placed in the hands of a body called the Council of People's Commissaries, with Lenin as president, Trotsky Minister of Foreign Affairs, and a half-insane Lieutenant Kurilenko, Commander-in-Chief of the remnants of the army. The new government, as an oligarchy acting in the interests of a narrow class, proceeded to confiscate all lands not belonging to the proletariat, and to negotiate for an armistice with the enemy. It had, at any rate, the courage of its folly. Its military strength was of the slightest, and a couple of disciplined brigades could have overthrown it, but such were not at Kerensky's disposal. He collected, indeed, a few squadrons of Cossacks under General Krasnov, which occupied Sarasko Selo, but desirous of preventing bloodshed, he insisted on delivering orations, and presently the Red Guard scattered his buck-ram army. He had been a shadow in power, and now, like a shade, he disappeared. No man knew whither, and few men troubled to inquire. Russia had lost all interest in the whirligig of politics. While the Red Guards were battering at the door of the Winter Palace, the people of Petrograd went callously about their ordinary avocations. The trams were running as usual, and in the chief theatre a large audience was being entertained by M. Chalypin. So fell one of the most curious figures of the war. The character of Alexander Kerensky was clear to all men in its foibles and futilities, but while the world could see his failure, it could not judge the crushing difficulties of his task. He had the defects of his qualities, for something febrile weakened his imaginative power, and sudden bursts of petulance impaired the vigor of his courage. His chief defect was Hamlet's. He saw too far around his problems to have the single heart which is easy to the narrow vision. He discerned the faults of all parties, and, what was more fatal, he discerned the merits. He aimed at the impossible, the reconciliation of the Russian people in a new purpose. He did not succeed. That he should have tried is proof of his lack of practical talent and of his immense egotism. But let us admit that in his folly there was an element of sad nobility. It is by no means clear that even if he had been less tolerant and less cross-bench in mind, if he had flung in his lot with the moderates or the soldiers before it was too late, he could have saved his country. There was no weapon left in Russia for a statesman to fight with. Army, Cossacks, cadets, peasants, intelligentsia, all broke in the hand of him who used them. The fates had decreed that no tinkering or welding could save the fabric. Russia must go into the furnace to be cast anew. End of chapter 85.
Section 5 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 86, Caporetto and the Piave, October 16, 1917 to January 28, 1918, Part 1. During the summer months on the Eastern Front, when the Russian line had ceased to be a serious obstacle, the Germans, contrary to the expectations of many, did not advance. They abode quietly in their old positions, waiting upon events. But they were not idle. Ludendorff saw clearly the chances involved in the downfall of Russia, and he set himself patiently to train his troops for a new kind of warfare. Picked divisions were practiced in open fighting. A new tactical scheme was evolved which demanded a high perfection of discipline and individual stamina. The Allies in the West had relied in their offensive on an elaborate artillery preparation, which, while it destroyed the enemy trenches, created a broad belt of devastation over which a swift advance was impossible. That was one error to be avoided. A second was the slowness with which the Allies brought up their reserves. In order to get the full cumulative effect of a blow, division must follow division to strike while the iron was hot. Again, the element of surprise must be recovered, and this might be got by a rapid assembly on the very eve of an assault, before the enemy's intelligence service could discern the concentration. It was also necessary to have the machine guns, the light trench mortars, and the field guns in the very van of an attack, to prepare the way for the infantry. And since an elaborate bombardment was foregone, the enemy's hinterland must be confused by an extensive use of gas shells. Since the Western Front became stationary after First Ypres, Germany had been concerned chiefly with defensive tactics, for her victories in Russia, Serbia, and Romania were won against a foe conspicuously inferior in equipment and training. In the West, she had shown a remarkable mental elasticity in devising plans to frustrate the Allied assault, such as the defense in depth, the pillbox, and the use of local counterattacks. But now a Western offensive of her own was in prospect, and she must adjust her tactics to fit her special problem, and get the full value out of such assets as she possessed. The Allied methods from Neuve-Chapelle to Third Ypres had depended upon a predominance in artillery and numbers. She had not the first, and she would have the second only for a month or two. Her tactics, therefore, must be less in the nature of a bludgeon, and must provide for a more rapid and decisive success than the slow Allied attrition. So with commendable energy she faced the problem, and found what she believed to be a solution. During the summer months the East formed one vast training camp, where patiently and methodically Ludendorff taught his new system of war. His aim was no less than to destroy by cataclysmic battles, first the armies of Italy, and then those of France and Britain, before the American forces arrived, and while Russia was helpless in anarchy. Brusilov's abortive Galician offensive in July made scarcely a break in the plan. By the beginning of September, the new tactics were tried in the fields in Hudier's capture of Riga. Unfortunately for the Allies, there was no one present with Parsky's defeated Russian 12th Army who could realize the importance of the new methods. It was assumed in the West that the Russians were effete as a fighting force, and that anything possessed of discipline was competent to break them. Meantime, Ludendorff was making ready for the first great test of his plan. Kraft von Dellmensingen, Duke Albrecht's chief of staff in Lorraine, was sent to the Isonzo to prepare a plan, which was accepted by Austrian headquarters. Sometime in August, Otto von Bülow was brought from the command of the German Sixth Army in the West, his place being taken by Kast, and given charge of a new composite army, the 14th, composed of 6 German and 7 Austrian divisions. In the German contingent was included the 2 divisions of the Alpen Corps, which had already distinguished themselves in Romania. Half of the field artillery was replaced by mountain guns, and the whole army was equipped not only for the practice of the new tactics, but for a campaign in a hilly country. Rumors of something of the kind reached the West, but the German share was unknown, and it was assumed to be only the Austrian preparation for the long-rumored offensive in the Trentino. More important, the German General Staff took over the actual direction of the Italian front. The shadowy figures of the Austrian army commanders still remained, but the new strategy was wholly in Ludendorff's hands. On Borovich's right, between Tolmino and Plezzo, Otto von Bülow's 14th Army crept quietly into position. The Austrian General Staff had hitherto thought of an offensive as possible only from some base like Gorizia or the Trentino, where they had good road and rail communications behind them. Ludendorff, with the boldness of true military genius, resolved to surprise his opponents by attacking from one of the most apparently unpromising sections of the whole Julian front, that between Tolmino and Plezzo. There, he argued, he might catch Cardona asleep. There, too, the Italian front was ill-sighted, zigzagging as it did across the Isonzo, and stretching in a dangerous arc along the crest of Monte Nero. The 3 spots where the valley broadened, Plezzo, Caporetto, and Tolmino, were also spots where tributary valleys entered from the east, thus providing avenues for the assault. There, too, lay the chance for a decisive strategical gain, for across the river, beyond Monte Matajur and Monte Globocac, the valleys of the Natisoni and the Giudiro ran direct to the Friulian plain far in rear of the Italian lines. If by a swift surprise Bülow could reach Cividale and Udine, he might cut off the bulk of the Italian Second Army and the whole of the Third, and achieve a mightier Sedan. The Central Powers left nothing to chance. For months they had been sowing tares in Italian fields. A secret campaign was conducted throughout Italy, which preached that peace might be had for the asking, and urged Italian socialists to throw down their arms and fraternize with their brothers from beyond the mountains. If Austria attacked, it was said, it was only to enforce the views of the Vatican and establish the brotherhood of the proletariat. Let her advance be met with white flags and open arms, and the reign of capitalism and militarism would be over. This appeal, insidiously directed both to the ignorant Catholic peasantry and to the extreme socialists of the cities, worked havoc with the Italian morale. Orlando, the Minister of the Interior, was averse from repressive measures, and enemy propaganda had for the moment almost as clear a field as in the Russia of the Revolution. The poison had infected certain parts of the army, to an extent of which the military authorities were wholly ignorant. The events of August in Turin did not open their eyes. Turin had always been the center of the wild kind of socialism. It was the one city of Italy which responded to the declaration of war in May 1915 with a general strike, and during the summer the roving delegates of the Russian Soviets had there been given an openly political welcome. As one of the chief munition centers, its state of feeling had a direct influence on the conduct of the war. In August, serious riots broke out, ostensibly on account of the scarcity of bread. There was reason to believe that this scarcity had been secretly organized, for even after it had been relieved, the trouble continued. There was evidence of a widespread anarchist system, liberally financed with enemy money, and during the riots, hobbledehoys were found dead in the street with large sums in their pockets. There was something like mutiny, too, among the troops allotted to quell the disorder, and regiments had to be brought in from other districts. Turin, as a consequence, was placed within the war zone, in order that martial law might be enforced in case of trouble. The exemption from military service of many of the munition workers was cancelled, and they were formed into battalions, which instead of being used on lines of communication, were dispatched to the Julian front, and by a singular mischance were placed in the ominous sector between Plezzo and Tolmino. At the beginning of October, the Italian front was quiet. The Fifth Army under General Moroni lay on the west side of the Trentino, and Peccari Giraldo's First Army on the east side as far as the Brenta. De Robelan's Fourth Army held the Cadore and Carnic front. Capello's Second Army, now very weary, held the Isonzo north of Gorizia, and the Duke of Aosta's Third Army lay from Gorizia to the Adriatic. The Second Army, which defended 63 miles of front, had only 2 weak corps, the 4th and the 27th, on the 27 miles between Tolmino and Monte Rombon. Footnote: taking the Italians from the sea northwards in the first 8 miles, there were 11 battalions to the kilometer. In the next 7 miles, Gorizia, 6 battalions. In the next 15 miles, Bernzizza, 8 battalions. And in the next 15, Caporetto, only 2. End of footnote. A sense of uneasiness was abroad, generated partly by the knowledge of the High Command that some kind of Austrian offensive was maturing, and partly by the expectation of the extremists and pacifists, nourished on enemy propaganda, that the hour was approaching when the proletariat would take the reins, and Italian and Austrian soldiers would make peace in defiance of generals and cabinets. In the middle of October, there was a small action in Cadore, in which for the first time the presence of German troops was established. Hitherto Germans and Italians had never met, except in Macedonia, and the news increased the popular anxiety, though Cadore assured the country that the Julian front was perfectly safe. By the 21st, it was known that both German and Austrian reserves had arrived on the Isonzo, but skepticism still prevailed as to a serious offensive. It was believed, even by the High Command, that Austria was morally and economically exhausted, and that Germany's slowness to advance in Russia was due to weakness and not to purpose. Nothing was suspected of Ludendorff's patient summer preparations. The malaise of anxiety was reflected in Parliament, which met on 16th October. The government was strongly criticized both by the extreme socialist and the patriotic opposition, chiefly on the ground of domestic mismanagement. Vasselli was too old and had no policy, and when he was confronted with the difficulty, merely created a new minister. Such was the burden of a complaint not unfamiliar also in Britain and France. Nitti, the Neapolitan professor, spoke on the 21st, and while trenchant in his criticism, defended Orlando and appealed eloquently for national unity. On the 23rd, Orlando made a speech which established his parliamentary position and made certain his succession to the premiership. While strongly for the war, his respect for Parliament and his devotion to the liberty of the individual made him acceptable to the Geolitians and the neutralists. Sannino spoke on the 25th and dealt vigorously with pacifism, and notably with the Vatican peace note. On the 26th, the Boselli government fell with general consent. It had been too much of a party compromise and not enough of an efficient machine. Yet it did not so much fall as reform itself, the chief figures remaining in different posts. Since it's such a crisis, the country could not suffer any proved talent to be out of office. For on the 24th that had happened, which had made the Osservatore Romano to lie down with the idea of Nazionale, and it called every true son of Italy to the defense of her crumbling frontiers. The Italian lines on the middle Isonzo dropped from the Benzizza to the right bank north of Oza, and continued on that shore to a point north of Tolmino. There they crossed, ran along the crest of Monte Nero, covering Caporetto, and recrossed where the Isonzo bent sharply eastward south of Plezzo. Thence on the right bank they ran to the west of the high peak of Monte Rombon. North of Rombon lay the Austrian 10th Army under Kropotin. South lay Otto von Bülow, whose force was disposed in 4 groups of assault. Krause's group, mainly Austro-Hungarian, from Monte Rombon to Monte Nero, Stein's to Tolmino, Perez to the Idria, and Scotti's thence to Lom. The Caporetto section was a large bridgehead on the left bank of the river, held by the Italians to guard the road and railway approaches to the valley of the Natisoni, which led to Cividali and Udine, and the Friulian plain. The place was peculiarly vulnerable, for it could be attacked either from Plezzo or Tolmino, from up or from down the Isonzo, and the lines on Monte Nero were too remote to protect the deep valley below. For several days the enemy guns had been firing ranging shots, and on the night of the 23rd a heavy bombardment, principally with gas shells, had broken out on the 25-mile front between Monte Rombon and Oza. Cardona was now apprised of what was coming, and his morning communique of the 24th was a warning to his countrymen. The enemy, it ran, with the help of German troops and military units of all kinds, has completed a very heavy concentration against our front. The enemy offensive finds us firm and prepared. Capello, commanding the Second Army, had been on sick leave from the 19th to the 22nd. Dawn broke on the 24th in thick mist and driving rain, which on the higher hills changed to snow. For a little, the guns ceased on both sides, and then in the early forenoon the Austrian bombardment opened violently on the chosen sector. It was the weather which Bülow desired, for it gave him the chance of surprise. The infantry were hurled against the whole front from Rombon to the south end of the Benzizza. On the left and the right the line held, but in the center from Saga to Oza, the first Italian position was carried, and in the afternoon the enemy was across the river attacking the reserve lines. It was now clear that there were 3 main threats, one from Plezzo up the glen toward Monte Maggiore, at the mouth of which lay the village of Saga, one from his bridgehead at Tolmino against Monte Globocac, and the upper streams of the Giudriera, and one aimed at Caporetto and Monte Maggiore and Staricella Pass, leading to the valley of the Natisoni. By the evening the enemy was on the slopes west of the Isonzo. The Austrian attack at Saga was gallantly held, and the progress westward from the Tolmino bridgehead was stubbornly resisted. But it was otherwise at Caporetto. The attack from Tolmino turned up the valley and joined the pressure downstream from the direction of Saga, so that the 4th Corps was taken in reverse. There Bülow's German 12th Division was in action, and there too were found treachery and folly in the Italian ranks. There were strange tales of men running out with white flags to greet their Teuton comrades, and being shot down or made prisoners. There were tales of troops in reserve who refused to advance. The comradeship which the unhappy recreants found was an imprisonment which for 9 out of 10 was to mean death by starvation. Treason in this case was most grimly punished. All through the 25th, the struggle went on, and on the morning of the 26th, the Italian line from Montemaggiore to Ozza was back on or behind the frontier crest. The Benzizza plateau had been lost. It had taken 20 days of hard fighting to capture it, and in 12 hours it had gone. Cadorno had moved his headquarters from Udine to Padua, and the great Devico. There were many superb feats of heroism, such as that of the Alpini on Monte Nero, who held out for several days and died almost to a man, and the troops on Monte Globacoc, who defended successfully the gate of the Giudrio till it had ceased to matter. But the true corps in the Caporetto section had melted away, and through the breach, Bilo was pouring his men over Monte Montagiur. So complete had been the breakdown that from summit fell at 7 a.m. on the morning of the 25th, 23 hours after the attack began. On the 27th, the avalanche increased its speed. There was no question now of holding the frontier ridge. The only hope was the Tagliamento, the Piave, or it might be the Adige. Already over 60,000 prisoners had been lost, and some hundreds of guns. That day saw the end of the defense of the Maggiore-Montagiur Ridge. Next day, the 28th, Cadorno's grave communique brought home the truth to the Italian people. It was censored before publication, for as he wrote it originally, he did not speak of insufficient resistance, but of naked treason. The crisis was such as the war had scarcely shown, a calamity sudden, unlooked for, and overwhelming. On that day, the 28th, Bilo debouched from the Natisone Valley on the Frulian plain. The burning ruins of Cividale were in his hands, and Udine was at his mercy. The Second Army, weary with the autumn offensive, weakened with discontent and treason and shattered by the impact of the new tactics, had become a fugitive rabble. That day, and not an hour too soon, the Third Army on the Carso began its desperate task of retreat. That evening the Austrians re-entered Gorizia. Such was the rout of Caporetto, the greatest disaster suffered in such short a time by any combatant in the campaign. The responsibility for it must rest mainly with Cadorno and High Command. The responsibility both for the actual break between Saga and Tolmino, and for the later Di Grinolada, which brought the enemy to the Piave. The Second Army had been heavily tried in the recent fighting, and was a force which in its then condition was capable of a normal winter defensive, but no more. Cadorno had given up all thought of a further advance that autumn, but he had already brought up his batteries for it, and his guns were dangerously far forward for defense. He realized early in October that an enemy offensive was coming, and coming almost certainly in the Rombom-Tolmino sector, and he hesitated whether to meet it by a retreat or to hold his existing front. He finally decided for the latter, but took no steps to ensure that the front would stand, though that piece of line was obviously the most precariously sited in his whole Isonzo area. These facts reveal a strange confusion and improvidence. The endangered front was held by 2 weak corps, into which the malcontents of Turin had been drafted, and this at a time when pacifism was in the air, and every intelligent field officer was pointing out its insidious growth among the troops. There was no real reserve. There was no liaison between the Fourth Corps and the troops on its left and right. Behind them, the old Frulian defense system had been discarded, and the forts in the Tagliamento dismantled. But there were 12 prepared alternate lines between the Isonzo and Udine, good lines which might have been held had the problem of retirement ever been worked out by Cadorno and his staff, and proper instructions issued to the subordinate commands. There were other and graver derelictions. The commander-in-chief's methods were too often like a bad copy of Prussianism. No effort had been made to counteract the inevitable war weariness, to relieve the intolerable tedium of trench life, or to improve the inadequate ration scale. The Italian High Command were fully informed both as to the impaired morale of some of the troops and the weariness of all, and as to the intentions of the enemy, but either in their isolation they did not realize the gravity of the news, or in their supineness they were too slow to take the necessary measures. Some incident like Caporetto was inevitable sooner or later in an army which was constituted like the Italian and had endured so fierce an ordeal. That the breach was not repaired but spread into a general dissolution was due in some degree to the merits of the new German tactics, in some degree to unavoidable misfortune, like the weather, but mainly to the lethargy and blindness of the High Command. The situation was the gravest that Italy had met since she entered the war, the gravest save for the tremendous days of the Marne and the crisis of First Ypres, which the Allies had yet witnessed in the West. Capello's command had been broken in pieces and was no longer an army. Streaming back in wild disorder to the Friulian plain, it uncovered the Duke of Aosta's flank and seemed to imprison him between the invaders and the Adriatic. The suspicion that treachery had in some degree contributed to the disaster was like to make the retreat more difficult, but such news spreads like a fever among troops and saps their resolution. The huge salient had broken at the apex, and every mile of retirement on the east meant a complex withdrawal on the north. Upon forces wearied with the long campaign descended in a black accumulation every element of peril which had threatened Italy since she first drew the sword. The spirit of the nation rose gallantly to the call of danger. The grim communique of the 28th brought down many a politician's castle of cards. On the 27th October, the king had arrived in Rome, and on 1st November the new ministry was announced, with Orlando as premier, Sonnino at the Foreign Office, the young Neapolitan Detti at the Treasury, and Alfieri as Minister of War. More important than cabinet changes was the unanimity of the people. Almost all, sections of the nation and the press faced the crisis with a splendid fortitude. Party quarrels were forgotten. There was little recrimination of past blunders, and the resolution of a united Italy was braced to meet the storm. Only a few extremists, to whom the disaster was not unwelcome, stood aloof, and their organ, the Avanti, continued to preach the arid follies of the class war. The strain was increased by ignorance as to what forces were sweeping down on the northern plain from the Isonzo hills. Rumors spoke of 20, 30, 40 German divisions under Mackensen marching through the gap, and the legend grew with every lip that uttered it. Even the high command was in perplexity, and put the enemy at a far higher figure than the facts warranted. Otto von Bülow had only 6 German divisions, and could not hope for reinforcements yet awhile. It was Italy's salvation that the enemy was as much surprised as herself. He had made an experiment, which he hoped would return to Austria her old western boundaries. It had, in fact, opened the way to Milan, but he was not prepared for such a miracle of fortune. Had he been ready to strike from the Trentino against the Italian First Army, and from Carni against the Fourth, while Bülow and Borovich pressed in the second and third, he might have annihilated the military power of Italy. Broken at the point of her salient, she could not in these terrible days have resisted even a moderate offensive on her northern flank, and the line of the Adige might have been turned before Cardona's rearguards reached the Tagliamento. But Ludendorff had not made the plan for so wholesale a conquest. That came later, but when it came, the golden opportunity had gone. On Saturday, 27th October, Bülow was in Cividale. The Third Army, after a fine rearguard action in the Valloni, had retired from the Carso, and Borovich was in Gorizia. Next day, Bülow was on the edge of Udine, the little city with its cathedral-crowned height and its narrow, arcaded streets, with mounts guard over the Friulian plain. The gravest problem was the position of the Third Army. When it began to fall back from the Carso, it was no nearer the Tagliamento than the spearhead of the enemy, and the Tagliamento was the first halting place for Cardona's retreat. The Second Army had gone, and by Sunday, the enemy had 100,000 prisoners from it and 700 of its guns. For a moment it seemed certain that the Duke of Aosta would share the fate of Capello. 1,000,000 of men were retreating along the western highways, encumbered with batteries and hospitals and transport, while by every choked route peasants and townsmen fled for refuge from the Austrian cavalry. Units lost discipline, orders miscarried, roads were blocked for hours, and all the while, down from the north came the menace of Bilo, swooping southward to cut off all retreat. There had been nothing like it before in the campaign, not even in the Russian debacle of 1915. But then there had been great open spaces to move in. In the gut of Frulia, between the foothills and the sea, a mass of humanity was struggling westward. Soldiers and civilians mingled inextricably. There could be no attempt at traffic control, but it was tacitly understood that no one moved for half the night, while horses and drivers slept. Here and there was blind panic. Here and there troops, mostly young recruits, made bitter jibes about Trieste and thanked God for the end of the war. But the majority toiled steadily and silently. Under leaden skies and pouring rain they pressed feverishly on, for it was a race against time, if they were not to find the Tagliamento held by the enemy. And from the country they were leaving, now lit up with the glow of bursting shells and blazing villages, came horrible tales of rapine and outrage by the Austrian vanguards. If ever panic was to be forgiven, it was on those nightmare miles where troops were set a task too high for human valor. End of chapter 86, part 1. Section 6 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 86, Caporetto and the Piave. October 16, 1917 to January 28, 1918. Part 2. But to its eternal glory, the Third Army did not fail. With heavy losses and by the narrowest margin, it won the race. There were two roads of retreat, each attended by a railway. That from Udine to Pordenone, which crosses the Tagliamento by the long bridge of Catarubbo, first built by Napoleon, and that from Monfalco to Portoguaro, with the bridge at La Cizzana. There were many by-roads and lesser bridges, but these were the only highways for heavy traffic. For 3 days, from 28th October to 30th October, a curtain of darkness seemed to descend on the Italian stage. There were no claims from the enemy, no clear news from Cortona. On the 28th, the Austrians were in Kamenz. On the 29th, the Germans were in Udine. On the 30th, remnants of the Second Army were crossing the river at Cartroppo, and a kind of defensive flank had been established facing north to cover the vital crossing of La Tasana. Next day, the bulk of the Third Army crossed, sacrificing its rear divisions and 500 guns. And on the first day of November, the Duke of Aosta was in position on the western bank, with the river roaring in flood between him and his pursuers. For a moment there was a pause, while the enemy, who had outstripped his heavy batteries, waited on their arrival. The race had been won, but it was a shattered remnant of Cortona's armies, which drew breath after their week of torment. The enemy claimed 200,000 prisoners and 1,800 guns, and his claim was not far from the truth. He seemed on the eve of decisive victory. The Third Army's retreat was one of those performances in war which succeed against crazy odds and which consequently we call inexplicable. It made an Italian stand possible and deprived the enemy of the crowning triumph which he almost held in his hands. Only disorganization of Borovich's army, which had no speed or method in its pursuit, permitted the Duke of Aosta to snatch safety out of apparently certain disaster. How desperate was the struggle may be judged from what we know of the retirement of the naval batteries on the coast flank. There were such batteries at Malconfoni, at Punta Sadoba, and at the point of Grata. And when, on the 28th, the Third Army's retirement began, there seemed nothing to prevent the Austrian fleet from issuing from Pola and landing on the Venetian shore in rear of the retreat. Only light naval forces watched the coast, and the main Allied navy was at Toronto, 600 miles away. The rain fell in sheets, and a wind from these drove the tide up so that the canals overflowed and flooded the marshes. After 36 hours of heavy toil, the guns were got out of Malfalcone, but not before the rearguard of Italian Marines was exchanging rifle shots with the Austrian van. The guns were dragged through the swamps or placed on rafts and poled through the shallows amid the rising storm. Grotto was reached and presently evacuated, and with the enemy pressing on their heels, the Marines succeeded in making their way through the labyrinth of the coastal lagoons till they reached the Piave mouth and became the pillar of the right wing of the new front. But the greatest glory of all was won by the cavalry. Troops like the Novara Lancers and the Genoa Dragoons, some of the finest horsemen in Europe, who again and again charged the enemy and sacrificed themselves with cheerfulness, that the retreat might win half an hour's respite. Said one colonel to his officers, "The canaille have betrayed our country's honor. Now we, the gentlemen of Italy, will save it, and wheeled his squadrons into the jaws of death." The Tagliamento was clearly no line to abide on. It was less a river than a torrent, in seasons of flood a mile wide, but for most of the year a tangle of shallow channels flowing among wastes of pebbles. The bed of the stream, silted up with gravel brought down from the hills, was a score of feet above the level of the surrounding country. At the moment was in flood, but by 1st November the rain had stopped and the stream was falling, so it opposed but a slender obstacle to the enemy. Moreover, it could be easily turned on the north, and in the main railway through the Ponte Teba, past the Austrians had the means to their hand for such an operation. Cadorna could halt for a day or two to reform, but he dare not linger. If the Tagliamento were given up, there was no good line till the Adige was reached, some 60 miles to the west. But to retire to the Adige would be to uncover Venice. The importance of that famous city was more than sentimental. It was the key to the Adriatic, the key to the whole of Italy's defense. With Venice in the enemy's hands, the Italian warships would have been compelled to fall back 400 or 500 miles to a base at Brindisi. Austria would have controlled the northern Adriatic, and her fleet could no longer be shut up in Pola and inside the Dalmatian islands. She would be able to send her submarines in large numbers out into the Mediterranean and dislocate the Allied Navy commerce with the East. She would have a free hand to harry the coasts of Italy. With Venice gone, Italy's right flank was unprotected, for in truth her front did not stop short with the shoreline. The Adige was therefore out of the question, and by hook or by crook, a halting place must be found which kept Venice inside her country's battle line. To this problem there could be only one answer. The stand must be on the Piave. It was not a front which a general would select had he any choice. The river rises among the fantastic Dolomite peaks and flows south in a narrow mountain vale till at Belluno it turns to the southwest and emerges from the hills. In the 40 miles of its mountain course, it is no serious obstacle to any enemy. At Belluno it has become a considerable stream, and after a wide bend through a leaf-shaped hollow towards Feltre, the foothills close in on it at the pass of Garo. It has now something of the character of the Tagliamento, a broad bed where many branches strain through gravel, between embankments to keep the floods from the lower levels of the surrounding country. It then bends to the southeast, past the bridge of Vidor, where Napoleon and Messina crossed in 1797, and flows through the gap between the Asolo Hills and the wooded Montello. From Novessa for the remaining 25 miles to the sea it is a better defense, short, straight, and protected by the Montello on one flank, and the sea marshes on the other. The Piave is a strong line only towards its mouth, a weak and difficult line in the center, and no line at all in its upper glens. Footnote: once before in history, Austria had invaded Italy by way of Caporetto. This was in 1809, when the French under Eugene Bolinaris were forced by the Archduke Johann as far west as the Adige, though Napoleon hoped that they would stand on the Piave. The latter's success at Ekmol relieved the situation and sent the Archduke back over the frontier. Napoleon's correspondence of 1808 and 1809 contains appreciations of the strategic value of Caporetto, the Tagliamento, the Lavenzo, and the Piave, drawn from his recollections of the campaign of 1797. End of footnote. Carnia and Cadore must be relinquished, and the Fourth Army brought back from those peaks and gorges, which it had won with such boldness and resolution through 2 arduous years, to hold the front from the Montella by the Massif of Monte Grappa, and across the Val Sugano to link up with the First Army in its old position on the Asiago Plateau. While therefore the Duke of Aosta was struggling westward from the Tagliamento, de Roubillon had fallen back from Cadore and was moving with all haste towards the Middle Piave. On Saturday, 3rd November, the German and the Hungarian division from Bilow's army forced the passage of the Tagliamento at Pinzano, where the river leaves the foothills, thereby cutting off the Italian troops and guns on the line between Telmezzo and Genoma. Cardona still held onto the middle and lower river, and on the 4th repulsed an enemy attempt to cross near San Vito. But Bilow's vanguards were already moving west along the edge of the hills, and on Tuesday, the 7th, the Tagliamento line was abandoned. The next stage was the Lavenza, the old Liquenzia, a deep pellucid stream but too narrow to retard the enemy. The pursuit was close and persistent, and already on the 6th the enemy cavalry were in action at Sacchilla, where the Treviso-Udine Railway crosses the upper Lavenza. The Italian line was now bent back heavily on its left, and while the main force was still on the Lavenza, the left wing was back on the upper Montecano, which enters the Lavenza and Monta. The Monta crossing was held long enough to get the guns of the center away, and on the 8th the Lavenza was abandoned. By the 10th, Cardona was everywhere back on the Piave, and the retreat had ended. It had been conducted wholly by Italian troops, and the credit was Italy's alone. But the first news of the break at Caporetto had brought her allies to her aid. On 26 October, the French and British governments agreed to reinforce Italy, each with 5 divisions from the Western Front. On the 30th, the British chief of the Imperial General Staff was at Treviso with Cadorna. Before the end of October, French divisions were crossing the frontier, and a French force, the 12th Corps, under General Fayolle, was preparing to take its place on the Italian front. A British contingent, the 14th Corps under Sir Herbert Plumer, the commander of the Second Army, had come into being by 10th November. In the first days of November, Mr. Lloyd George left London for Italy with General Smuts, Sir William Robertson, and Sir Henry Wilson. They were joined in Paris by the Premier, Mr. Panlevy, who on 12 September had succeeded Monsieur Ribon and General Foch, and on Monday, 5th November, at the village of Rapallo, 16 miles from Genoa, they met Orlando, Sonnino, and Alfieri. That conference was one of the most fruitful of the war. Out of it sprang the Allied Council at Versailles, which we shall consider later, and indeed, the whole movement for a unified Western command. It settled the assistance which France and Britain were to give to their hard-pressed neighbor, and it resulted in vital changes in the Italian High Command. Cadorna was transferred to Versailles, and his place as commander-in-chief taken by the Neapolitan General Diaz, who had led with brilliant success the 23rd Corps in the Carso battles. General Badoglio became his chief of the general staff. But the Allied reinforcements could not come into line at once. though the certainty of then simplified the problem and eased the mind of Italy as to her reserves in the defense of the Piave for some weeks must be maintained by her alone. It was still uncertain whether the line was a possible one, and it was at first arranged that the British and French should take up ground on the hills north and south of Vicenza, in case it should be necessary to retire behind the Brenta. That the notion of any such retirement was presently given up was due partly to the sound strategical wisdom and resolution of General Plumer, and largely to the spirit of Orlando's ministry, who refused to contemplate a withdrawal to the Adige or the Mincio, which would have involved the surrender of some of the most famous of Italian cities. The critical point on the Piave was the Montello height, which was, so to speak, a hinge between the northern front facing the hills and the river front covering Venice. If the Montello went, the bridge which carried the Treviso-Udine railway would go, and so would the crossing of the Vito Gap to the north. But on the whole front, the most crucial point was the mass of Monte Grappo, between the Piave and the Brenta. If it were carried, the enemy could debouch from the Brenta Valley and turn the flank of the Piave defense. It was the threat from the north which occupied the mind of the new commander-in-chief, for the most gallant stand on the river line would be futile if the enemy broke down to the northern hills, to the low country around Bassano. He had already begun to move in this direction. On 9th November, when the last of the Duke of Aosta's rearguards were fording the Piave, and when de Robiland's Fourth Army was hastening through Bologna, pressure began in the Val Sagano and on the Asiago Plateau, and the remains of the village of Asiago fell once again into Austrian hands. On the 11th, de Robiland was in position from the Montello to the Brenta, and the Austrians, pushing down the upper Piave, past Feltre, had linked hands with their troops in the Val Sagana. The rain had begun again, and the soldiers on the Piave, looking northward, saw the high hills white with snow. It was a spectacle to cheer the soul of the high command, for it lessened the risk of that breakout from the mountains which was their worst peril. The forces were now set for the culminating struggle. Pecori, Giraldi's first army facing Schulenstuhl's Austrian 11th Army on the Asiago Plateau, de Robiland's 4th Army facing Grobertin's Austrian 10th Army, and Pardo Bilo's 14th Army from the Brenta to the Montello, the Duke of Aosta from the Montello to the sea, opposed by Bilo and Borovich. Clearly, de Robiland had far too long a front for a single army, and to hold its boys of 17 and 18 were brought up from the depots and the garrisons, often after only a month's training. In the moment of their country's agony, they flung themselves into the desperate breach, with a rhetoric which the greatness of the occasion justified and ennobled. The Nuncio summoned these young levies of Italy to defend the Piave as the last bulwark of their land. Are there in Italy other living rivers? I will not think of them. Soldiers of the countryside, soldiers of the city, men of every kind, Italians from every province, forget all else for the moment and remember only that this water is for us, the water of life, regenerative like that of baptism. Is there a torrent within hearing of your home? It is of this water. Is your farm bordered by a rivulet? It is of this water. Is there in your marketplace a fountain playing? It is of this water. It runs beside the walls and past the doors, and through the streets of all the cities of Italy. It runs past the threshold of all our dwellings. It safeguards from the destroyer all our altars and all our hearths. Only with this water shall you quench the thirst of your women folk, your sons, your old people. Feeling it, they must perish, and their end must be desolation. Do you understand? This river, which figures as a hero in the legends of Venice, which today stands heroic in the veneration of all Italians, this Piave, this river is the vital vein of our existence, the deep artery of the blood of our land. If it is pierced, our hearts must cease to beat. It was not till 4th December that Plumer and Faioli took over the Montello section facing Below, and so permitted de Robilon to concentrate on the Grappa. The points of danger, as we have seen, were the northern flank between Asiago and the Piave, and the gate of the Montello, but from some cause or other the enemy did not concentrate all his efforts there. The lure of Venice made him strike also direct against the lower Piave, where the Italian defenses were by nature the strongest. One reason for this may be found in the character of his communications. In the plains they were excellent, but in the hills he had but the one railway down the upper Adige Valley, and the roads he had built for the 1916 attack were now deep in snow. Nevertheless, the attempt offered superb strategic prospects. The wall of the Alps above the plain of Passano is cut clean as with a knife. It runs in a scarp at an average height of some 5,000 feet, broken only by the trough of the Brenta. Behind it rises a second tier, which, west of the Brenta, forms the rim of the Asiago Plateau. To understand the position, it is necessary to keep this formation in mind. The Italian front occupied the edge of the second tier east and west of the Brenta, with the Grappa Massif and Monte Tombo well inside their lines. If the enemy could force his way to the edge of the first tier, he commanded the plains and had turned the Piave. On the night of Sunday, 11th November, the Austrians attacked Monte Lagano, northeast of Asiago, but were held by the Alpini. Next day, after a heavy barrage, Borovich's forces succeeded in crossing the Piave at the Zenzen Bend, 18 miles from the sea, the first bridgehead on the western bank secured by the enemy. On the 13th, Lugano had fallen, and the fighting was at Monte Sesamo, a peak east of Asiago, on the very edge of the second tier. That day, too, no less than 4 attempts were made to cross the lower Piave at Caro, Ferni, St. Donna, and Intestestora, while Hungarian battalions crossed the canalized stream at Crossalero and made their way through the marshes to the old channel, the Vecchia Piave. On Wednesday, the 14th, the Italian left was firm on the edge of the second tier, across the peak of Castel Gomberto to Sismon in the Brenta Valley, but east it was forced by the loss of Monte Tomatico to descend to the first tier just above the Piave. Next day, the pressure in the hills became stronger, and Sismon was lost. On Friday the 16th, Borovich made a vigorous attempt to cross the Piave. He tried at 2 points, Foligno and Fogara, north of where the Treviso line crossed the river at the Ponte di Piave, failing conspicuously at the first, but winning a bridgehead at the second. That same day, the Austrians had a success in the hills, carrying Monte Passalon, east of the Brenta. They had greatly strengthened their troops in this area, and on Sunday, the 18th, had won Caro on the Piave and forced part of the Italian front off the second tier of upland onto the first. It was now on Monte Tombo, on the very edge of the plains. The position was that on the lower Piave the enemy held 2 bridgeheads, but had not elbow room to develop them, while in the hills he was held on the second tier west of the Brenta, but had fought his way to the frontier at one point, between that stream and the Piave. For the moment, this little section of 12 miles was the critical part of the battle. The rest of November saw a desperate struggle from Asiago to the Piave, especially in the Monte Grappa at Corda. Elsewhere little happened, but the natural difficulty of the lower Piave line, the stout resistance of the Italian marines in the marshes, and the constant shelling from monitors off the coast made a crossing in force a forlorn enterprise for the enemy. But it was otherwise in the mountains, where, in spite of the snow, he made a resolute effort to reach the last rim of upland, which would give him a decisive success. The struggle was carried on mainly by Austrian mountain troops and Hungarian divisions, and Below's Germans played small part in it. Blow after blow was delivered, alternately east and west of the Brenta, blows which were gallantly parried, though the weary Italian lines had slowly to give ground. In the first week of December it was clear that a great effort was maturing on the Asiago Plateau, where, against a front of less than 12 miles, some 2,000 guns of all calibers were concentrated. The attack was launched after a furious bombardment on 5th December. Two Austrian forces moving from the northwest and the northeast against the salient at Asiago, which had its apex at Castel Gomberto. It succeeded in driving Piccolo Giraldo altogether off the second tier of hills, back to the first tier, but he still held Valstagna in the Brenta Valley and all but the top of the little Val Vernzella, which descends to it from the west. The enemy claimed 15,000 prisoners, for gallant companies of Alpini had held out on the lower peaks of Castel Gomberto and Sissamol long after the line had retired. A week later, after a still greater massing of artillery, Kropotkin attacked between the Brenta and the Piave. His aim was to win the debouchement of the Brenta Valley by carrying the hills on the eastern side, and especially the passes of Caprilli and Beretta, and the peak called Assoloni, south of the latter. He struck on the 12th, and for 3 days the battle lasted, but by Saturday the 15th, he had achieved little beyond reaching the summit of the Caprilli Pass. This did, indeed, give him a certain advantage by facilitating his movements of troops in the Brenta Valley. On the 18th, he succeeded in securing most of Monte Assoloni, and farther east he held the lower of the two summits of Monte Tomba. This gave him positions outflanking Monte Grappa, and the possession of Assoloni further endangered Vestagna on the Brenta. He was endeavoring to advance down the Val Sagano by taking forward steps alternately on each side of it. On 22nd December, the Italians counterattacked at Monte Assoloni and recovered all its south slopes. On the 23rd, they had to face another dangerous thrust south of Asiago, to the left of the Francella Glen, where the enemy took Monte di Bella, the Col del Rosso, and Monte Malago, which brought him nearer to the rim of the heights. A counterattack recovered the last point, but on Christmas Day the position was still anxious. On both sides of the Brenta, the enemy was getting terribly near the plains. Before the close of the year, however, the situation was eased. The French left had been moved west of the Piave to assist de Robelant in the Grappa region, and on 30th December, supported by British batteries, it attacked the eastern shoulder of Monte Tombo and won it, together with over 1,000 prisoners. With the new year, the prospect steadily brightened. The wild weather in the hills handicapped the enemy effort, and gradually the German divisions were removed, since, in the view of Ludendorff, a decision could no longer be hoped for, and he had need of them elsewhere. The long front of the Piave was quiet, with a swollen stream running at a speed of 16 miles an hour before it. In the British section, there were many adventurous raids, and in the first days of January 1918, the Duke of Aosta cleared the Austrians from the bridgehead at Sensen. On 14th January, de Robelant made a successful attack on Monte Assoloni, and before the end of the month, Plumer extended his right so as to ease the Third Army in its task. On 28th January, Peccari Giraldi attacked the Col del Rosso and Monte di Valbella and took 2,500 prisoners. With this episode, the campaign, which began at Caporetto, may be said to have reached its close. It had taken heavy toll of Italy's strength, but it had failed to show that decisive victory which for some weeks had seemed inevitable. The German High Command had turned its mind from Austria and her troubles to a greater plan in a more vital field, and Conrad von Hötzendorf and Borovich were left once more to their own devices. The retreat to the Piave had various direct and calculable results. It shook to its foundations Italy's military strength, and deprived her in a single month of some 800,000 effectives and great stocks of war material, which could with difficulty be replaced. Footnote: the official estimate was, in round figures, 10,000 dead, 30,000 wounded, 265,000 prisoners, 350,000 missing and deserters, and 150,000 sick. End of footnote. It gave famished Austria certain immediate supplies from the conquered lands, and fanned once again into modest flame her flickering belligerent zeal. It proved to the German High Command the merit of their new tactics, and encouraged them to try them in a greater venture. All these were solid assets for the Central Powers. Yet in a real sense, the disaster brought more gain than loss to the Allies. It welded Italy into a closer union, and roused that ancient and untamable spirit which was one of her legacies from Rome. It compelled reforms at her commands, and it forced her government to give its attention to the civil front, which had been weakened from neglect and treason. The splendid work of the American Red Cross, which began after Caporetto, was a practical proof of Allied goodwill, and did much to ease the lot of the soldiers' families, while the spectacle of French and British divisions on the Piave brought home for the first time to many Italians the magnitude of the alliance in which they were joined. More, her sudden success laid bare the true hearts of Germany, and compelled all but the grossest self-deceivers amongst the Allies to realize the hollowness of the alleged German conversion to democracy, discredited what was left of Kuhlmann's peace atmosphere, and forced a recognition of the fundamental conflict of creeds between the antagonists, a recognition which the events of the next 6 months were to put beyond the sphere of doubt. Most of all, Caporetto and its sequel brought to an end the old isolation of each Western ally. The problem, both military and economic, was now seen to be single and indivisible, and though months were to elapse before the machinery was perfected, and a yet bitterer lesson in the fruits of disunion was to be learned, it is from the conference of Rapallo that we can date the true change of heart. Thenceforward, in theory at any rate, there was but one front between the North Sea and the Adriatic, a single exchequer and a single granary. End of Chapter 86, Part 2.
Section 7 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 87, The Mesopotamian Situation and the Fall of Jerusalem, April to December 11, 1917. Part 1. At the close of April 1917, the Turkish 13th and 18th Corps had been driven back on divergent lines. The position at Baghdad was secure, and the growing heats of a Mesopotamian summer brought campaigning for the time being to an end. Leaving sufficient troops to guard the positions won, Sir Stanley Maude withdrew the bulk of his forces into reserve, distributing them in camps along the Tigris banks, where they might have the benefit of the occasional river breezes. The health of the army was excellent. Supplies and transport had been brought to a high pitch of perfection. It was possible to arrange for extensive leave to India, and the 4 months in action was employed in resting and reorganizing the men who had fought the Baghdad campaign and in making plans for the autumn. As the weeks passed, it became probable that the advent of the cooler weather might bring with it a serious enemy offensive. The demoralization of Russia was affecting the whole Eastern Front. Much of it was already fluid, and Russia's weakness in Transcaucasia meant the opening of the gate for Turk and German into Central Asia and the fanning of the flames of disorder through the length and breadth of Persia. Moreover, it appeared that Germany was not minded to let Mesopotamia slip from the control of the Central Powers. Falkenhayn was at Aleppo forming the new Yildirim Army Group, and his first object was the recovery of Baghdad. The brilliance of his recent successes did not conceal from Sir Stanley Maude the fact that his strategical position was not an easy one. He was nearly 700 miles up the Tigris from the sea. On his right flank he had the uncertain factor of Persia. In front, an entrenched enemy drawing reinforcements from Mosul by the Tigris Valley. and on his left the Euphrates Valley, with its caravan route to Aleppo. Happily, the jealous desert circumscribed the area of conflict, and therefore the area of surprise. But in view of the unplumbed possibilities of disaster inherent in the Russian situation, it behooved the British commander to set his house most warily in order. The summer was not without its minor incidents. Early in June, Baratov found that his Russian contingent on the Diala could not endure the heat of that sandy triangle, and fell back over the passes beyond Karid towards Kermanshah. This event forced Maud to reoccupy Belarus on the canal which enters the Diala at Mansuria. More important was the position on the Euphrates, where, after our occupation of Fallujah on 19th March, the Turkish garrison had retired 25 miles upstream to Ramadi. The town lies on the right shore of the river, and the Turkish commander, Ahmed Bey, occupied an entrenched position, covering it on the east and southeast with a force of something over 1,000 Turkish bayonets and 2,000 Arab tribesmen. Our position at Fallujah was not a happy one, for the advance to Samarra on the Tigris meant that our center had been pushed forward far in advance of our flanks. It was accordingly decided to bring up our left wing, and with this object, on 8th July, we occupied the high ground known as Sin el Zaban, on the left bank of the Euphrates, some 12 miles beyond Fallujah, where the Saklawi Canal, coming from the Akar Kuf Lake at Baghdad, enters the river. There, on the 10th, the column assembled for the attack on Ramadi. The Turks were unprepared, and they left unoccupied the high ground of Mushaid, 4 miles east of Ramadi, which was the true key of its defense. By 4 a.m. on the 11th, our column was in touch with the enemy, and by 8:15 that morning had driven in his advanced posts. But the main attack could not be delivered. A blinding dust storm sprang up, observation became impossible, and that night the British withdrew to Mushaid, where there was little shelter. Next day it was clear that an abnormal heat wave was beginning, and the column waited only long enough to make certain that Ahmed Bey did not meditate a retreat before falling back to Sin el Zaban on the 14th. A mob of Arab tribesmen who ventured to follow was severely cut up by our light armored motor batteries. In August there was another small operation. Our line had been drawn up on the Diala, and the retreat of Baratov had emboldened the enemy. He was pressing southwest of Shah Raban, which we no longer held, and it became necessary to check him by reoccupying the place. On the night of the 18th, the column moved from Bakuba up the Great Persian Road, and another from Belarus along the canal. On the 20th, Shah Raban was taken with little opposition, the enemy retiring to his old fastness of the Jebel Hamrin. With September came cooler weather, and plans were matured for the attack on Ramadi. Ahmed Bey had now been considerably reinforced, and he no longer neglected the Mushaid Ridge, which runs north and south on the right bank of the Euphrates, some 60 feet above the plain. It was a strong position, for its right was protected by the Habanaya Lake, a large brackish pan which British engineers, working there in 1914, had designed as a storage reservoir for the flood water of the river. 3 miles behind the Mushaid Heights lay the Turkish main position, running in a semicircle around Ramadi, first along the eastern bank of the canal between the Euphrates and the Habanaya Lake, and then along some sandy downs to the Azizaya Canal, which leaves the river a mile west of Ramadi. Sir Stanley Maud's plan was to turn the southern end of the Mushaid Ridge, cross the Habanaya Canal, and make his principal assault upon Ramadi from the south, while his cavalry, moving west of the Azizaya Canal, flung themselves across the Aleppo road and blocked the Turkish communications with it. He so distributed his troops as to suggest that his main attack would be upon the enemy's left on the Euphrates, and for this purpose he had the river bridged at Mahdi and a road made up the left bank. The British starting point was Mahdi, some 8 miles from the Turkish outposts. At 6 o'clock on the evening of 27th September, 2 infantry columns and a cavalry force moved out for 5 miles, and the infantry during the night advanced a further 2 miles, while a detachment skirted the northern shore of the Habanaya Lake and succeeded in turning the southern flank of the Mushaid Ridge. At dawn, the enemy, seeing what had happened, evacuated Mushaid, which he shelled heavily in the belief that the British had occupied it. Maud, however, was moving south of the ridge, and at 7 a.m. dispatched the cavalry in a wide sweeping movement to the south and west. They crossed the Habanaya Canal, kept well south of Ramadi, crossed the Azazaya Canal, and were presently to the west of the town astride the Aleppo road. The British were now in position, and their left attacked the Turkish southern front, which held a low pebbly ridge some 17 feet above the plain. The enemy was driven off the ridge after hard fighting, but at the same time the right column, which had been passed in rear of the left column, was securing ground on the Azazaya Ridge, southwest of the town. The position at nightfall was that the enemy was hemmed in on all sides except on the north, where ran the Euphrates. But over the Euphrates he had no bridge. His only chance was to break through by a counterattack before the net was drawn tight. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 29th, Ahmed Bey made his effort to escape. He tried the cavalry screen on the west. The fight lasted till dawn, but the Turks never got within 50 yards of the cavalry trenches. At 6:15 a.m., the British infantry attacked again on the south and southeast and drove the enemy from the ridge. The 39th Garwalis at 7:30 had seized the bridge where the Aleppo road crosses the Azazaya Canal, and about the same hour the 90th Punjabis entered Ramadi. The cavalry on the west, expecting another attack, saw Turkish masses approaching, and to their amazement observed white flags fluttering in their ranks. By 11 a.m. the whole army force had surrendered, including the commander Ahmed Bey, who had been fighting on the Euphrates since the start of the campaign. Ramadi was a perfect example of an encircling operation carried out with dash and precision. It was the only important action on the Euphrates since Nasiriyah in July 1915, and it yielded the largest number of prisoners of any single battle so far won by the British in Mesopotamia. Our captures included 3,454 Turks, of whom 145 were officers, 13 guns, 12 machine guns, 2 armed launches, 2 barges, and large quantities of arms and stores. So much for the left of the British front. On the day on which Ramadi was fought, the right wing pushed on from Belarus and occupied Mendali, capturing 300 baggage camels and driving the Turkish garrison eastward into the hills. The Turks had used the place as a supply station, and it was of some strategical importance, since it was linked by a mountain path with Harunabad on the Persian Trunk Road, and was therefore a possible base for a flank attack. During October, Sir Stanley Maude continued to improve this side of his position. Between 18th and 20th October, he drove the enemy from the Diyala into the Jebel Hamrin and occupied the frontier town of Kizil Rabat. The Turkish 13th Corps was forced to retreat toward Kifri, and the British flanks were clear for a fresh advance up the Tigris. The Turkish 18th Corps lay entrenched at Tikrit. On 23rd October, columns from that corps moved down both banks of the river approaching Samarra, but fell back on the appearance of British troops. On 2nd November, our advance guard found the enemy in position on the left bank of the river, opposite a place called Dur, 20 miles above Samarra. After a short engagement, the Turks fell back upon Tikrit, the birthplace of Saladin the Great, a town some 40 miles from Samarra, and the main advanced base of the Turkish army of Mesopotamia. On Monday, 5th November, we came in touch with a strong enemy position there. At our first attack, we carried the first two lines of trenches and beat off a counterattack, while our cavalry worked around the enemy's right flank and our guns from across the river shelled his communications with the north. In the afternoon, we attacked again, and the cavalry on our left charged into the trenches and cut down many of the retreating Turks. That evening, the enemy blew up his dumps, set fire to his stores, and retreated at his best speed, and on the morning of 6th November, we occupied Tikrit. Maud was now only some 100 miles from Mosul, but the river beyond Tikrit was full of rapids, so that water transport was not possible in a further advance. His next step must therefore be to clear the new Turkish advanced posts of Kifri and Kirkuk, 70 miles east of Tikrit. Here, a much-used road to Mosul, traversing the foothills of the Persian border, ran eastward of the swampy region where the northern spurs of the Jebel Hamran flanked the marshes of the Shat el-Adhan. His victories had given him a strong position from the point of view both of supplies and of strategy, for the enemy had no good advanced bases from which Falkenhayn could launch his promised counterstroke. Whatever might be coming from Aleppo, the British commander could await it with some confidence, and if nothing came, the British occupation of enemy soil was growing stronger day by day. Indeed, by mid-October, Allenby's threat in Palestine had convinced the German staff that the recovery of Baghdad was impossible unless the British were driven back to the Sinai Desert, and so far from reinforcements arriving on the Tigris, men and guns were being withdrawn from Iraq. The road to Mosul was all but open. But Maud was not destined to reap the full fruit of that which he had so wisely sown. On the evening of Sunday, 18th November, he died suddenly of cholera, the result of drinking a cup of native milk, which his courtesy forbade him to refuse. His death was a heavy blow to the army of Mesopotamia and to the British cause. In little more than a year he had sprung into fame, and his reputation was the most valuable which a commander can acquire, that of one who did not blunder, whose heart never failed him, who was as patient and methodical in conceiving a plan as he was swift in executing it, who cared most zealously for the welfare of his men. Success followed his banner because he had taken pains to ensure it. His personal character was simple and kindly, and he was both loved and trusted by all who worked with him. These have happily been the characteristics of many British generals, and Maud was the type of soldier which it is the peculiar glory of his station to produce. He was so modest and unrhetorical that it was only the tragic shortness of his career that made the world realize its brilliance. He had taken over the army of Mesopotamia at a time when it was dispirited by failure and distraught by mismanagement. He had made it one of the best organized and most efficient of British forces, and in the face of immense difficulties, he had led it continually to victory. Indeed, the operations of Sani al-Yat and Shumran in February 1917 must rank with Allenby's turning movement on Esdraelon in the following year as the most perfect British achievements in maneuver battles during the campaign. If we would realize the magnitude of the war, let us compare the popular reputation which attended his success with that which he would have won had the campaign on the Tigris been the only military enterprise of Britain. He had done more than Wolseley had done in the course of a long life, and Kut and Baghdad were far greater achievements than Omdurman. Had he fought his battles 20 years earlier, he would have had the prestige in the popular mind which fell to Roberts and Kitchener. But so vast was now the scale of British operations that he ranked with the British people as only one of many capable commanders. The problem in Palestine was not unlike that in Mesopotamia. Much had been won, but as yet neither security nor any decisive success. and Falkenhayn was at Aleppo with orders to restore to Turkey her lost territory. If the British did not advance, they would certainly not be permitted to remain where they were. Two facts, however, simplified Sir Edmund Allenby's task as compared with that of Sir Stanley Maude. He had a safer position both to defend and to advance from, for the railway from Egypt was close at his heels, and his left flank was guarded by the sea, where British warships could operate. Again, he had before him a tangible and practicable objective. Mosul was far from Baghdad, and its capture would have complicated rather than relieved Maude's position, since it would have been all but impossible to hold it. But Jerusalem was near. If won, there was no reason why it should not be retained, and its capture would resound throughout the inhabited earth. Its military value might be small, but the moral value of its occupation was incalculable. Every consideration urged Sir Edmund Allenby to press on toward the cradle city of Christendom. He had taken over from Sir Archibald Murray the command of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force at the end of June, and had increased it to the 7 infantry and 3 mounted divisions, which he estimated as his requirements, by the completion of the 75th Division and the bringing of the 10th and 60th Divisions from Salonika. His first business was to reconnoiter. The enemy positions lay from Beersheba northwest to the sea at Gaza, along the higher ground north of the Wadi Guz, a front of some 30 miles. Gaza and its neighboring villages had been converted into a strong fortress, and the rest of the line was a series of groups of fortified redoubts. At Khirbet Sihan, at Atawaina, at Harera, and at Beersheba itself, the groups being on an average a little over a mile apart, save that 4.5 miles intervened between Beersheba and Harera. The British front was in close touch with the Turks at Gaza, but in the center and on the right was separated from them by some miles of waterless desert. The enemy had greatly strengthened his defenses since the spring battles. He had built branch lines running west from the Central Palestine Railway to Deir Sinai, north of Gaza, which gave him good lateral communications, and he had so elaborated and connected his strong points that his front was now practically continuous between his 2 flanking fortresses. The Turkish defenses which faced Allenby were many times more formidable than the loose and scattered lines against which Murray had moved in March. But there were certain weaknesses. The demands for the reinforcements necessary to hold Beersheba were refused till too late because of the projected Baghdad expedition, and the Turks believed that Allenby's plan was for a landing on the coast behind their right flank, with the result that the chief defensive work was done in the Gaza sector and the main reserves concentrated there. Footnote: Since the Second Battle of Gaza, serious epidemics, due to insufficient food, had raged in the Turkish armies, so that about a quarter of their strength was continuously in hospital. End of footnote. A frontal attack on such a position was not likely to succeed, nor could the line be turned on the western flank, for there was not space to maneuver between Gaza and the sea. But as Allenby considered the enemy front, he observed that it had certain gaps. One was between Ali Matar and Sihan, but the most notable was that between Harera and Beersheba. The latter town was virtually a detached and separate defensive system. If the enemy position was to be turned, it could only be on the east, on the line from Harera to Sharia on the railway. If that enterprise were successful, the difficult ridge running southeast from Gaza would be taken in rear, and the British would be operating against an open flank. But to gain a starting point for such a movement, the isolated fortress of Beersheba must first be mastered. In the spring, Sir Archibald Murray had considered the possibilities of this plan, and had rejected it on the ground that it would bring his communications parallel to his front. But in the meantime we had improved our line of supply, and the desert railway had been continued first to Shilal and then toward Karm, where the lines were in process of construction from Gamli, the extreme point on the British right, to El Bagar, and on our left from Deir el-Balah to Wadi Ghoz. The main problem before Allenby was water and transport. There was good and abundant water at Beersheba, as also at Sharia and Herrera, but nowhere else on the immediate battleground, and there was also the danger that the enemy might destroy the wells in case of a retreat. He had therefore to be prepared to supply his troops with water from his own bases for a period which might amount to a week or more. Again, there were no good roads south of the line Gaza-Beersheba, so motor and wheel transport was unreliable. Camels were the chief standby, and the 30,000 we possessed were all allotted to the right wing, which might have to operate 20 miles or more beyond railhead. The first step was the capture of Beersheba, and for this Allenby proposed an encircling movement not unlike that adopted at the First Battle of Gaza. The mean little town, which seems an oasis only to the traveler, whose eyes are weary of the red rocks of the Sinai Desert, lies below the southern end of the Massif of Hebron. From the hills in the east and northeast descend numerous deep-cut watercourses, dry in summer, but in winter filled with roaring torrents. Of these, the most notable is the Wadi Saba, coming down from the east, south of which, towards the El Arja Railway, lies Hill 1070. Allenby proposed to attack the south and southeast defenses between the Khalasa Road and the Wadi Saba with the 60th London Territorial and 74th Divisions, while the Imperial Camel Corps and part of the 53rd Division made a holding attack north of the Wadi. The cavalry were to be sent in a wide circuit to cover the town from the east and north and get astride the main road to Hebron. In the meantime, Gaza was to be heavily bombarded both from land and sea, as if an attack were preparing in that quarter. He could not hope to move his striking force unobserved over 10 miles of open country, but he hoped to persuade the enemy that the movement was only a feint and that the real attack was against Gaza. On 27th October, the Turks made a reconnaissance in force towards Karm, cut up some yeomanry outposts which covered our railway construction, and were driven back by the arrival of the 53rd Division. That day the shelling of Gaza began, and on the 30th the bombardment was assisted by British and French warships from the sea. On the evening of the 30th, the force designed for Beersheba was concentrated at its starting point, and in the bright moonlight the march to the battle position was completed. In order to prepare our attack on the main defenses, and to bring up field guns for wire cutting, Hill 1070 must first be carried. After a short but very heavy bombardment, this was rushed by the Londoners by 8:45 a.m. on the morning of the 31st, and the guns came into position. At 12:15, the 60th and 74th Divisions attacked the main defenses between the Wadi Saba and the Khalasa Road. It was a fine performance, and with singularly few casualties, the whole position had fallen by 1 o'clock, with the exception of a few redoubts which held out till the evening. Meantime, the cavalry, after a night ride of more than 30 miles, had in the early morning reached the high ground 5 miles east of the town. Below them lay the open and treeless plain between Beersheba and the skirts of the hills. This ground was commanded by the hill Tel Asaba, north of the Wadi Saba, a place 1,000 feet high, which was defended on the south by the steep banks of a ravine. It was strongly held, but about 3:30 in the afternoon, New Zealand and Australian horse had carried it, and were clearing up the German machine gun posts between it and the town. An Australian brigade had been sent north to secure the hill Bir el Sakati on the Hebron Road. This was accomplished by 1 o'clock, and escape was denied to the enemy in that quarter. All through the afternoon fighting went on in the open plain, where the main force of the cavalry, working in small bodies, was endeavoring to close in from the east. The end came just before dark fell, when the 4th Australian Light Horse Brigade, leaping the enemy trenches, galloped into Beersheba, and the place fell. The garrison was put out of action. Some 2,000 prisoners and 30 guns were taken, and the way was now prepared for a blow on the enemy's exposed left flank between Herrera and Sharia. Footnote: it was mainly the 27th Division, an Arab formation, said to be the worst in the Turkish service. End of footnote. Fortunately, the enemy had been so taken by surprise that he had failed to destroy more than 2 of the Beersheba wells. The next stage was the frontal attack on Gaza, designed as a subsidiary operation to attract the Turkish reserves to that sector. The line of attack was that which had been entrusted to the 53rd Division in the Battle of 17th April. The objective was the 6,000 yards front from Sheikh Hassan on the sea, 2,500 yards northwest of Gaza, to the ridge which was called Umbrella Hill, 2,000 yards southwest of the town. Footnote: Umbrella Hill was about 500 yards north of the British position on Sampson's Ridge. End of footnote. It was an ambitious objective, for there was a long space between our front lines and those of the enemy, and the sand dunes of the coast made heavy going. The first step was to take Umbrella Hill, which commanded the ground to the west, and at 11 o'clock on the night of 1st November, this was carried by part of the 52nd Division of Scottish Lowland Territorials. At 3 a.m. on the morning of the 2nd, in the darkness before dawn, the main attack was delivered. It was completely successful. Almost all the objectives were gained. So far from the enemy being able to reinforce his left flank, one of his reserve divisions had to be sent to Gaza, and the capture of Sheikh Hassan had given us a position outflanking the town on the west. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 87. The Mesopotamian Situation and the Fall of Jerusalem, April to December 11, 1917. Part 2. All was now ready for the major operations in the east, but water and transport difficulties compelled Allenby to move more slowly than he had hoped. On the morning of 1st November, the 53rd Division and the Camel Corps advanced into the hills north of Beersheba, with the object of securing the flank of the main attack on the line Sharia-Herrera, while mounted troops took the Hebron road toward Dabaria in the hope of finding water and securing the new motor road from Sharia. That night the 53rd held a line from Tol Abu Jiral, 6 miles north of Beersheba, to 4 miles northeast of Abu Irgeg on the main railway, and Abu Irgeg itself was occupied by the 10th Division. Cavalry was meantime in conflict with the enemy farther north round the hill and wadi of Kuefla. As we advanced in that direction, we found the Turks strongly posted, and their forces increasing. On the 4th and 5th, they did their utmost to drive our flank guard back upon Beersheba, and by the evening of the 5th, the best part of 3 Turkish divisions had been identified around Kuefla, while more infantry and the bulk of the Turkish cavalry were farther north towards the Hebron road. All the available enemy reserves were allotted to Fezvi Pasha, who, with the 7th Army, held this front. But Allenby refused to allow the threat on his flank to divert him from his main scheme. The country north of Beersheba, he wrote, was exceedingly rough and hilly, and very little water was to be found there. Had the enemy succeeded in drawing considerable forces against him in that area, the result might easily have been an indecisive fight, for the terrain was very suitable to their methods of defense, and my own striking force would probably have been made too weak effectively to break the enemy's center in the neighborhood of Sharia Herrera. This might have resulted in our gaining Beersheba, but failing to do more, in which case Beersheba would only have been an incubus of the most inconvenient kind. He prepared to attack at once the main position at Kawaka and Rushdie, which covered the Sharia Herrera line. During the night of the 5th, the troops of assault were well west of the railway, and before dawn were in position. The battle plan was for the 10th, 60th, and 74th Divisions to attack on the British left toward Kawuka, while Yeomanry advanced on the right toward Sharia. On the extreme right flank, the 53rd Division was to move on Tel El Kuwafla. The troops attacked on the 6th at dawn, and Allenby's boldness was justified. By midday, most of the objectives had been won. Kawuka and Rushdie were taken, and Herrera entered. By the evening, the Yeomanry were in Sharia Station, and the 53rd Division, assisted by the Camel Corps, had carried Tel El Kuwelfa after severe fighting. Long before the dark fell, the cavalry had ridden northward, with orders to occupy Hooge and Jemima. That night the British left moved again upon Gaza, which for the past 9 days had been under a continuous bombardment. They found little resistance. At Outpost Hill and Middlesex Hill and Ali Muntar, where in April our advance had been stayed, there was nothing but thin rear guards. The 54th Division on the left, the 52nd in the center, and the 75th on the right, together with the French and Italian detachments, had an open road before them, though Turkish batteries were still firing from Beit Hanun and Atawaina. By the evening of the 7th, the 52nd Division, passing to the British left, had pushed 10 miles up the coast and seized the north bank of the Wadi Hesi, thereby preventing the enemy from making a stand on that line, while our cavalry were engaging the Turkish rearguards at Beit Hanun. Gaza had fallen, not to assault, but to far-sighted and methodical strategy. At comparatively small cost, Allenby had rolled up the Turkish line from the left and compelled it to a general retreat. The enemy had suffered some 15,000 casualties, including the loss of over 5,000 prisoners. There were many rearguard actions. It was not till the morning of the 7th that the hill of Tel el-Sharia fell, and that night the Turkish detachment, which had held Atawaina, made good its escape. There was a sharp encounter near Hooge, where squadrons of yeomanry captured 12 guns. Our airmen, who had done invaluable work throughout the battle, reported that the enemy was in full retreat, and, if hard-pressed, was too demoralized to offer much resistance. The position, in the words of the official dispatch, was that operations had reached the stage of a direct pursuit by as many troops as could be supplied so far in front of Railhead. The problem, in fact, became one of supply rather than of maneuver. It was a problem sufficiently hard, for water, where it existed, was in deep wells, and the enemy had damaged the machinery so that its supply to troops was slow and difficult. But speed was urgent if the British were to reap the fruits of their victory. The Turkish Eighth Army, under Kress von Kressenstein, was retreating north along the Philistine plain. If Allenby could reach in good time Junction Station, where the Jerusalem line left the main railway to Damascus, he would cut off the Jerusalem garrison from its communications with the rest of the Turkish forces. The Turkish left, Fezvi's 7th Army, which had been driven back toward Hebron, hung on the wing of our advance. But though it made several demonstrations, it was too weak to be capable of serious mischief. The Imperial Camel Corps was a sufficient flank guard in that direction. We were moving far from Railhead. We had a slender force for so great an undertaking, and our problem of supply grew more acute with every mile of advance. but we had a signal advantage in the demoralization of the enemy. On the 9th, the lowland Scots occupied Ascalon, the ruins of that city which had been the last conquest of Richard Coeur de Lion, and which in its great days under the caliphs had been called the Bride of Syria, for the fairness of its palaces and gardens. On the 10th, our line ran from Hamama, 4 miles north of Ascalon, to the bend of the Central Palestine Railway northeast of El Fallujah. It was now apparent that the enemy's resistance was stiffening, and that the dash for Junction Station would not be unresisted. Whatever in the Turkish armies could be induced to fight had been brought up to stop our progress. The enemy held the line of Wadi Sukiri, with its center at El Kustina, and his left at Beit Jebrin. The weather was very hot, with the scorching Khamsin blowing from the inland deserts. Our troops were 35 miles from their railhead, and the numerous wadis and the sandy roads made marching arduous for men who had in the past fortnight fought many battles. Still we crept on, our left on the coast moving fastest, since the roads there were better, until on the morning of 13th November we were prepared to strike for Junction Station, and the eastward wheel began. The enemy's right flank was already all but turned, and his troops lay on a front of 20 miles from El Kubaiba to Beit Jebrin, the right half being parallel to and 5 miles in advance of the section of the railway between Ramleh and Junction Station. The orientation of the opposing fronts was now changing from that of west to east to that of north to south. The attack of the 52nd Division on the 13th, assisted by a dashing yeomanry charge, drove the enemy from Katra, Sidran, and El Magar with a loss of 1,100 prisoners. That night we lay a mile west of Junction Station, and next morning the place was in our hands. The main objective had been brilliantly attained, and Sir Edmund Allenby's words described a signal achievement in open warfare. The enemy's army had now been broken into 2 separate parts, which retired north and east respectively, and were reported to consist of small scattered groups rather than formed bodies of any size. In 15 days our force had advanced 60 miles on its right and about 40 on its left. It had driven a Turkish army of 9 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division out of a position in which it had been entrenched for 6 months, and had pursued it, giving battle whenever it attempted to stand, and inflicting on it losses amounting, probably, to nearly 2/3 of the enemy's original effectives. Over 9,000 prisoners, about 80 guns, more than 100 machine guns, and very large quantities of ammunition and other stores had been captured. Jerusalem was now directly threatened, and Turk and German alike made frantic efforts to save it. Enver came from Constantinople and departed after haranguing his defeated generals. Falkenhayn came from Aleppo, found he could do nothing, and returned to Nablus, Shechem, to watch events. Allenby continued his advance with his 21st Corps on a broad front, pivoting somewhat on his right. His first step was to seize Jaffa, and his left wing pressed along the low range called the Shephelah, the western foothills of the Judean highlands, and the old debatable ground between Israel and the Philistines, between the Maccabees and the Syrians, between Saladin and the Crusaders. Footnote: Sir G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land. End of footnote. There, on the 14th, at the village of Abu Shisha, the ancient Gezer, the Turkish rearguard made a brief stand. It was driven in next morning, and mounted troops occupied Ramla and Lut. The latter, that Lydda, where St. George of England is fabled to have suffered martyrdom. Next day, the 16th, Joppa, was occupied without opposition. Allenby now made a bold decision. He had originally intended to wait till the improvement of his communications enabled him to collect all his forces before turning into the Judean hills. He now resolved to attack at once with what he had got, 1 mounted and 2 infantry divisions, leaving 1 infantry and 1 mounted division to protect his communications. He believed that the tide was with him, and he determined to take it at the flow. The enemy had been split in 2, and there was no line on which he could unite nearer than the Tulkarem-Nablus position. If he had decided on that line, he would probably evacuate Jerusalem. But before we could advance upon the capital, certain steps must be taken. The finest troops in the world cannot march 70 miles in 9 days, fighting all the way, without needing rest. Again, we had outrun our supplies, and time must be allowed for the railway behind us to be pushed forward to a reasonable distance. Finally, Allenby had to make his position secure. The west side of the Judean uplands consisted of steep, bare spurs divided by narrow valleys, and many invaders coming from the coast had found defeat and destruction in those difficult passes. For our advance we had, beside the railway, a single decent highway, that which runs from Jaffa to Jerusalem. To safeguard the flank of that advance, to secure our hold upon the coastal plain, as well as to isolate the city, it was necessary to get astride the one good road which traverses the hills from south to north, the road from Jerusalem to Nablus. The advance upon the Holy City could not, therefore, be by the directest route, more especially as the British commander was anxious to avoid any fighting in its immediate vicinity. He wished to conquer it, as he had conquered Gaza, by blows struck at a distance. The stage in the campaign which followed was one of slow and hard-won progress in a most intricate country. On the 18th, in heavy rain, the yeomanry began to move from Ramlah through the defiles of the hills towards Beroth, by way of Bitur el Tata, lower Betharon, and the valley of Ajalon, the old route between the coast and plateau where Joshua won his unorthodox victory, and where Saladin in the Third Crusade frustrated all the chivalry of the West. Next morning Bet el Tata had been reached. On that day, the 19th, the advance of the infantry began by the main Jaffa road. The 75th Division was to move to Kiryat el-Anab, Kirjath Jearim, with Australian mounted troops on its flank, and then strike north to Beera by way of Bedu, while the 52nd was to advance in support through Berphilia to Beit Dukkha, just south of the Ajalon Valley. After some resistance in the narrow defile at Saras, Kiryat el-Anab and Beit Dukkha were taken on the 20th, and the yeomanry came within 5 miles of the Nablus-Jerusalem road. Next day, the 21st, the 75th Division reached the ridge called Nebi Samuel, the ancient Mizpah, where stood the tomb of Samuel the prophet. The hill was just under 3 miles from the Nablus road, and some 5 miles from Jerusalem. Footnote: this was the farthest point reached by King Richard in January 1192. End of footnote. On their left, the yeomanry got within 2 miles of the road, near the place called Petunia. The rain, which had made our transport most difficult, had now given place to clear, cold weather, and Jerusalem, hidden in its hollow to the southeast, seemed already in our hands. Suddenly, the incalculable Turk, all along the front, developed a new power of resistance. He counterattacked violently at Nebi Samuel on the 22nd, and his artillery on the main road admirably supported his infantry, while ours was still far in the rear. He did not shake us, but on the other hand we could make no progress. On the same day, the yeomanry at Petunia were heavily assailed and compelled to fall back to Beder el Foka, Upper Bethoron. Before the road could be carried, reliefs must be completed and the guns brought forward. Accordingly, we secured the line Kustul Nebi Samuel, Bet Iza, Vit Duka, Bet Urel Tata, and for 2 weeks held our hand. The 60th Division relieved the weary 75th and the 52nd. But the enemy was not inactive. From 25th November onward, he made a series of attacks against our left wing, the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division, on the coast, which at that time held the north bank of the Auja, 4 miles beyond Jaffa, and our advanced posts had to retire across the river. On the 29th, our line was temporarily broken northeast of Jaffa, and on the 30th, the Yeomanry and the 52nd Division were heavily engaged between El Burj and Beit El Foka, while an attack was also delivered against the Nebi Samuel Ridge. The enemy won no lasting success, and between the 27th and the 30th, we took 750 prisoners. Meantime, the fine weather allowed us to bring up our guns, develop the water supply, and improve the roads for the final advance. The British line had now the shape of a sickle, with the center of the curve flung far forward toward Jerusalem. It was necessary to bring up the handle, consisting of the 53rd Welsh Division of the 20th Corps and part of the cavalry, which had been watching Hebron and had not been seriously in action since the stubborn fight for Tel El Kuelfa on 6th November. Their advance began on 4th December. Hebron, the ancient city of Abraham, was occupied without opposition, and by the evening of the 6th the advance guards were 10 miles north of the place. It was arranged that the line Bethlehem-Betjala should be reached by the 7th, and that by dawn on the 8th the British right wing should be at Thurbahir and Sherifat, 3 miles south of Jerusalem. That day was fixed for the final closing in from west and north. On the 7th the weather broke, and 3 days followed of incessant rain, which interfered seriously with our already difficult transport, while the mist complicated the work of the artillery. We had won the passes and were fighting on the uplands, but the deep valleys and rocky crests of the summit were not less arduous than the western slopes. At dawn on the 8th we attacked toward the Nablus road, and by noon the 60th Division had advanced over 2 miles and was wheeling northeast to gain the road, while the 74th had carried the Bet Iksa spur. But the right wing, advancing from Hebron, had taken longer than was expected, and since the western outskirts of Jerusalem seemed strongly held, the Londoners were compelled to retire their right and form a defensive flank facing east. At this point they were 1.5 miles west of Jerusalem. Meantime, in the city itself, all was confusion. When Falkenhayn departed for Nablus, the heads of the various churches had followed suit. Ali Fuad Pasha, the commander of the Turkish troops, issued proclamations full of the resolution to resist to the last, in one of which he made the curious claim that the Turks had held Jerusalem for 1,300 years. Arrests and confiscations were the order of the day, till the gunfire on the western hills about 6th December warned the garrison that the British were at hand, and the exodus of Turkish civilians began. About midnight on the 8th, the governor, Izzet Bey, went to the telegraph office, and with his own hand smashed the instruments. Sunday, the 9th, came, the festival of the Hanukkah, which commemorates the recapture of the temple by Judas Maccabeus in 165 BC. Long before dawn, hustled detachments of Turkish soldiers began to pour in at the Jaffa Gate, while an outgoing stream flowed eastward across the valley of Jehoshaphat. The British, coming from the west, had found the enemy in retreat, and while the 60th and 74th Divisions were moving to a line across the Nablus Road, 4 miles north of the city, the 53rd Division on the south cut the main road to Jericho. Jerusalem was isolated. The mayor sent out a parlementaire with Izzet's letter of surrender. The last Turkish soldier straggled out of St. Stephen's Gate, and long before noon, British patrols were in the city. On Tuesday, the 11th, Sir Edmund Allenby entered Jerusalem by the Jaffa Gate, which the Arabs called the Friend. Close by was the breach made in the walls when the German Emperor in 1898 made his foolish pilgrimage. Far different was the entry of the British general. It was a clear winter's day, and the streets and housetops were thronged with black-coated Tarbush Syrians and Levantines, and the more picturesquely clad peasants from the near villages, and Arabs from the fringes of the desert. There was no bunting or bell ringing or firing of salutes. On foot, accompanied only by his staff, the commanders of the French and Italian detachments, and the military attachés of France, Italy, and the United States, he was received by the military governor and a guard representing all the nationalities engaged in the campaign. He turned to the right into the Mount Zion quarter, and at the citadel, at the base of the ancient Tower of David, his proclamation was read to the people. To the inhabitants of Jerusalem the Blessed, and the people dwelling in the vicinity, the defeat inflicted upon the Turks by the troops under my command has resulted in the occupation of your city by my forces. I therefore here and now proclaim it to be under martial law, under which form of administration it will remain so long as military considerations make it necessary. However, lest any of you should be alarmed by reason of your experience at the hands of the enemy who has retired, I hereby inform you that it is my desire that every person should pursue his lawful business without fear of interruption. Furthermore, since your city is regarded with affection by the adherents of 3 of the great religions of mankind, and its soil has been consecrated by the prayers and pilgrimages of multitudes of devout people of these 3 religions for many centuries, therefore do I make known to you that every sacred building, monument, holy spot, shrine, traditional site, endowment, pious bequest, or customary place of prayer, of whatsoever form of the 3 religions, will be maintained and protected according to the existing customs and beliefs of those to whose faiths they are sacred. Then he quietly left the city. Yet no conqueror had ever entered it with more prestige. For centuries there had been current an Arab prophecy concerning a deliverer from the west, and in 1898 the people of Palestine had asked if the Kaiser were indeed the man. They were told that such would not be the manner of his coming, for the true Savior would bear the name of a prophet of God, and would enter Jerusalem on foot, and would not appear till the Nile flowed into Palestine. To the peasants of Judea, the prophecy now seemed to be fulfilled, for the name of the English general was in Arabic the prophet, and his men had come into the land bringing with them the waters of Egypt. Footnote: Al-Nebi. End of footnote. So ended the latest of the vicissitudes suffered by the most famous of the world's cities. No other had endured such changes of fortune. In the 33 centuries of her history, she had witnessed some 20 sieges and as many more blockades and occupations. She had been the prize fought for by conquerors from the Tigris, the Nile, the Tiber, the Bosphorus, the Rhone, and the Thames. Even 500 years before Christ, the author of the Book of Lamentations could write of her, "Behold, and say if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow." Her sanctity was as far-reaching as her trials. She was the holy city alike to Jew and Christian and Moslem, and their devotion was less to the relics within her walls than to the compelling power of the faiths to which she had given birth, and the ideals of which she had been the battleground, so that dreamers of every age rebuilt her bulwarks in the heaven of their imagining, and her name became synonymous with that shady city of palm trees, which is the goal of all human endeavor. Other conquerors had seized her as prize of war or to glorify their special creed, but now she was held in trust for all creeds that did her honor. It is scarcely fantastic to see in the entry of the Allies on that December day a parable of the cause for which they fought. They would recover and make free the sacred places of the human spirit which their enemies sought to profane and enslave, and in this task they walked reverently, as on hallowed ground. End of Chapter 87, Part 2.
Section 9 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 88, Cambrai, November 6 to December 7, 1917, Part 1. On 6th November, with the taking of Passchendaele, the Third Battle of Ypres drew to a close. It had been a protracted and costly operation. On 29th October, in both Houses of Parliament, the leaders of all parties had paid grateful tribute to the exploits of the British Army. "When I read of the conditions under which they fought," said the Prime Minister, "I marveled at the delicate and sensitive instrument of the human nerves and the human mind can endure them without derangement. The campaigns of Stonewall Jackson fill us with admiration and with wonder as we read how that man of iron led his troops through the mire and swamps of Virginia. But his troops were never called upon to live for days and nights in morasses under ceaseless thunderbolts from a powerful artillery, and then march into battle through an engulfing quagmire under the hailstorm of machine gun fire. But splendid as the record had been, the British High Command could not contemplate the situation with much comfort. Many German divisions had been broken at Ypres, but the stagnation of the winter war would give them time to rest and refit. Already large enemy forces had been brought from Russia. More were on their way, and there were many more to come. If the enemy were left in peace, he had it in his power to create a dangerous situation for the spring. Moreover, Italy, fighting desperately on the Piave, deserved by all the laws of war some relief in the shape of an Allied diversion. Weary as his troops might be, Sir Douglas Haig was not able to grant them the rest which they had earned and most urgently required. If another blow was to be struck, it must not be delayed. The operations at Passchendaele had compelled the Germans to concentrate heavily on the threatened front and reduce their strength in other sectors. These dispositions still continued, but presently, when it was clear that the pressure had been relaxed, their troops would be more evenly distributed. If the British could strike at once in an unexpected quarter, they might have the benefit of a real surprise, and at the moment the thoughts of the Allied command, like that of the German General Staff, were running on some means of breaking the rigidity of trench warfare and restoring the element of the unexpected. Should such a blow succeed, it would have a real effect upon the morale of the enemy. For after 3rd Ypres, he would not anticipate a fresh Allied effort yet a while. It would give him an uneasy winter, for it would not permit him to reduce the strength of any part of his front, as had been his former practice, and so would cripple that heavy local concentration which might be looked for in the spring. In deciding the question, a final consideration affected Sir Douglas Haig. The British tanks had greatly increased in number and efficiency. At 3rd Ypres, ground and weather had prevented their effective use and decreased their reputation in the enemy's eyes. The commander of the Fifth Army had reported on them adversely, arguing they could not negotiate bad ground, that the ground on the battlefield would always be bad, and that consequently they were of no use on a battlefield. The major premise was doubtful and the minor false, but if all battles were like 3rd Ypres, the conclusion would have been justified. But a terrain might be found where they could work freely, and if so, they might form a further element of surprise. The mind of Haig, like that of Ludendorff, was working towards the discovery of new tactics, So long as their numbers preponderated, and the future promised a growing preponderance, the Allied command had been satisfied with those tactics which, originating at Neuve Chapelle, had received their final form at the Somme. They were the tactics of quantity, mass, patience, rather than of quality, brilliance, and speed. Of their value, granted the continuation of the circumstances of 1916, and especially the war on two fronts, there could be no question, but they tended to blunt the minds of their users, and when the fall of Russia made their success no longer certain, both France and Britain were slow to rethink the problem. Neville, indeed, had the inspiration, but he had not the power to develop it in accurate detail. The French staff during the summer of 1917 made an exact study, witnessed by 100 able memoranda, of the German method of defense in depth, the shock troops, the local counterattack, the pillbox, but they considered the enemy purely as a defensive fighter and not as a potential assailant. Hodier's performance at Riga passed unnoticed, and Caporetto, when it came, was set down to the broken Italian morale. It is to the credit of the British command that they were the first to revise the offensive tactics of the Somme, and that their new solution was in the main features identical with that of the enemy. But whereas Germany at once applied her conclusion wholesale, the more perfect British version remained an isolated experiment. The idea originated with Sir Julian Byng, who had commanded the Canadian Corps at the taking of the Vimy Heights, and had succeeded Allenby in charge of the Third Army. In conjunction with Major General Hugh Ells of the Tank Corps, he worked out a scheme of attack in September, for which Haig's consent was obtained 20th October. A suitable area was found in that section of the Siegfried Line, which lay in front of Havencourt Wood, between the Bapaume-Cambrai Road and the Scheldt Canal. It was a country of rolling downs, gray with the withered grasses of November, and patched with the rank and blackened growths of thistle and dock and ragwort, which sprang up on land once closely tilled and now derelict. From any ridge east of Bapaume, the observer could grasp the terrain at a glance. 8 miles from our front rose the spires and factory chimneys of the town of Cambrai. Halfway, the deep cutting of the Scheldt Canal zigzagged across the landscape, for the most part empty of water, but forming a better barrier than any running stream. On the west side of the canal, the long Flesquières Ridge ran north and south, rising on the left to the dominating point of Bourlon Wood, between the Arras and the Bapaume roads, a wood of oak and ash, with a dense undergrowth and still untouched by shell fire. East of the canal, the ground fell away to the flat plains of the Scheldt, but the village of Rumilly offered a flank position on the last incline of the uplands. The merits of this area for a surprise attack were many. In the first place, it was dry, open country, where tanks could operate. In the second place, behind the British lines, notably in the big wood of Havrincourt, there were places where they might be concealed, without the knowledge of the Germans. In the third place, the sector was very thinly held by the enemy. Finally, any considerable British advance would endanger a vital part of the enemy's front and seriously hamper his communications. Cambrai, a main center, would be brought under our guns, as would the great lateral railway which ran through it. If Boulogne could be won, the canal crossed and a defensive flank established towards Rumilly, we should command the main Arras-Cambrai road and take in rear the enemy positions in the southern part of the Drocourt-Quéant line and the Sensee Valley. The British tactical plan was conceived on novel lines. There was to be no preliminary bombardment. Tanks were relied upon to break through the enemy's wire, and the 6 infantry divisions allotted for the attack were to advance on a 6-mile front, supported as far as possible by our guns shooting at unregistered targets. The German defenses were complicated and very strong. First came certain forward positions in the nature of outposts at the ridge of La Beguerie and at the northeastern corner of Havrincourt Wood, a method borrowed from the armament system in the Ypres salient. Behind lay the Siegfried Line proper, running northwest to Havrincourt from the Scheldt Canal at Panteau. A line with specially wide trenches, which it was hoped would prevent the passage of tanks. Acres of dense wire lay before it, while nowhere less than 50 yards wide. It was calculated that to cut it with artillery would take 5 weeks and cost 20 millions of money. A mile or so behind that lay the famous Siegfried Reserve Line, tunneled to a great depth and heavily wired. Between 3 and 4 miles to the east ran the final German position, covering Cambrai from Beaurevoir by Marcinelles to Marcinelle. Haig's object was not the capture of Cambrai. That might happen, but his advance in the direction of the town was rather to secure his right flank. His main objective was towards the northeast, Boulogne, and the Arras-Cambrai road. He hoped to break through all the enemy's lines of defense on the first day, and since he believed that no serious German reinforcements could appear before 48 hours, he considered that he would have time to exploit and secure any success. The cavalry were to be kept ready to go through and disorganize the enemy communications, and he arranged with Buchan to have a French force of infantry and cavalry within call in the event of fortune providing one of those happy chances which he had hitherto been denied. The possibilities which he had in mind are best described in the words of his dispatch. In view of the strength of the German forces on the front of my attack, and the success with which secrecy was maintained during our preparations, I had calculated that the enemy's prepared defenses would be captured in the first rush. I had good hope that his resisting power behind those defenses would then be so enfeebled for a period that we should be able, on the same day, to establish ourselves quickly and completely on the dominating Bourlon Bridge from Fronton, Notre Dame to Moreves, and to secure our right flank along a line including the Boniface Ridge, Gressivore, and Rumilly to Fontaine Notre Dame. Even if this did not prove possible within the first 24 hours, a second day would be at our disposal before the enemy's reserves could begin to arrive at any formidable numbers. Meanwhile, with no wire and no prepared defenses to hamper them, it was reasonable to hope that masses of cavalry would find it possible to pass through, whose task would be to thoroughly disorganize the enemy's system of command and intercommunication in the whole area between the Canal de l'Escaut, the River Sensee, and the Canal du Nord, as well as the east and northeast of Cambrai. My intentions as regards subsequent exploration were to push westward and northwestward, taking the Hindenburg line in reverse from Moreves to the River Scarpe, and capturing all the enemy's defenses and probably most of his garrisons, lying westward of a line from Cambrai northwards to the Sensee, and south of the river and the Scarpe. Time would have been required to enable us to develop and complete the operation, but the prospects of gaining the necessary time by the use of cavalry in the manner outlined above were, in my opinion, good enough to justify the attempt to execute the plan. There would be a few to deny that this plan was both bold and feasible. As a scheme for a substantive operation, it was at least as skillful and prudent as any which the British High Command had yet adopted. But was the battle which followed to be considered a substantive operation? The Commander-in-Chief has described how weary were his troops after the close of Third Ypres, but inadequately his losses had been replaced, and explained that many of the new drafts included in the ranks of his armies were not yet fully trained. In such circumstances, a substantive operation, that is, one designed to occupy and hold a considerable extent of new ground, must be hazardous in the extreme, for even if only a small force was required in the first instance, and if this force could be supplied from comparatively fresh divisions, it was certain that, as the battle developed, reserves must be found, and that these could only be got from tired and depleted troops who had already borne the brunt of the Third Ypres. Cambrai has been described as no more than a raid on a generous scale. Now it is the essence of a raid that it does not occupy ground. The men engaged in it harass and weaken the enemy, and then return to their old line. But Haig contemplated an advance on the first day of between 5 and 6 miles, and thereafter elaborate operations to the north and northwest. Such successes would in any case demand large reinforcements. Again, the essence of a raid is that, if the enemy proves unexpectedly strong, it is given up. But since this attempt was on so large a scale, would it be possible to withdraw the troops after their initial advance, should the situation change? Was it not more probable that they would become so deeply committed that they must continue the battle? It may fairly be said in criticism of the Cambrai plan that it contemplated a limited local operation, which in the nature of things could not be limited and localized, much less easily broken off. It designed a raid with a few divisions, but such a raid must inevitably develop into a battle and demand supports, and these supports could only come from troops who, ex hypotheses, were in no condition for a new and desperate conflict. The Cambrai sector from Bullecourt to the Oise was held by the German Second Army under von der Marwitz, which at the moment had only 11 divisions in line, and the threatened area had only 3, from left to right, the 5th, the 2nd, and the 20th, with 3 more in reserve. A fresh division from the Eastern Front, the 107th, was in process of arriving. The British force was the Third Army, which had not been seriously engaged since the Battle of Arras in the spring. On the 6-mile front of the main attack, Sir Julian Byng had in line 6 divisions, from left to right, the 36th, 62nd, 51st, 6th, 20th, and 12th. On the left in the Bullecourt area, 2 divisions, the 16th and the 3rd, were detailed for a subsidiary attack. In immediate support in the main area was the 29th Division. The mounted force at its disposal contained the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th Cavalry Divisions. Secrecy was vital in the matter, and Byng directed the preparations with consummate skill. Till the very eve of the battle, few even in the tank corps knew the plan. The flotillas of tanks were assembled in every possible place, which offered cover, notably in Havrincourt Wood. The tank is not a noiseless machine, and it says much for the ingenuity of the Third Army that the enemy had no inkling of our designs. It was anxious work, for a single enemy airplane over Havrincourt or a single indiscreet prisoner taken would have wrecked the plan. Before the attack, the enemy did indeed take prisoners, but he seems to have learned little from them, though it would appear that he suspected tanks in the neighborhood and served out special ammunition. Had he been really forewarned, he might have so honeycombed his front with contact mines that our advance would have been completely frustrated. The weather favored Byng. The days before the assault saw the low gray skies and the clinging mist of late November. Tuesday, 20th November, dawned with heavy clouds that promised rain before evening. At 20 minutes past 6, a solitary gun broke the silence. It was the signal, and from just north of the Buchan road to the hamlet of Gonaloo. In the south, a long line of tanks crept forward into the fog, their commander, General Els, leading them like an admiral in his flagship. Gas and smoke were released everywhere from the Scarpe to St. Quentin, and in front of the tanks a dense smoke barrage blinded the enemy's guns. British artillery broke loose and deluged the German rear with shells, while behind the tanks, quietly and leisurely moved the 6 divisions of assault. At Epinay on the south and at Bullecourt on the north, subsidiary attacks were launched at the same moment. The enemy was taken utterly unawares. The tanks cut great lanes in his wire, broke up his machine gun nest, and enfiladed his trenches, while the British infantry followed to complete the work. At once the outposts went. The main Siegfried line followed soon, and presently the fighting was among the tunnels of the reserve line. By 10:30, that also had vanished, and the British troops, with cavalry close behind, were advancing to their final objectives in open country. Let us glance at the progress of the several divisions. On the left, west of the Canal du Nord, the 36th Ulster Division drove the enemy from the canal bank, pushed up the Siegfried Line, and carried the whole German trench system west of the canal as far as the Buchan Road. On their right, the 62nd Division of West Riding Territorials began that brilliant advance which was to give them the honors of the day. They took Havencourt village, turned northward, carried the Siegfried Reserve Line, and occupied Graincourt, where their accompanying tanks had the satisfaction of themselves destroying 2 anti-tank guns. Before evening, they were in Arnoux, an advance of 4.5 miles from the original front, the longest advance that so far in the war any single British division had made in one day. South of the Yorkshiremen, the 51st Highland Territorials were adding to their many laurels. They breasted the slopes of the Flechiers Ridge and carried the formidable defenses of the chateau grounds by noon. They were held up, however, in front of the village, which remained uncaptured during the day, the apex of a sharp salient. Here our tanks suffered from direct hits from the German field guns beyond the crest of the ridge, many of them obtained by a German artillery officer who served a gun single-handed till he died at his post. The great bravery of this officer, says the official dispatch, aroused the admiration of all ranks. South of Flechiers, the 6th Division took Ribecourt, while the 20th Division, after disposing of La Vacquerie, stormed the defenses of the hill which we called Welch Ridge, toward Marquion. The 12th Division, on the extreme right, moved along the Bonnevis Ridge, and after a fierce struggle took Plateau Wood, which sheltered many German batteries. Meantime, the 29th Division had been pushed through between 6th and 20th as a spearhead. Accompanied by tanks, it took Marquion and Nerfwood and the passage at that point of the Schelde Canal, while the 6th Division, advancing from Ribecourt in the afternoon, moved north and seized Noyelles-sur-l'Escaut. The 29th then turned south and entered Masseniers, but not before the enemy had managed so to weaken the bridge over the canal that the first tank which tried to cross fell through. They had trouble also in the north end of the village, with the result that the Germans had the chance to occupy Rumilly and the sector of their final line of defense south of it. All this time, the cavalry were fighting in close alliance with the infantry, the 1st Cavalry Division on the northern part of the battleground, and the 5th Cavalry Division in the south. They were moving on Cantiague and Arnoux, but the vital point was the bridge at Marnières, and unfortunately that was half destroyed. This delayed what might have been otherwise been a final blow to the enemy defense, for had the cavalry been able to cross the canal in force, there was little between them and Cambrai. A temporary bridge was indeed constructed south of Masseniers, and one squadron of the Fort Garry Horse, belonging to General Seely's Canadian Brigade of the 5th Cavalry Division, crossed, broke through the Beauvais-Masseniers line, charged and captured a German battery, cut up a body of 300 German infantry, and only retired when most of his horses had been killed or wounded. The day closed with a remarkable record of success. The subsidiary attacks had done well, the 16th and 3rd Divisions having captured the remainder of the Siegfried Reserve Line at Bullecourt with 700 prisoners. On the whole front, already over 5,000 prisoners had been brought in. Sir Julian Byng had carried the outposts, the Siegfried Line and the Siegfried Reserve Line, on most of his front, and had broken into the final line at Masseniers. He had won nearly all his objectives, but at the 3 points and vital points he had not succeeded. He had not got Rumilly and Crèvecoeur, and so had not yet obtained that defensive flank which he needed for his swing to the north, nor had he won the crossings of the Schelde Canal and breached the final line widely enough to let the cavalry through. For this, the destruction of the bridge at Masseniers was to blame, and more especially perhaps the check of the 51st Division at Flechiers village. This last also prevented the attainment of the most important objective of all, the Bourlon Ridge, the garrison of which had, by now, been reinforced. Only 24 hours remained to complete the work before the enemy would have received supports. In that time, Orléans might be won, and perhaps Rumilly and Crevecoeur. But now that the first shock of surprise had passed, the chance for the cavalry was gone. The rain began to fall after midday on the 20th and continued into the morning of the 21st. By 8 a.m. on that morning, Flesquier's village had fallen, turned from the northwest, and by 11 the final German line had been breached to the north of Masnieres. The enemy counterattacked from Rumilly and was beaten off, and at Noyelles, part of the 29th Division and dismounted regiments of the 1st and 5th Cavalry Divisions were hotly engaged during the day. On our right, we captured the hamlet of Les Roues de Vignes, between Bonnevis and Crevecoeur, but lost it again, and our attack toward Crevecoeur itself was hung up by machine gun fire at the canal crossings. On our extreme left, the 36th Division, pushing north of the Bapaume Road, got into the skirts of Montfrez, where it found a strong resistance. But the vital point was on the left center, where the 51st and 62nd Divisions, assisted by tanks and squadrons of the 1st Cavalry Division, were struggling desperately towards Bourlon. The advance began at 10:30 a.m. as soon as possible after the clearing of Flesquieres. The West Riding troops completed the capture of Anu, and early in the afternoon the 6th and 51st Divisions took Hatting, close upon the Scheldt Canal. The Highlanders pressed on to the edge of Bourlon Wood, and late in the evening took the village of Fontaine Notre Dame, on the Bapaume Road between Bourlon and Cambrai. Bourlon Wood itself was a nest of machine guns, which barred the infantry advance, though a few tanks penetrated some way into its recesses. End of Chapter 88, Part 1. Section 10 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 88, Cambrai, November 6th to December 7th, 1917, Part 2. With dawn on the 22nd, the 48 hours of grace ended, the period during which the enemy must fight without his reserves. His reinforcements were hurrying up. The night before, the 1st Guards Reserve had arrived from Lens, and other divisions were on their way from Flanders and from the Crown Prince in the south. Our new line left the old front at a point halfway between Boursies and Pronville, ran east through the skirts of Montfrez to the Canal du Nord, then along the southern face of Bourlon Wood to Fontaine Notre Dame, where it turned southeast, covering Cantaing, Noyelles, and Marnieres, to a point east of the Scheldt Canal halfway between the last-named village and Crevecoeur. Thence it passed along the eastern and southern slopes of the Bonnevis Ridge to our old front near Gondelier. We had failed to win certain vital positions for a defensive flank, such as Rumilly and Crevecoeur. But above all, we did not hold the dominating ground of Bourlon Wood and village. Clearly we could not remain where we were. Either we must go on till Bourlon was taken, or fall back to the Flesquieres Ridge and secure our gains. Haig had now to decide whether to treat the action as a lucky raid and hold himself fortunate for what he had already achieved, without risking more, or to regard it as a substantive battle and press for a decision. Inevitably, he leaned to the second alternative, to fall back when much has been won and still more seems to be within reach, is possible for few commanders, even when they have less weighty reasons for their conclusion than were present to the mind of the British general. The choice which he now made had been really implied in his original plan. He was impressed by the acute significance of the Bourlon Ridge. If he could only gain and hold it, the German front south of the Scarpe and Sensee would be turned, and the enemy must be compelled to abandon all the elaborate defenses of that sector. It was such a nerve center as we had rarely before had the chance of striking at. It was true that German reinforcements were arriving, and that our troops were so exhausted that we too must delay a little for reliefs. But he considered that any German reserves that could appear for several days would be only sufficient to replace the enemy losses in the past fighting, and that there was some evidence of a wholesale German withdrawal. In any case, he believed that he had sufficient forces to strike at Bourlon before that position could be strengthened. He had hopes of receiving immediate reinforcements from Pétain. 2 British divisions under orders for Italy had been placed at his disposal, and with this accession of strength he hoped to win the ridge forthwith. Lastly, there were ever present to his mind the needs of the Italian situation. Any pressure on the Cambrai front, even if unsuccessful in its main object, would do something to relieve the strain of the Piave. He accordingly decided to continue the action till Bourlon was won. In the light of subsequent events, it is clear that the decision was unwise, since he had too small a force to achieve his purpose and to defend his gains against the attack which the enemy could develop. But to foresee the future with precision is not in the power of most sagacious commander, and to take risks is of the essence of war. The 22nd of November was spent in relieving some of the divisions which had suffered most in the battle, and organizing the ground one on our right and right center. A little after midday, the enemy regained Fontaine Notre Dame, which was commanded not only by the height of Bourlon, but by the positions of La Folie Wood, and on the canal towards Cambrai. That night, the 36th Ulster and the 56th Division of London Territorials were engaged in the Murphys area, and a battalion of the latter carried Tadpole Copse, a point in the Siegfried line west of Mervs, which was of value as a flanking position for the attack on Bourlon Wood. On the morning of the 23rd came the serious assault on the Bourlon Heights. The 51st Division attacked Fontaine Notre Dame, but was repulsed. In the afternoon it tried again, but could not clear the village, though our tanks entered it and remained there till dusk, to the inconvenience of the enemy. Meantime, on its left, the 40th Division attacked the wood, captured all of it, including the highest point of the ridge, and entered Bourlon village. The enemy here was the 3rd Guards Division, and a counterattack by all 3 battalions of the 9th Grenadier Regiment was completely repulsed before evening. The battle was now concentrated in the Bourlon area, and for some days in that ragged wood, and around the shells of the 2 villages, a fierce and bloody strife continued. On the morning of the 24th, a counterattack drove us out of the northeast corner of the wood, but the 14th Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders of the 51st Division, the dismounted 15th Hussars, and what was left of the 119th Brigade of the 40th Division, re-established our front. Assaults from the west were also repulsed by dismounted cavalry. That afternoon, the 40th Division attacked Bourlon village and captured the whole of it. All along the line from Tadpole Copse to Fontaine, it was clear that the enemy was gaining in strength, and next evening, 25th November, Bourlon village was retaken by the Germans, though part of a British battalion held out in the southeast corner till they were relieved 2 days later. The 40th Division, which had had most of the fighting here, was now replaced by the 62nd Division, and the enemy continued to press so hard that on the 26th he had entered the northern skirts of Bourlon Wood. Our position now was too awkward to be long maintained, and on the 27th we made an effort to secure the whole Bourlon Bridge, as well as Fontaine Notre Dame. 2 divisions supported by tanks were designed for the task, the Guards against Fontaine, and the 62nd on their left against Bourlon. Once more we succeeded in gaining both villages, Once again, counterattacks later in the day drove us out of them. We held a strong position on the Bourlon Ridge, but we had not yet established it. Accordingly, we relieved the divisions which had borne the brunt of the fighting, and set to work to design a final attack which should give us what we sought. Meantime, on other parts of the line, we had improved our situation. The 12th Division on our right had pushed out toward Bantou, on the Scheldt Canal, and on our left the 16th Division had won ground in the Siegfried Line northwest of Bullecourt. In the week's fighting, we had taken over 10,500 prisoners and 142 guns. We had carried 14,000 yards of the main Siegfried Line and 10,000 yards of the reserve line. We had wrested more than 60 square miles from the enemy and retaken 10 villages. We now held a salient formed like a rough rectangle, some 10 miles wide and 6 miles deep. It was a salient awkwardly placed, but we had not won either on north or east the positions which would have made it secure. And during that week the enemy, by means of his admirable communications, was hurrying up troops for a counterstroke. Cambrai had violently startled the German High Command. They had not dreamed of such an event, and they realized that only by the narrowest margin had they escaped catastrophe. The joy bells which rang prematurely in England woke uneasy thoughts in Germany, and the people for a moment were gravely depressed. It was Ludendorff's business to cheer his countrymen by a dramatic counterstroke, for knowing the immense sacrifice he was to demand from the nation in the coming spring, he could not afford to permit any check to their confidence. Accordingly, during the last week of November, fresh divisions were brought to the battlefield, and on the 29th, Marwitz issued an order to the Second Army. The English, by throwing into the fight countless tanks on 20th November, gained a victory near Cambrai. Their intention was to break through, but they did not succeed, thanks to the brilliant resistance of our troops. We are now going to turn their embryonic victory into a defeat by an encircling counterattack. The fatherland is watching you and expects every man to do his duty. The British High Command were aware of this activity. They were even aware that its area extended outside the battleground, as far south as Ventura, and they took measures to prepare for the worst. In the area between Nerves and Cantaing, they had 2 fresh divisions, 47th London Territorials and the 2nd, and one, the 56th, which had been only partially engaged. On the 10 miles between Cantaing and the ravine at Bantou lay 5 divisions, the 62nd, 6th, 29th, 20th, and 12th, all of which had been previously in action and were more or less weary. South of Bantou, our line was very weak, but there the 55th Division held a front which had been in our possession for months, and consequently its defense was well organized. Moreover, our hold on the Boniface Ridge increased the security of the line between Bantou and Bantoula. In immediate reserve were the Guards in the 2nd Cavalry Division, and in general support the 48th South Midland Division, the 4th and 5th Cavalry Divisions. It seemed certain that, since our hold on Bourlon Bridge was so insecure and the place meant so much to the enemy, the chief weight of any counterstroke would fall there, and in that area, as events showed, we were well prepared. Everywhere on our front the warning was given, and especially precautions were taken on that bit of our old line between Villers-Guislain and Ventura. Troops were warned to expect an attack. Additional machine guns were placed to secure supporting points, and divisional reserves were closed up. Special patrols were also sent out to watch for signs of any hostile advance. Nevertheless, the enemy secured a tactical surprise. His plan was to strike hard on our 2 flanks, and then to press in the center. On his right, he hoped to win the line Flesquières-Havrincourt, and on his left, the line Ribecourt, Trécourt, Beaucamp, Gouzeaucourt, and so nip off all the British troops in the front of the salient. 4 divisions were allotted for the southern flank attack, 3 for the northern. He used also his new tactics designed on the eastern front and first practiced at Caporetto, and these tactics meant surprise. At 7:30 a.m. on the morning of Friday, 30th November, a storm of gas shells broke out on the 10 miles between Masnieres and Venhula. There was no steadily advancing barrage to warn us of the approach of the enemy's infantry, and the thick morning mist enabled him to reach our trenches when our men were still under cover. The result was that from the north end of the Bonavist Ridge to Gonalou, and from Gonalou to Venhula, our line was overwhelmed. At once the enemy was on the edge of La Vacquerie, and pressing up the deep ravine between Villers-Gosselin and Gonalou. Isolated British detachments in advantageous positions offered a gallant resistance. Such were the parties at Lateau Wood in southeast of La Vacquerie. Such was the Field Artillery Brigade northeast of La Vacquerie, the troops on the high ground east of Villers-Gosselin, and south of that village the garrison of Limerick Post. But the advance could not be stayed. The batteries at La Vacquerie were taken, the first British guns to be lost in 2nd Ypres, and at 9 a.m. the enemy was in Gouzeaucourt. The situation was grave indeed, for our position in the front of the salient was turned in flank and rear. It was saved by the 29th Division at Masnieres. That gallant body, made up of English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, Guernsey, and Newfoundland battalions, had by its exploits at Gallipoli and on the Somme won a reputation second to none in the British Army. This day it gained still higher renown, though the enemy, covering it on flank and rear, overran its divisional and brigade headquarters and took its batteries in reverse. It did not yield its ground. Swinging back its right to form a defensive flank, it clung to Masnieres and beat off all attacks. Its heroic resistance defeated the German plan of a frontal assault and gave Byng time to attend to his broken right wing. At midday, the Guards came into action west of Gouzeaucourt, with the 5th Cavalry Division filling the gap on their right towards Villers-Gosselin. Gouzeaucourt was retaken, and for the rest of the day, there was a fierce struggle on the St. Quentin Ridge and at Gauche Wood, east of the village. There every kind of unit was engaged, 3 battalions of tanks, a field artillery brigade of the 47th Division, a detachment of the 29th Division, and a company of North Midland sappers. By the evening they had found touch with the garrison at La Vacquerie, and in turn were linked up with the defenders of Masnieres, and our line was reconstituted. Meantime, the other part of the enemy force had hurled itself against the front between Mouvres and the Scheldt Canal, held by the 56th, 2nd, and 47th Divisions. These 3 divisions, one of old regulars and 2 of London territorials, were forewarned of the attack by a severe preliminary bombardment, followed by a barrage. A little after 9 a.m. the German infantry came on in wave after wave, so that as many as 11 waves advanced in one area during the day. The fiercest thrust was west of Bourlon Wood. There a company of the 7th Royal Fusiliers of the 2nd Division was in course of being withdrawn from an exposed position when a storm burst on it. Its commander sent 3 of his platoons back, and with the rear guard, composed of the remainder of his company, held off the enemy's infantry until the main position had been organized. Having faithfully accomplished their task, this rearguard died fighting to the end with their faces to the enemy. The day was starred with heroic deeds. Between Mouvres and the Canal du Nord, a company of the 13th Essex of the 2nd Division found itself isolated. After maintaining a splendid and successful resistance throughout the day, whereby the pressure upon our main line was greatly relieved, at 4 p.m., this company held a council of war at which the 2 remaining company officers, the company sergeant major and the platoon sergeants, were present, and unanimously determined to fight to the last and have no surrender. 2 runners who were sent to notify this decision to battalion headquarters succeeded in getting through to our lines and delivered their message. During the remainder of the afternoon and far into the following night, this gallant company were heard fighting, and there's little room for doubt that they carried out to a man their heroic resolution. So 2 and 3 posts held by the 1st Royal Berkshires of the 2nd Division were overwhelmed. When 2 days later, the 3 posts were regained, such a heap of German dead lay in and around them that the bodies of our own men were hidden. So, too, when on the night of the 47th Division, a gap was found between the 1/5th and 1/15th Battalions of the London Regiment, the 2 battalion commanders counterattacked with every man they could lay their hands on. Cooks, orderlies, runners, and signallers, and restored the position. Before such soldierly resolution, the German waves broke and ebbed, leaving great numbers of dead, and by the evening the assault had most signally failed. But the battle was not over. On 1st December the Guards advanced, captured the St. Quentin Ridge, and entered Garnerloo, taking several hundred prisoners and many machine guns. Farther south, with the help of tanks and dismounted Indian cavalry, they took Ghosh Wood, but failed to enter Villers-Guiselin. There was heavy fighting also at Boulogne and Mâcon, and the 29th Division at Masnieres beat off no less than 9 attacks. But the Masnieres position, with the Boniface Ridge in the enemy's hands, was now precarious, and that night the 29th Division withdrew to a line west of the village. Next day there was a further withdrawal. The enemy pressed up Welsh Ridge northeast of La Vacquerie, and at one ground north and west of Garnerloo. On the 3rd he took La Vacquerie, and since our position beyond the Scheldt Canal near Mâcon was now becoming an acute salient, our troops were brought to the west bank of the canal. Little happened for the next 2 days but local fighting, but it was clear to Haig that, although the enemy's vigors seemed to be exhausted, the British front was in a highly unsatisfactory state. Either we must regain the Boniface Ridge, which meant a new and severe engagement for which we had not the troops, or we must draw in our line to the Flesquières Ridge. He had no other course before him but to give up the Boulogne position, for which his troops had so gallantly fought. The shortening of the line was begun on the night of the 4th and completed by the morning of the 7th. The operation was achieved no less skillfully than the similar drawing in of the Ypres front in May 1915. The new front, which in its northern part corresponded roughly to the old Siegfried Reserve line, ran from the Canal du Nord 1.5 miles north of Havrincourt, north of Flesquières and Ribecourt, and along Welsh Ridge to a point 1.5 miles north by east of La Vacquerie. South of that, it ran west of Garnerloo and Villers-Guiselin, rejoining our old front at Van Hula. For some days there was local fighting at Bullecourt, but the battle was over, and by the end of the year the Cambrai front had returned to the normal winter inactivity. The main criticism on this remarkable action has been already alluded to, that its conception was based on a fallacy, since it would inevitably involve an extension of operations for which we had not adequate strength. A secondary criticism is that it should have been broken off on 22nd November, when the 48 hours of grace had passed and we had not secured our most vital objectives. The replies to both arguments have been suggested in the preceding pages. Viewed in the light of the central strategy of the war, Cambrai effected nothing. It was a brilliant feat of arms, which reflected great credit on the British troops and their commanders, but it had no real bearing upon the fortunes of either combatant. It did not weaken the enemy in his positions, for we had to surrender Boulogne. It did not weaken him in personnel, for the losses were much the same on both sides, nor in morale, for he retrieved his first disaster. Looked at solely as a feat of arms, the Ardennes were perhaps with Sir Julian Byng, for on a balance the British retained 16 square miles of enemy territory, while the Germans on 30th November won only 7 miles of British. And our 16 included a 7-mile stretch of the Siegfried Line. It is difficult to see that the British commander-in-chief could have acted otherwise than he did. He took a legitimate risk. Had he succeeded, his bold strategy would have been lauded to the skies, and he cannot be blamed because he just fell short of the purpose he had set himself. One good result was indisputable. Enemy divisions destined for the Italian front were diverted to Cambrai, and at a most critical period in the stand on the Piave, the German concentration against Italy was suspended for at least a fortnight. Had Haig succeeded to the fall, it is unlikely that his success would have had any lasting influence on the campaign, for he had not the strength to follow it up. Cambrai was not one of the moments in the war when the Allies had in their hands a chance of a decisive victory. Footnote: perhaps there was only one such moment, in the beginning of 1917, when, if the plan of Haig and Joffre had been allowed to stand, and Neville's Esne plan rejected, Germany might have been beaten in the field before she could benefit from the Russian Revolution. End of footnote. But there was that in the German counterstroke, the full understanding of which, had it been possible for our general staff, might have had a potent influence on the future. The attack of the enemy right on Boulogne was in the traditional German manner, reminding those who had served in the autumn of 1914 of the methods of the First Ypres. There was the heavy initial bombardment, and then wave after wave of massed infantry. But it was different on his left between Asnières and Ben Huli. It was believed in Britain at the time that there had been some defect in our intelligence system which accounted for the surprise. But it is clear that there was no such defect. We had all the knowledge of the enemy attack which any intelligence corps could give. Nor were we deficient in artillery, nor greatly outnumbered, for the enemy superiority was not more than 4-3. Nevertheless, it was a surprise, for a system was being tested which had not been tried upon a British force. It was the new system which the Allied staff had not yet mastered, the tactics of Riga, of Caporetto. The lesson was missed, but 4 months later the armies of France and Britain were to read it in letters of fire. With Cambrai closed the campaign of 1917 on the Western Front, save that the guns were still growling on the Piave, though there the worst crisis had passed. It had been a year of hard fighting for both France and Britain, the former after the bitter disappointment of the early days of the Second Battle of the Aisne, had hewn her way patiently to success, till she had cleared the Aisne heights and won back all but a mile or two of the sacred Verdun soil. Britain had had the harder task in the more continuous fighting. From the first days of January, when the enemy began to retreat from the Somme uplands, to the middle of December, when Cambrai died down, her forces had been scarcely a week out of battle. Arras, Messines, 3rd Ypres, and Cambrai were actions as great as any in the history of British arms. We had taken more than 125,000 prisoners. We had wrested from the enemy every single piece of dominating ground between the Oise and the North Sea. It had been a year of successes, signal and yet indeterminate. The Germans had fallen back upon new positions, prepared by the labor of prisoners, and in these masterpieces of field fortification were able to abide. The policy of the Somme was now seen to be out of date. The war had concentrated on one front, the Western, and we could not hope to wear our opponents down by the method of limited objectives, and then break them, for they had found a new reservoir of supply. The dominant fact at the close of 1917 was that the enemy was now able to resume the offensive at will. He had some 150 divisions in the west and 79 in the east, but though he had brought westward 23 divisions since 1st October, he had the habit of returning eastward certain worn-out units. But the men he was bringing from Russia were the cream of his manhood, and the business of forming and training new shock battalions went busily on. Moreover, he was far from having exhausted that source of supply, and presently he could add another 500,000 of men and an infinity of guns to his western strength. The long German defensive, which had lasted since Verdun, was at an end. Young soldiers and irresponsible civilians professed to welcome a German assault, but wise men were uneasy. They knew that the German staff would presently make a desperate effort to secure a decision before Russia could recover from her maladies, and ere America was ready. The German defense had been conducted in a long-prepared fortified zone. Our success had given us a new line, often only a few weeks old, and we had not the German assiduity in field work. How, it was asked, should we fare against a resolute offensive? Again, we were deplorably short of men. Sir Douglas Haig had never received during 1917 the minimum levies he had asked for, and had been compelled to put into the line of battle men imperfectly trained, and to strain good divisions to the breaking point. Too little was being done at home to raise fresh forces. The anomaly of Ireland remained. The vigorous comb-out of non-essential industries, so often promised, had not been undertaken. The mind of Britain was exercised with the military problem, which even the dullest felt to be growing urgent. In a subsequent chapter, we shall examine its reaction upon our political life in the discussions as to the unified war staff for all the Allies, and the appointment of a generalissimo. The steps taken with regard to the former were timid, but, so far as they went, useful. The latter question, to which only one answer could be given by thoughtful men, was obscured by a fog of false sentiment and misplaced national pride. The British people, willing to do all that was asked of them, received no clear word of leading either from the embarrassed and somewhat obscure pleas of the soldier or the convenient rhetoric of the politician. To the observer, familiar with his countrymen, it was apparent that a drastic remedy would not be adopted except under the goad of an immense disaster. End of chapter 88, part 2.
Section 11 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 89, The Conquest of East Africa, January 1915 to November 26, 1917. Part 1. The close of 1917 saw what had once been the colony of German East Africa wholly in British hands, though fighting still continued inside the marshes of Mozambique. The story of the campaign which produced this result deserves to be studied in the closest detail, alike for its masterly strategy, its picturesque interest, and its fine record of human endurance. But in a work such as this, it can be treated only on the broadest lines, for it was no more than an episode in the great struggle of the nations. Yet even the barest sketch will reveal the extraordinary difficulties of the campaigning and the magnitude of the performance alike of conquerors and conquered. We left the narrative in the early days of 1915, when the slender British forces were definitely on the defensive. The Germans in East Africa were like the Germans in Europe, with enemies on all sides and blockaded by sea. But the enemies were little more than a handful, and the encirclement was futile. Operating on interior lines and with communications immensely superior to those of his opponents, the problem of Leto-Vorbeck was at the start an easy one. The British forces had been drawn chiefly from India, and there were also one regular British infantry battalion, a number of battalions of the King's African Rifles, and various irregular units, mounted and unmounted, raised among the settlers. The little army was starved of men, for it was the British policy that, as far as possible, no troops should be used in East Africa which could be employed in the main theater in Europe, as it was the aim of Leto of Warbeck to compel the opposite. In November 1914, as we have seen, General Aitken had failed signally at Tanga. In January 1915 came a second British defeat at Jassen. In April of that year, Major General Tighe became Commander-in-Chief, but he had not the strength to begin serious offensive operations. During 1915, there were a number of minor engagements, chiefly on the Uganda side and in the southwest, where a small force was at work on the Rhodesia frontier, while Belgian troops were also busy on the Congo border. But at the beginning of 1916, the honors lay clearly with the Germans. They had their colony intact, as Governor von Schnee proudly proclaimed, and they believed that, since they were self-supporting, they could resist any reinforcements which the British could bring. Tropical Africa was their main defense. Climate and distance, swamps and mountains, were better safeguards than numbers and munitions. And they had cause for their confidence, for they had boldly kept the initiative. They were forever raiding the Uganda and the Voi-Mactau railways, and in the gap of Kilimanjaro, the main gate of the north, they held Taveta and the line of the Lumi River inside British territory. In considering the remarkable achievements of General Smuts and his South African contingents, we must not forget the long, heartbreaking struggle of the troops, white and colored, who held the fort till February 1916. For 18 months they had borne the heat and burden of the climate, without chance of leave, without adequate supplies, and with little to cheer them in their past record, and with no hope of an offensive in the future. One white officer, often in the early 20s, with a handful of natives, was left to patrol a long length of line in the face of vigilant and aggressive enemies. In that wide and solitary land there was none of the stimulus which comes from a consciousness of supports at call and neighbors near. The time was soon to come when the little army was caught up in a great movement, and swept the enemy's domain from all points of the compass. But let us recognize the desperate strain on mind and body of the far-flung lines of defense, which during 1915 sat in dreary and perilous vigil on the northern borders. At the beginning of 1916, East Africa was the only colony left to Germany. She had lost successively Togoland, Southwest Africa, and the Cameroons, and she was the more determined to cling to her richest possession. She hoped by her victories over the Allies in Europe to be able to dictate terms as to Africa, and her terms were not less than a German domination from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, embracing British and German East Africa, the Belgian and French Congo, Angola, the Cameroons, Nigeria, and all West Africa to Cape Verde. Mittel Africa had taken as definite a shape as Mittel Europa. She wished it strategically as a flank guard for her conquests in the Near East. She wished it as a controlled producing ground of those raw materials which were disturbing the minds of her economists. She wished it as a recruiting ground for an army of 1 million men, trained in the German fashion, which would terrorize the unwarlike peoples of the few African territories that remained to other powers. She dreamed of a day when Mittel Africa would have a population of 50 million natives and 500,000 Germans, when great cities would have sprung up on Chad and Tanganyika and the Congo, and when the Lake Chad Express, carrying a freight of German bagmen, would run regularly from Berlin. The Emperor had ordered his people in Africa to hold out to the last, and with such a dream before them, it was their business to yield nothing till the final victory in Europe should gain everything. Footnote: the German views on Africa will be found set out in General Smuts' address to the Royal Geographical Society, Geographical Journal, March 1918. In Emil Zimmermann's Das Deutsche Kaiserliche Mittelafrika Ausgrundlage einer neuen deutschen Weltpolitik, 1917, translated into English by Edwin Bevan, 1918. In Dr. Sol's article on the colonial calendar for 1917, and in his numerous speeches, and in the article by Delbruck in the Preuß Jahrbucher for February 1917. And a footnote. Leto Warbeck's chief difficulty was likely to be shortage of arms and ammunition, for the large stock with which he began the war was bound to be depleted. He was fortunate, however, in receiving various unexpected windfalls. When the Königsberg was destroyed by our warships in the Rufiji River in July 1950, her 10 4-inch guns were saved and moved up country. We proclaimed a blockade of the coast on February 28, 1950, but 3 ships managed to get through. The Adjutant to Dar es Salaam in February 1915, the Rubens from Hamburg to Mansa Bay in April 1915, and the Maria to Sudi Bay in March 1916. Ammunition was also manufactured in local workshops, as were other supplies, such as benzene, paraffin, leather, rubber, and quinine. All the resources of a rich colony were applied to the business of war. It is difficult to overpraise the vigor and adaptability of the German effort, and in Leto Warbeck, the colony had a commander of infinite resource, courage, and persistence. Before the arrival of General Smuts, he disposed in the field of a force larger and better equipped than the thin lines of the besiegers, and even after the arrival of the South African contingents, he had an army scarcely inferior to ours in effectiveness, better adapted for tropical warfare, and confronted with a far simpler problem. It was the first time in history that a British army had in a tropical wilderness encountered an enemy force officered by highly trained Europeans. The combination meant that every advantage of terrain and climate would be most cunningly used against us. Since our aim was to conquer the country and expel the enemy or compel him to surrender, our offensive involved interminable marches in areas most unsuitable for a force with wheeled transport moving far from its base. In extent, the colony was as large as Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Holland, and Denmark taken together. The coastline on the Indian Ocean was 470 miles long, the western frontier from Lake Victoria to Lake Nyassa some 700 miles, and from Dar es Salaam on the east to the terminus of the Central Railway at Tanganyika on the west, the distance was 787 miles. The land rose in tiers from the eastern coastal plain to a plateau which broke down steeply towards the trough of the Central Lakes. In the north, the frontier with British East Africa was for the most part a chain of mountains, the Usambara and Pare ranges culminating in the great massif of Kilimanjaro. The western border between the lakes was also mountainous, so difficult that the Belgian force could not involve enemy territory direct from the Congo, but had to be moved northeast round the volcanic ranges to Uganda before they could find a starting point. In the southwest, a mountain range closed the gap between Lakes Tanganyika and Nyassa and blocked the advance from northeastern Rhodesia. More notable still, a chain of ranges, the Uluguru and Mutumba Mountains, lay from north to south on the edge of the plateau and the coastal plain, and so formed a series of rallying points for the enemy's defense. 2 railways ran from east to west, those from Tanga to Mochi, and from Dar es Salaam to Tanganyika. Britain had but one sea base, Mombasa, and everything for the critical northern front had to be landed there. The struggle, wrote General Smuts, was largely a campaign against nature, in which climate, geography, and disease fought more effectively against us than the well-trained forces of the enemy. Of the character of the campaign he has also written, "It is impossible for those unacquainted with German East Africa to realize the physical, transport, and supply difficulties of the advance over this magnificent country of unrivaled scenery and fertility, consisting of great mountain systems alternating with huge plains, with a great rainfall and wide unbridged rivers in the regions of all the mountains, and insufficient surface water on the plains for the needs of an army, with magnificent bush and primeval forest everywhere, pathless, trackless, except for the spoor of the elephant or the narrow footpath of the natives. The malarial mosquito everywhere except on the highest plateaus. Everywhere belts infested with the deadly tsetse fly, which makes an end of all animal transport. The ground almost everywhere a rich black or red cotton soil, which any transport converts into mud in the rain or dust in the drought. In the rainy seasons, which occupy about half the year, much of the country becomes a swamp, and military movements become impracticable. And everywhere the fierce heat of equatorial Africa, accompanied by a wild luxuriance of parasitic life, breeding tropical diseases in the unacclimatized whites. These conditions make life for the white man in that country far from a pleasure trip. If, in addition, he has to make long marches on short rations, the trial becomes very severe. If, above all, huge masses of men and material have to be moved over hundreds of miles in a great military expedition against a mobile and alert foe, the strain becomes unendurable, and the chapter of accidents in this region of the unknown. Unseasonable rains cut off expeditions for weeks from their supply bases. Animals died by the thousand after passing through an unknown fly belt. Mechanical transport got bogged in the marshes, held up by the bridges washed away or mountain passes demolished by sudden floods. And the gallant boys marching far ahead under the pitiless African sun, with the fever raging in their blood, pressed ever on after the retreating enemy, often on much reduced rations, and without any of the small comforts which in this region are real necessities. In the story of human endurance, the campaign deserves a very special place, and the heroes who went through it uncomplainingly, doggedly, are entitled to all recognition and reverence. Their commander-in-chief will remain eternally proud of them. In the autumn of 1915, Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien, the former commander of the British Second Army in Flanders, had been appointed commander-in-chief of the forces in East Africa. Accompanied by a large staff, he sailed for the Cape, but there persistent ill health compelled him to return to England. At the beginning of 1916, the Honorable J.C. Smuts was appointed in his place, with the rank of lieutenant general, and on 19th February he arrived at Mombasa. As we have seen in an earlier volume, General Smuts had conducted brilliantly the southern operations in the German Southwest African campaign, and he had since held the portfolio of defense in the Union government. In the South African War of 1899 to 1902, he had been one of the most mobile and successful of the Boer generals. As he put it whimsically, I believe it is generally admitted that in the Boer War I covered more country than any other commander in the field on either side, and my movement was not always in the direction of the enemy. He had now to face the reverse problem: how to bring to book an evasive and swiftly moving enemy in a country compared with which the high veld was a parterre. Large contingents had been raised in South Africa, some of which had already arrived on the battleground. There were 2 formed divisions in the country, apart from the troops on the lakes and the Rhodesia and Nyasaland forces. The 1st Division, under General Stewart at Longido, and the 2nd Division, under General Tighe, on the Voi-Baktau line. The enemy strength was estimated at 16,000 men, of whom 2,000 were white, a number slightly less than the army which Smuts now commanded, and its main force was concentrated in the Kilimanjaro region to bar the gates of the north. But since Letao Vorbak had behind him the Tanga Railway and the good roads connecting it with the Central Railway, he was in a position to move troops with speed to the coastal plain, should a landing be threatened there. Smoot's first task was to decide upon a plan of campaign. Since Britain controlled the sea, it seemed the natural course to force a landing at Tanga and Dar es Salaam and move into the interior along the railway lines. Such a course would give us at once much shorter communications with our bases at Durban and Cape Town, and would enable us to advance to the tableland by the valleys of the many east-flowing rivers. This was undoubtedly the plan which the enemy expected us to adopt, but he had to reckon with a master of the unexpected. Smuts decided to drive the country from north to south, while his subsidiary forces, British and Belgian, moved eastward from Lake Victoria, from Lake Kivu, and from Tanganyika and Nyasa. It was a plan which at first sight seemed to verge on the impossible. In moving south, he had to force the gap of Kilimanjaro, where the Germans were strongly entrenched. He had to cross many rivers and lateral valleys. He had to face 3 knots of difficult mountain land. Above all, till he won the Tanga Railway, he must have one single precarious line of communications through Voi and Mactau. More, even with the Tanga Railway, even with the Central Railway in his hands, his position would not be easy, for the enemy might be expected so to destroy these lines that they would take months to repair. Indeed, he could look for no certain additional communications till he found them by the water on the Rufiji. But Smuts had good reason for his decision. His main forces were massed on the northern front, and there was no time before the rains came to alter General Tighe's dispositions. He knew, too, the deadly climate, and he did not wish to subject his men to the fevers of the coastal plain with the rains due in a month's time. So far as possible, he hoped to fight on the high lands, or at any rate to have uplands adjacent for rest camps and hospitals. Again, he wished to split the enemy country, as Sherman split the Confederacy by his march through Georgia. If his main force took the central road from north to south, and subsidiary armies pressed in from the west, and in due course detachments landed on the coast and pushed westward, the enemy would be caught not between 2, but between a multitude of fires. He knew the difficulty of rounding up a mobile force and clearing a savage country, and he was well aware that it could not be achieved by a stately progress against a fully warned enemy. He wanted a surprise, a series of surprises, for no Fabian strategy could effect his purpose. Therefore he adopted a plan which Leto Vorbeck had not dreamed of, and flung himself into the wilds, trusting to good fortune to pick up new communications as he proceeded. It was a plan only possible for a commander who had implicit faith in himself and in his men. "I am sure," he wrote, "it was not possible to conduct the camping successfully in any other way. Hesitation to take risks, slower moves, closer inspection of the auspices would only have meant the same disappearance of my men from fever and other tropical diseases, without any corresponding compensation to show in the defeat of the enemy and the occupation of his country." The first step was to force the passage between the flanks of Kilimanjaro and the Pear Mountains. Before his arrival, General Tighe had done good work in the way of preparation. The 1st Division had occupied Longido and linked it up with the railhead at Lake Magadi, and the 2nd Division had taken Serengeti. The railway from Voi was slowly creeping forward towards Mactau. After a careful reconnaissance, Smuts resolved to attack at once in order to achieve his purpose before the heavy rains began in the end of March. Across the mouth of the gap, between Kilimanjaro and the Pear Mountains, ran the river Lumi, joining the Ruwu, which formed from Lake Gype along the northern base of the Pear. On this line the enemy held an apparently impregnable position. Clearly there was no way of turning it on the south, for the Pear cliffs rose sheer from the river. Smuts' plan was to direct the 1st Division, under General Stuart, from Longido across 35 miles of waterless bush to the gap between Mur and Kilimanjaro, and thence to the place called Somali Hauser, west of Mochi. They were then to move southeast to Kahi on the Tanga Railway in the hope of cutting off the retreat of the enemy in the gap. The 2nd Division, under General Tighe, was to attack in front toward Taveta, assisted on the right by the 1st South African Mounted Brigade under General Van Deventer. The 1st Division started at dusk on 5th March. Van Deventer moved out by night on the 7th, and the 2nd Division advanced at dawn on the 8th. After a sharp fight at Saleta Hill, the Lumi was crossed and Taveta reached on the 10th. The enemy made a stand in the pass of the Katowo Hills between Latima and Riata, and after a long struggle was driven out by the 2nd Division on the night of the 11th. On the 12th, Van Deventer, moving on the skirts of Kilimanjaro, crossed the Himo River, and on the 13th reached New Mochi, the railway terminus. On the 15th, he was in Old Mochi, higher up in the hills. On the 14th, the 1st Division reached New Mochi, while the 2nd Division held a line from the Latima Pass to the Himo. The enemy's position in the gap had been turned, and he was retreating toward the Ruwu and the Tanga Railway. The next step was to secure the Ruwu crossings, and to do it in time to intercept the retreat of his main body. But there was much difficult broken country between us and the river. Van Deventer was ordered to march by night and cross the Pangjani south of Kahi Station, as to get in the rear of the enemy's position, while the 1st Division advanced direct on the Ruwu. By daylight on the 21st, Van Deventer was fording the Pangjani, and presently had seized Kahi Hill. He then occupied the station, while the enemy blew up the railway bridge. This cut off Leto Vorbeck's retreat by the railway east of the Pear Range, and the only hope for the Germans on the Ruwu was the Lake Jite route east of the mountains. If the 1st Division, now under General Shepherd, could but ford the Ruwu in time, a comprehensive disaster would follow. At 11:30 on the 21st, Shepherd was pressing forward, but the Germans fought stubborn rearguard actions, and in the thick bush progress was slow. That night the enemy slipped across the Ruwu and so secured his retirement by Lake Jite. On the same day, the 21st, Arusha, 50 miles west of Moshi, was occupied by a party of Van Deventer scouts. The pass had been forced, the whole area north of the Ruwu was cleared, and a base in enemy country had been won before the rains for the next move forward. The great mountain, whose chief peak bore the name of the German emperor, was in our hands. The commander-in-chief moved his headquarters to Mochi and prepared for the 2nd stage. It was now the end of March, but still the rains tarried. Smuts made all possible haste to improve his communications against the wet weather by pushing on the railway from Voi across the Lumi to link up with the Tanga line. He relied mainly on motor transport, and once the rains began, that would be useless. He effected a complete reorganization of his command, abolishing the old 2 divisions and disposing his troops in 3 divisions, 2 made up wholly of South African contingents, and 1 containing the Indian and British forces. Under the new arrangement, the 1st Division, under Major General Hoskins, comprised the 1st East African Brigade, under Brigadier General Shepherd, and the 2nd East African Brigade, under Brigadier General Hannington. The 2nd Division, under Major General Van Deventer, contained the 1st South African Mounted Brigade, under Brigadier General Manny Botha, and the 3rd South African Infantry Brigade, under Brigadier General C.A.L. Barange. The 3rd Division, under Major General Britz, had the 2nd South African Mounted Brigade, under Brigadier General Enslin, and the 2nd South African Infantry Brigade, under Brigadier General Beavis. This done, the Commander-in-Chief considered his next step. Reviewing the various possibilities, he concluded that the main enemy force had retired into the Pear and Usambara Mountains, expecting to be followed. He resolved to disappoint them, and to strike at the unguarded interior. He would send Van Deventer with the 2nd Division straight towards Kandoa Irangi, which would compel Letao Vorbeck to weaken his force in the mountains on the Tanga line and enable the other 2 divisions, he hoped, to conquer the ranges. To this decision he was helped by the fact that the coming rainy season would be worst in the mountain area, and that if he moved swiftly south, he need not bring operations to a standstill during April and May. Meantime, he arranged that the 2,000 British rifles under Lieutenant Colonel Adai on Lake Victoria and the large Belgian forces around Lake Kivu should begin to press in from the western border. Van Deventer started from Arusha on 3rd April, and that night captured the hill and wells of Lal Kasal, 35 miles to the south. Starting again on the 8th, his horsemen arrived at Tarangire on the 9th, and at Ufyom on the 12th. He was now more than halfway to his goal, but the rains had begun, and progress was difficult. His horses were greatly exhausted, and it was not till the 17th that touch was found with the main enemy position, 4 miles north of the Kandoa Irangi. At noon on the 19th the place fell. It was a magnificent forced march, involving severe privations and immense fatigue. The incessant rain had made cooking impossible. There had been no rations, and the men had lived on scraps of meat and meal, and the animals on mealy stalks and grass. The 2nd Division had come to the end of its tether, and Van Deventer had to wait for remounts before he could move. The most he could do was to push out patrols towards the Central Railway in the south and Hendeni in the east. He was cut loose from his base and had to live on local supplies, which, fortunately, were plentiful, for the Kandoa Irangi Plateau was full of cattle and renowned for its fertility. The capture of the place had seriously discomposed the enemy. Letao Vorbeck moved a force of 4,000 from the Usambara Mountains by way of Mambo, Morogoro, and Dodoma, and on the 7th of May attacked Van Deventer's 3,000 weary troops from the south. By the 10th the attack had been beaten off, and no further serious offensive was attempted by the German commander. Van Deventer's march to Kandoa Irangi was, strategically, perhaps the most significant episode in the campaign, as it was certainly the most picturesque. A few days later, the 1st and 3rd Divisions began their advance down the Tanga Railway, the first force of the rains having slackened and the ground hardened. Smuts' plan was to move eastward to a point opposite Hendeni, and then to swing south against the Central Railway on a line parallel to Van Deventer's. It was essential to move fast while the enemy was still vainly battling at Kandoa Irangi. There were large German forces on the Pear and Usambara mountains, but Smuts hoped to march down the Pangani, which flows 20 miles south of the hills, and to occupy Hendeni before reinforcements could reach it from the west and north. It was a bold plan, for he condemned his main body to move through dense bush with an unfordable river on its right. In that advance went Shepherd's and Beavis's brigades. Footnote: General Britz of the 3rd Division did not arrive till the end of June. End of footnote. While as flank guards, Hannington's brigade of Indian troops moved along the railway just under the hills, and the 3rd King's African Rifles, under Lieutenant Colonel Fitzgerald, made a circuit north of the Pear Range in order to descend on the railway through the Ngulu Gap. Leto Vorbeck's askaris knew the country well, but we had in our service many old Boer and British hunters who had as much bush lore as any native. These men did brilliant work in that difficult descent of the Pangani Valley. Fitzgerald started on the 18th May, Hannington's brigade and the main column on the 22nd. On the 25th, Hannington had occupied Same Station, and next day Fitzgerald joined him through the Ngulu Gap. This turned the enemy's first position at Lembini, which was taken by Hoskins without a blow. On the 31st of May, Buko Station, where the Pangani and the railway met, was occupied, and the enemy was in retreat to Mambo. whence ran a trolley line to Handeni. This made it clear that the Germans did not propose to defend the Usambara range, but were retiring by Handeni to the Central Railway. To Hannington was left the task of clearing the near end of those hills, which he did by advancing to Mambo on the 9th of June, occupying Wilhelmsthal, the summer seat of the German government, on the 12th, and reaching Korogwe on the 15th. The main force had meantime crossed to the right bank of the Pangani. Beavis's brigade executed a turning movement toward the west by Sangeni, while Shepherd's brigade on the 19th entered Handeni itself. Next day he was joined by Hannington from Korogwe. In Handeni we had a second strategic base, parallel to Kandoa Irangi, for our advance on the Central Railway, and now that we held it, the enemy at Kandoa was wholly cut off from the north. Smoot's line of communications was getting very long, for he had not yet opened up another sea base, and rations and comforts were terribly short among his wearied men. But the indefatigable spirit of the commander-in-chief was communicated to the army, and he was able to induce them to still further exertions when it seemed that they had already passed the limit of their strength. From a military point of view, he was right to press on, for delay might lose him the fruit of his remarkable successes. On the 20th he moved to Kengata, for he heard that the enemy was in position on the Lukagura River. A column under Hoskins was dispatched in a flanking movement, while Shepherd attacked in front, and on the 24th the line was won. Here, perforce, a halt must be called. Since 22nd May, the troops had marched over 200 miles in desperate country, and the transport system had reached the extreme radius of its capacity. The Nguru range of mountains lay before them, and it appeared that there the enemy was massing in force. Moreover, it was desirable to bring Van Deventer and the 2nd Division farther forward to conform with the advance of the main force, before a combined movement could be undertaken against the Central Railway. Accordingly, a big standing camp was formed on the Masia River, 8 miles beyond the Lukagura and just under the northeast buttress of the Nguru Hills. The enemy had virtually evacuated the Usambara Hills, and on 7th July Tango was occupied, with the help of the Navy, almost without opposition. Small guerrilla bands still hung around the Korogwe neighborhood, but during July the country was cleared by an advance from Tanga and Pangani, and by a movement of Hannington from the south. To complete our hold on the north, Sadani Bay was occupied by our navy on 1st August, and Bagamoyo on the 15th, and the way was thus prepared for the larger advance on Dar es Salaam. On the western marches, the Belgians, under General Tambur, having moved their base from Kibati, north of Lake Kivu, to Bukakati on Lake Victoria, had occupied Kigali, the capital of the Rwanda province, and the British Lake Detachment had taken the island of Ukure in Lake Victoria. Sir Charles Crewe was now appointed to the Lake Command, and occupied during June Bukoba and Karagwe districts of Rwanda. On 14th July, he compelled the enemy to evacuate Mwanza, his most important town on the lake, and so won a valuable base for a future movement on Tabora. The readiness with which the enemy gave up this area compelled Smuts to revise his views. He had formerly thought that Tabora would be the goal of Leto Vorbeck's retreat. He now reached the conclusion that it would either be southeastwards to the Rufiji Delta or south to the Mahenge Plateau. End of Chapter 89, Part 1. Section 12 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 89, The Conquest of East Africa, January 1915 to November 26, 1917. Part 2. The Musia camp was an uneasy resting place. The enemy in the mountains to the south kept up a persistent shelling, and the troops had to burrow for shelter into the ground. But the halt was of real advantage, for it enabled weary units to rest and allowed them to collect reserves of supplies and to receive reinforcements from South Africa of both guns and infantry. Meanwhile, Van Deventer had begun to move on the 24th June in order to come into line with the rest of the army and to cooperate in reducing the Nguru position. He broke up the enemy's line south of Kandoa, which had already been weakened by the transference of troops to Nguru. His immediate objective was now the Central Railway, but his advance was so arranged that it should also have a bearing on the Nguru situation and intercept the main enemy force as they fell back from the hills. On 20th July, a column moved westward and occupied Singida. On 14th July, a column started due south, and after a stiff encounter at Mapandi, reached Saranda and Kilabatinda, and so got astride the Central Railway. Then Deventer's main forces advanced to the southeast, the mounted brigade under Mani Botha being diverted on Kikambo, and Barangi's infantry by way of Njingalo upon Dodoma. Njingalo was reached on 25th July and Kikambo on the 30th. The end of July saw 100 miles of the Central Railway in our possession, and though every bridge and culvert had been destroyed, the enemy had not had time to do serious damage to the track. The much-tried 2nd Division had done marvels, but its precarious line of supply from Mochi had now been lengthened by another 100 miles, and its next objective, Kilasa, was a further 120 miles on. Nevertheless, with scarcely a halt, it pushed down the railway. It partially solved its transport problem by narrowing the gauge of its heavy lorries, so that they could run on railway trolley wheels. Mpapua was taken on the 12th August, Kadete on the 16th, and Kilasa on the 22nd. During July, too, the Belgians and the British Lake Detachment had been steadily drawing near to Tabora. Ujiji and Kigoma, on the shores of Tanganyika, had been occupied, and Rachiji on the line to Tabora, while from the northwest a column was approaching St. Michael. General Northey, in the southwest, had taken Malangali and was moving on Iringa. Leto Vorbeck had now but one direction of retreat left to him, the south. It was time for Smuts's main force to advance and clear the Nguru Hills. The mountain region was some 50 miles long from north to south and about 25 miles broad, and had on the northeast a subsidiary feature in the shape of Mount Kanga, between which and the Nguru Massif the Majanga River flowed south to join the Wami. It was a region of narrow wooded defiles, rushing streams and tracks winding on the edge of precipices, an ideal country for any defensive. Smuts's plan was to send Shepard's brigade against the main Kanga position, while Hannington's brigade advanced on its right down the Majanga Valley on Matabando and Turiani. Britz's 3rd Division was ordered to fetch a circuit round the north end of the mountains and close in upon Madando from the west. Britz started on 5th August, Hannington on the 6th, and Shepard on the 7th. Shepard feinted against the main enemy front at Kanga, but his left wing moved 6 miles east so as to turn the mountain and come in on the enemy rear at the Rusango River. Ensslin, with the mounted troops of Britz's division, occupied Madando on the 8th, but reported that the hill roads were impossible for wheeled traffic, with the result that all the transport had to be sent back to Lukaguru to follow Shepard. Hannington reached Matamando on the 9th, where he found himself strongly opposed. Beavis's brigade was accordingly sent to support him, and meantime Ensslin at Medando was threatening the enemy's rear and compelling him to think of retreat. Had the whole 3rd Division been able to reach Medando, the Matamondo force might have been cut off. As it was, after severe fighting on the 10th and 11th, that force fell back, and on the 11th, Shepard reached the Rusango River to find the enemy gone. He then marched south to Capera on the River Wami, while Britz and Hannington reached Tiriani. By the 15th, Britz and Hannington were clear of the Nguru Hills, and on the 18th the whole British force was at Dekawa, at the crossing of the Wami. The enemy was retreating partly on Kalasa, but mainly on Morogoro. On the 22nd, as we have seen, Van Deventer reached Colosa, so Morogoro became the only refuge. Smuts had hopes of bringing Leto Vorbeck to bay at Morogoro and denying him retreat to the south. The place, which stands on a tributary of the Ngir, was protected from the Dekawa direction by a long line of hills, and had the Uluguru Mountains behind it. To force him to fight, Smuts devised an elaborate outflanking plan. Ensslin, with the 2nd Mounted Brigade, was to make for the Central Railway at Makata to cut off the outlet to the west, while the main force marched southeast in order to approach Morogoro by way of the Ngir Valley, and to cut the enemy's retreat to the east by Kiroka. Ensslin duly reached Makata on the 23rd and Malali on the 24th, where he received in support the 1st Mounted Brigade, now under Brigadier General Nussey, from Van Deventer's 2nd Division. Unfortunately, there was a track unknown to us which led due south from Morogoro through the mountains to Kisaki, and by this way Leto Vorbeck escaped. On the 24th, we reached the Ngir. On the 26th, Hannington was at Mekesi on the east, and the same day Shepard entered Morogoro. But the enemy had gone, and gone precipitately, to judge by burning storehouses and the railway platform deep in spilt coffee. Though both men and animals were well nigh worn out, Smuts pressed hard on his trail. On the 27th, Shepard was in Kiroka, and by the 30th the enemy was behind the little river Ruvu. The struggle for the Uluguru range was one of the hardest in the campaign. Britz's 3rd Division moved on the west side, with Enslin's Mounted Brigade on his left among the hills, while Hoskin's 1st Division took the eastern flank. Leto Vorbeck fought stout rearguard actions, excellently supported by the nature of the country. The road, wrote Smuts, passes through very difficult broken foothills, covered either with bush or grass growing from 6 to 12 feet high, through which any progress was slow, painful, and difficult. The bridging of the Rue took several days, and for some distance beyond the road passes along the face of precipitous rocks round which the enemy had constructed a gallery on piles to afford a track for his transport. As the gallery would not carry our mechanical transport, it took us some days to blast away the mountainside and construct a proper road. Tulu was not reached till 10th September, and Hannington, who led the vanguard, drove the enemy south of the Mageta River on the 13th. It was clear from the heavy gun ammunition left behind that Leto Vorbeck had contemplated an elaborate defense of the Uluguru range, but the speed of the 1st Division and the unexpected appearance of Enslin's troops at Malali had forced him to change his plans. Britz and Ensslin followed the elephant track by Mahalala, which Speke and Burton had taken in 1857. On the 5th of September, they were close on Kisaki, and it was decided to attack the place with Beavis's infantry brigade, Enslin's mounted brigade of the 3rd Division, and Nussey's mounted brigade of the 2nd Division, which had been lent to Britz. The attack failed because it was badly timed. The 3 units did not act together, and the thick bush prevented assistance from being sent from one to the other. It was not till the 15th of September that Hannington having taken Dutumi, 18 miles to the east, Ensslin managed to outflank the position and threatened to retreat to the Rufiji. The enemy fell back on a defensive line along the Mageta River. During this period of hard fighting astride the Central Railway, the situation on the coast was being rapidly improved. Brigadier General Edwards, the Inspector General of Communications, moved south from Bagamoyo with 2 columns, one along the Rugu River toward the Central Railway and the other direct on Dar es Salaam. British warships appeared off the coast, and on 3rd September the German capital surrendered. The time had now come to occupy the whole coast, so, with the assistance of the Navy, Mikandani was seized on the 13th September, Sudi Bay on the 15th, Lindi on the 16th, and Kilwa Kisawani on the 7th. Kilwa was an important base, and a strong column was landed there for operations along the Matandu River and in the Matumbi Mountains. Dar es Salaam was also a vital center, and from it the work of restoring the eastern end of the railway, most comprehensively wrecked by the Germans, was carried on. Between the sea and Colosa, our Pioneer Corps had to rebuild no less than 60 bridges. At the same time, Van Deventer was not idle. On 28th August, he had taken Ulia, and by 3rd September was at Kikumi. On the 10th, he was at Kidodi on the Great Ruaha River, where he found the enemy in position. General Northey, too, had occupied Lupembe on 19th August and Iringa on the 29th, and was moving upon the Mahenge Plateau from the west, while on the south he had taken Sasangi, 18 miles west of Weidhofen on Lake Nyassa. Farther north, Sir Charles Crewe and General Tambur were converging on Tabora, which was entered by the Belgians on 19th September. The German garrison there fell back toward the upper waters of the Great Ruaha, where they had to face both Van Deventer and Northey. One other episode remains to be mentioned. On March 9, 1916, Portugal, the oldest ally of Britain, had declared war on Germany. Her main military effort was to be on the Flanders front, where presently she had 2 divisions in line with the British. But since her colony of Mozambique bordered German East Africa on the south, she played some small part also in this campaign. Her troops under General Gill crossed the frontier, the Rovuma River, and occupied various points on its northern shore. As it was evident that Leto Warbeck's retreat would be to the southward, the Portuguese forces must sooner or later come into action. The position at the end of September was that in little more than 6 months, the German hold on East Africa had been narrowed down to the area between the Rufiji and Mageta rivers in the northeast and the Great Ruaha and Ulanga rivers in the southwest. Outside this area, the enemy's only troops were the Tabora garrison, now making its painful way eastward, and a small detachment between Dar es Salaam and the Rufiji. With the exception of the Mahenge Plateau, he had lost every healthy district of the colony. He was dwelling now in fever swamps, while the bulk of our troops were on higher ground. But Smut's gallant forces were woefully exhausted, and far from comfortable in the way of supplies. The fighting front was fed from the railhead at Korogwe, west of Tanga, and everything had to be brought 300 miles by hill paths and bush tracks. Often the ration problem became acute. At Kisaki, for example, a sudden storm of rain destroyed the roads, and for a fortnight our troops there lived off native millet and the flesh of hippos shot in the Mageta River. Tsetse fly had played havoc with our transport animals, and large numbers of men were down with malaria. The 3rd Division had to be sent back to Morogoro to recover strength, and though we harassed the enemy on the Mageta line, major operations were for the time being at an end. The rest of the campaign, it was evident, would be in an unhealthy country, and it was necessary to have medical reports on the fitness of the troops. As a result, 12,000 men were sent back to South Africa as unfit for further campaigning. By way of reinforcements, the 1 British regular battalion, Loyal North Lancashires, returned from the Cape at full strength, and the Nigerian Brigade, under Brigadier General Cunliffe, arrived in November. It was calculated that by the end of the year, the worst part of the transport difficulties would be overcome by the opening of the Central Railway for traffic between Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. The enemy's main force lay facing us north of the Rufiji, and, if compelled to retire, he must fall back either on Mahenge or into Portuguese territory. To force the crossing of the Rufiji was no light task, for it was more than a quarter of a mile wide. Smuts' aim was to cut off the Rufiji force from Mahenge and at the same time prevent its retirement to the south. Accordingly, he established a base at Kilwa on the coast, from which columns could work north and northwest. He hoped to cross the Rufiji somewhere well to the west of Kimbambawe in order to bar the road to Mahenge and then join hands with the Kilwa column, so as to close in on the enemy's rear. General Hannington yielded up the command of the 2nd East African Brigade to Colonel O'Grady and took over the Kilwa force, which was now called the 3rd East African Brigade. There were other changes. The 3rd Division was disbanded. The Lake Detachment ceased to exist. Van Deventer's command was reorganized, and reinforcements were sent to Northey. The situation in the area of the last name during October became interesting, for the Tabora garrison succeeded in breaking through and cutting the communication between Northey's main body and the Iringa troops. A small British post at Ngominji was surrounded and taken prisoner. There were various minor actions at Matabira, Malangali, and Lupembe, in which the enemy lost heavily. In November, Smuts visited that area and instructed Van Deventer to base himself on Iringa and Northey on Lupembe, and between them force the enemy beyond the Ruhuji and Ulanga rivers. Meantime, Hannington at Kilwa had done good work in clearing the Matandu Valley and the southern slopes of the Matumbi Mountains. In November, the whole 1st Division, less Shepherd's Brigade, was transferred to Kilwa, with General Hoskins in command. There, during December, there was a good deal of fighting, but by the close of the year, Hoskins felt himself in a position to advance towards the lower Rufiji when our main forces should attack. Meantime, the Portuguese were driven off the north bank of the Rovuma, and it was clear that if Leto Vorbeck broke out in that direction, he would meet with no serious opposition. The great advance was ordered for New Year's Day, 1917. The plan of it was that Beavis's brigade should move to the west and cross the Rufiji just below its junction with the Ruaha, and that Shepherd and Cunliffe should make a similar flanking movement on the east. The vital part was that of Beavis. On the night of the 2nd, he was only 12 miles from the great river, and at dawn on the 3rd had crossed and established a bridgehead on the southern bank. On the 5th, Shepherd, after hard fighting, in which the most famous of African hunters, Captain F.C. Silas, fell at the head of his company, reached Kimbambawe to find that the enemy had crossed, afterwards destroying the bridge. That night he managed to effect a crossing a little higher up, in the course of which he had to deal with some truculent hippos, and next night the passage was continued till the 30th Punjabis were established on the south shore. Beavis, meanwhile, was making good his hold as far as Luhembero, and Cunliffe's brigade was ordered to follow him. The enemy had been completely outmaneuvered, and with few casualties, we had won the Rufiji crossing. The situation now was that the Tabora garrison had slipped away from both Northey and Van Deventer, and was making for Mahenge, while Leto Vorbeck had got across the Rufiji without being forced to action. It showed the impossibility of surrounding an enemy in such country. He could be driven back, but not brought to a standstill. Meantime, Hoskins' force from Kilwa was steadily advancing to the northwest. Smoot, reviewing the situation, saw that between Cunliffe on the Rufiji and Hannington at Nagarambi, there was a gap of some 40 miles, the only outlet through which the enemy could escape. If the two could join hands at Lugaliro, the trap might be closed. Failing such a success, there must be a converging movement from the Rufiji and Kilwa upon Liwale in the south. But Smuts was not suffered to conclude the campaign which he had devised. He was summoned to England to the Imperial War Conference and left Dar es Salaam on the 26th of January. The new commander-in-chief was Lieutenant General Hoskins, formerly of the 1st Division. With his accession to command, the campaign took on a new phase. The main problem had been solved. The country had been virtually conquered. All the chief centers were in our hands. The worst transport difficulties had been surmounted, and the enemy had become a hunted remnant. But the colony was not yet cleared, and it was to take many weary months before the last man of Leto Warbec's following crossed the Rovuma. The difficulty now was that, with the exception of Mahenge, there were no such strategical objectives as had been offered by Mochi, Tabora, or Dar es Salaam. The campaign had become a manhunt, a chase of a new duet, with difficulties before it which no British commander had dreamed of in 1902. The operations of 1917 may be briefly summarized. During January, the Central Forces advanced east and south from the Rufiji, where the enemy fought stubborn rearguard actions, while the Kilwa Force pushed west into the Rufiji Delta from Mahoro, and Northey drove the enemy from the high ground east of Lupembe. The situation remained unchanged during the rains, the longest and heaviest ever known in that country, save that under our pressure there was a steady trickling of German troops southward, both from the Rufiji and Mahenge. In the beginning of May, the enemy was in two main bodies, one between 4,000 and 5,000 strong, under Leto Warbeck himself in the Batandu Valley, to which had been added the troops driven out of the Rufiji Delta, and one under Tafel, some 2,000 or 3,000 strong, based on Mahenge. Occasionally, and especially in the west, oddments broke back northward, and these were pursued and accounted for by our mounted men. One isolated party, foraging in search of food, had reached Portuguese territory, and one large body, 600 strong, under a certain Naumann, gave trouble north of the Central Railway, and it was not disposed of till October. These latter raiders covered in their travels about 2,000 miles, having started from the Nyassa neighborhood in February and passed through Itunda, crossing the railway east of Tabora in May. They had a brush with the Belgians east of Lake Victoria, and then visited in turn Lake Magadi, Kondoa, Irangi, Hundeni, and Mochi, being finally brought to bay in the middle of the Masai steppe. Naumann may have been a brute, but his enterprise was a bold one. Such a raid, wrote General Van Deventer, could perhaps only have been carried out in a country like German East Africa, where the bush is often so thick that two considerable forces may pass within a mile unaware of each other's presence, and where a ruthless leader of a small force can nearly always live on the country. Hoskins had reorganized his forces on sound principles when, at the end of May, Van Deventer took over from him the supreme command. The latter in person led the main army against Leto Warbeck's eastern force, while Northey, with the assistance of a Belgian contingent, closed in on Tafel's western force in the Mahenge area, shepherding northwards the bands that were making for Portuguese Nyassa land. In July there was hard fighting in the Kilwa district, and Leto Warbeck was slowly driven south from the Matandu River toward Lindi. Early in October, the Belgians occupied the Mahenge Plateau and moved southward in touch with our troops advancing from the west. The doom of Tafel's western detachment was now assured. He tried to join hands with Leto Warbeck by going east through the wild country north of the Rovuma, but on 26 November discovered that his way was barred. He attempted to break back, failed, and on 28 November surrendered unconditionally. By the beginning of the same month, Leto Vorbeck was driven southwest of Lindi. There was no other course before him but precipitate flight, and moving with great speed, he reached the Rovuma, where the Portuguese posts were of no avail to hold him. With some 2,000 men, he crossed the river on 25th and 26th November, and the colony of German East Africa was clear of its former masters. The 10 months since Smoot's departure had been no less a trial of fortitude than the 10 months of his command. The weather had been bad, sickness was rife, and a brigade which could put 1,400 rifles into the firing line considered itself singularly fortunate. Between May and November, the British casualties in action alone had been close on 6,000. But to set against these, 1,618 Germans and 5,482 natives had been killed or captured. It had been a bitter struggle, and before it ceased, 9/10 of the enemy's white and black personnel had either perished or been taken prisoner. My predecessors, wrote Van Deventer, have well described the difficulties of advancing through tropical Africa against an enemy in possession of interior lines who can advance and retire along carefully prepared lines of supply. As the area of operations diminished, so the potential advantages of these interior lines increased, and the fiercer became the fighting. The morale of the enemy never wavered, and nothing but the determined gallantry and endurance of our troops finally crushed him. To the infantry, British, South African, Indian, West and East African, I owe unqualified thanks and praise, and especially to the regimental officers who set an example which all have followed. Footnote: Leto Vorbeck held out in Portuguese territory till the armistice, when he surrendered to Van Deventer. His force was by that time reduced to 154 Europeans and 1,156 Askaris, and his casualties had for some time been 10% per month. End of footnote. The campaign in German East Africa must rank as unique among the operations of the Great War. It was the boldest drive ever undertaken in modern warfare, having regard both to the size of the country and the intricacy of its configuration. In it, the fantastic was of daily occurrence. Outposts driven in by lions, river crossings confused by nervous hippos, engagements with the enemy disorganized by impartial attacks of rhinos against both sides. Where else could such incidents be found? It was a blending of the hoar-ancient and the ultra-modern, airplanes, barbed wire, and machine guns, with the staked pit, which had been the device of Neolithic man. And as a background, it had the brooding terrors of the equatorial climate, death lurking in pool and swamp, in arid bush and ferny ravine, on mountain lawn and in lush valley. From the military point of view, it was a remarkable performance, and the credit belonged to both combatants. The young staff officer from Posen showed a true genius for war, far greater than that of many belauded German generals in Europe. He played what cards he possessed with masterly skill, a supreme patience, and a reasonable chivalry. Footnote: Each side testified to the good conduct of the other. See Sir J. L. Van Deventer's last dispatch of April 26, 1919, and Leto Vorbeck's My Reminiscences of East Africa, English translation, 1920. End of footnote. On the British side, the task was akin to that in southwest Africa and in the Cameroons, but harder inasmuch as the country was larger and more inaccessible, and the enemy better prepared. No campaign in tropical lands in British history had offered so difficult a problem, for in none had the enemy possessed such highly trained European officers. In transport difficulties alone, it outdistanced all our former expeditions on the Indian border in West Africa or on the Nile. Indeed, it combined the difficulties both of a civilized and a savage war. We had to face modern weapons and modern strategy, but a decision could not be secured merely by defeating the enemy, for he could fade away into dim forests and find shelter in the ancient inorganic barbarism of the land. The chief credit belongs to General Smuts, and one principal reason of his success was that he put his whole soul into it, that he treated it as a major operation of the first importance, and was as resolute to complete the work as if the war had been confined to that one area. Without his fiery energy, his far-reaching strategical grasp, and his quick imagination, we should speedily have reached a stalemate, and in 2 years, instead of clearing the country, have advanced perhaps to the Wami, perhaps only to the Panjani. He combined all our assets and all our far-flung detachments in one closely wrought strategical plan. He did more, for he inspired his whole command with his own magnetic spirit, and lifted it over hard places which might well have proved unconquerable without his leadership. He was the soul and brain of the army he led, and though in men like Van Deventer and Hoskins, Northey and Hannington, he had most able lieutenants, it was his shaping and controlling mind which made victory certain. Yet he could not have succeeded but for the quality of his army. Its trials were of a kind to sap the courage of most men. Poor food, excessive fatigue, and constant sickness are the hardest foes for humanity to strive with, and all who are familiar with tropical Africa know the deadly lassitude which infects the blood of Europeans and takes the edge from their spirit. In 2 months during the autumn of 1916, the wastage of animals was horses 10,000, mules 10,000, oxen 11,000, donkeys 2,500. In 1 week of the same period, there were 9,000 patients in hospital, 4,000 of them white men, and over 200 officers. Let the reader reflect what such a handicap meant for military operations, and then assess the credit for those swift marches which flung the enemy from position after position and tore river lines from his grasp before he was aware of the menace. It was a war on both sides of picked men, black and white. The Angoni of the King's African Rifles, the Maniema of the Belgians, the Wanyamwezi of the Germans, were the military elite of Central Africa. We had behind us famous Indian battalions, corps of settlers accustomed to fend for themselves in the wilds, scouts and hunters who had long made a dwelling in the bush, the same type of South African infantrymen who in France had fought at Delville Wood and Arras, and those mounted Boers whose qualities we knew well, and who among natives won a legendary fame as the Kaburi, a new animal generated by the war. Their heroism and endurance were not fruitlessly expended, for, far as East Africa seemed removed from the strategical center of gravity, the difficulty of its conquest showed, in General Smuts's words, what an immense tropical territory, with almost unlimited economic and military possibilities, and provided with excellent submarine bases, might become as an aid to that world empire of which Germany dreamed. And it strengthened the Allies in the resolution that a land where so many of our heroes lost their lives or their health, where, under the most terrible and exacting conditions, human loyalty and human sacrifice were poured out so lavishly in a great cause, should never be allowed to become a menace to the future peaceful development of the world.
End of Chapter 89, Part 2.
Section 13 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 90. The Extremity of Russia, November 8, 1917, to March 5, 1918, Part 1. On the 8th of November, the Bolsheviks had seized the reins of government, and on that date Lenin proposed a 3 months armistice to all the belligerent powers. The next day was devoted to a tour around the various administrative departments, which for the most part had been deserted by their officials, and the installation of a new and wholly untrained bureaucracy. On the 10th, a batch of decrees transferred the possession of all factories to the operatives, empowered municipalities to sequestrate house property, and abolish private ownership in land. An attempt of the Railwaymen's Federation to bring about a coalition government failed signally, for the little group of the Smolny Institute refused to share their power with any colleagues. Presently, all newspapers not of the Bolshevik persuasion were suppressed, and the private stocks of paper and printing presses confiscated. On the 22nd, Colonel Murov, an ex-regular officer with a black record, who now commanded the Petrograd district, issued an order announcing that the war was over and providing for the disbanding of troops. On the 28th, the German command in the east agreed to negotiate for an armistice. The Bolsheviks were now firmly in the saddle and had started on their wild ride. On what forces could they count for support? The first and most important was the Soviets in the towns. To the average Russian, local government was the only form he understood, and the Soviet system, patchy as it was everywhere and infamous in many places, met undoubtedly with a real popular acceptance. The system had no necessary connection with Bolshevism. It was simply a method of government by franchise, based upon the voter's occupation in life, a method which did not follow the ordinary parliamentary system of the Western democracies. Footnote. The Soviet principle has many points of resemblance to that constitutionalism which in the 19th century used to be opposed to plebiscitary democracy, and of which the House of Lords and the separate representation of the universities in the House of Commons may be considered relics. Disraeli's Reform Bill of 1859 was of that school, and the pure milk of the Soviet word may be found in the discussion on the Franchise Bill of 1866-67. For example, Sir Hugh Cairns. Parliament must be a mirror, a representation of every class, not according to heads, not according to numbers, but according to everything which gives weight and importance in the world without, so that the various classes of this country may be heard, and their views expressed fairly in the House of Commons, without the probability of any one class outnumbering and reducing to silence all the other classes in the kingdom. End quote. Life of Lord Salisbury, 196. End of footnote. But since it was not based on rule by the will of the majority, it could be manipulated by an energetic faction, and was now in fact controlled by the Bolsheviks, as every institution in such a crisis will be controlled by its most extreme elements. The system was not universal. In Siberia, it was weak. In Finland, the Ukraine, and the Caucasus, it had to struggle with nationalist movements. And in the Cossack country, it had scarcely begun. The Bolshevik writ, at this stage, did not run generally, save in northern and central European Russia. The second support was the universal desire of the people for peace, a desire in which Lenin at once took action. The third was the craving for that land reform which Kerensky had promised, but never enforced. The Bolshevik objection to private ownership was not yet realized by the peasants, though their delegates to the peasant Soviets stood out strenuously against the new usurpation till it was clear that their opposition was hopeless. Last may be reckoned the widespread unsettlement of the revolution, the passion for change, for anything provided it was novel, the dream of a new world which could only come into being after the complete destruction of the old. Let it be added that the men of Smolny were not yet compromised by failure. and that they had for the moment no serious opponents. The old provisional government and Kerensky had faded away in effectiveness. No party, from the social revolutionaries to the cadets, had real leaders or knew what it wanted. The army chiefs were now without armies. The Cossacks of the Don and the Urals were not the stuff to restore an old regime, nor was their hetman, Kaledin, a Duke of Albemarle. The new government was a gamble of supreme audacity. The Bolsheviks had no disciplined military force behind them, save what they could themselves create, and they had the Germans at their door. The railroads were in chaos. The rich coal and iron basin of the Donets was in unfriendly hands, and it was hard to see how the people could be fed or kept in employment. The treasury was empty, and they had vast commitments to meet. Under such conditions, they could not hope to endure even for a few months, except by a crescendo of violent deeds. Since there was no income, they must live on capital, the gold reserve and private bank balances, and they must keep their followers in good heart by something not distinguishable from loot. Like a drunken man, they could only keep erect while they moved fast, for if they went slowly, they would fall. To enforce their mandates, they enlisted condottieri from the gutters, the Red Guards, in whose ranks many miscreants found good pay and a life of license, and who formed a bodyguard for the government that ensured them a living. It was mad and chaotic, but it was not purposeless. Lenin and Trotsky sought to bring about a worldwide revolution, to annihilate everywhere the bourgeoisie and the intellectuals, and to establish a proletariat tyranny. Chaos was their object, the chaos and destruction of the normal state. They did not drift, but, to begin with at any rate, strode with firm steps into what the majority of mankind would call the mire. They knew their own mind with complete precision. We have already examined the theoretic equipment of that mind. We have now to consider briefly the translation of general dogmas into a working code of policy. The Russian Revolution, which began with the coup d'etat, had become a revolution in very truth, involving the utter collapse of the old system of government and the release of elemental forces which were for the time being only destructive. It had not been organized under the inspiration of a formative creed, and there was no scheme in the heads of its makers to replace what they had destroyed. This was made plain by the behavior first of the provisional government and then of Kerensky. They acted as if liberty were, in itself, a cure for all ills. They aimed at releasing rather than at governing. With such a negative attitude, no constructive policy was likely to be either framed or enforced. Those who saw the need of government could only hark back to fragments of the old order, and these were unacceptable to a people drunk with novelties. Nor must it be forgotten that a class war of a sort had been proclaimed from the very beginning. Even the moderate social revolutionaries were committed to it. Whatever their leaders might say, the whole trend of their thought was towards the domination by peasants and workmen of the classes which had hitherto ruled the land. The underdog was to come to his own, and since the vast majority of the Russian people were underdogs, the sudden mass consciousness swept even sober men off their feet. Though here and there a thinker entered a caveat against jerry-built millenniums, he found no hearers. Lenin did not invent the class war. He did not even inaugurate it as a policy in Russia. He found it the incoherent creed of the nation, including the bulk of his nominal opponents. We can picture the Bolshevik leaders slipping back to Russia in the spring of 1917 from foreign soil, where for years they had lived on a diet of futile political discussion, varied by hopeless dreams. Suddenly, their dreams had come true. They found the situation they had not dared to think of, and a nation hanging on their words. They were in no sense Democrats. The great doctrines of that polity, liberty, brotherhood, and an equal law, signified nothing to them. They were class maniacs, and in their own eyes class martyrs, and the time for the revenge had come. Having lived so long among abstractions, reality was distorted for them, and having thought only in negations, they had neither the wish nor the power to construct. Their long sojourn in the underworld had deprived them of the chance of serious political education as much as the most illiterate mujik. They owed nothing to the West, and why should they? They did not admire its traditions or accept its precepts. They found Russia like a man of a gross habit of body, suffering from a sharp fever. Themselves consumed with a worse fever, they sought not to lower the patient's temperature, but to infect him with a wilder virus, and through him the whole of mankind. Therefore, once they were given the chance, they were certain to act, and to act swiftly. They would make the class war not an aspiration, but a fact. They would liberate not only from the last shackles of tsardom, but from that tumid constitutionalism which the pedants of the West misnamed democracy. Their intellectual baggage was of the flimsiest, but it is possible to characterize some of the pieces. In the choice of certain of the less important, they did not show their usual logic and consistency. They preached, for example, universal self-determination, but they did not believe in it. For self-determination carried to an extreme means anarchy and particularism run mad. And in the interests of their class war, they were not prepared to allow irrelevant class divisions. As soon as the Ukraine and Finland proposed to set up independent governments, the Bolsheviks showed themselves the most rigid of centralists. But on the main matter, they were not in doubt. Their cardinal tenet was the class war. Their main watchword, Karl Marx's historic appeal, quote, "Workers of the world unite. You have a world to win, and nothing to lose but your chains." End quote. It was this intense concentration that gave their creed not an intellectual, but an emotional coherence. As pacifists, they brought not peace, but a sword. As liberators, they would enslave all but a single class. As levelers, they sought to establish a reversed tyranny, a shabby oligarchy from the pavement. This obsession mastered alike the cold fanaticism of Lenin, the mild utopianism of Chicherin, and the more subtle talents of Jewish adventurers like Trotsky and Radek. They wished to break down as much as possible of the old world in the time permitted to them, and to kindle a fire from the debris which would send sparks to the four corners of the globe. They were in the true sense adventurers, making hay with a desperate zeal while their sun shone. And in fever-stricken Russia, they found a popular mood which gave them their opportunity. The creed was almost as ancient as human society, and there was nothing to distinguish the movement from 1,000 others scattered like wrack upon the sea of history, save the remarkable personality of its leader and the unique chance afforded him by a disorganized society and an ignorant, weary, and nerveless people. To some minds, the ideal world of communism may seem a thing of beauty, to others a horror of darkness. To one man, the Marxian economics on which it is based may have the truth of mathematical science. To another, they may appear a self-contradictory folly. One moralist may see in the creed an ennobling, another a degradation of human nature. To the historian, the cardinal fact is that such attempts have often been made and have never succeeded, since there seems to be that in the soul of man which is impatient of a society so monotonous and of an ordering of life so arbitrary and sterile. If he views in this light the communist ideal, he must suspect still more deeply the communist methods. The Bolsheviks sought to make the world a clean slate on which he could write what he pleased, forgetting that nature does not tolerate such convulsions. To that organic thing called human society, he applied his crude violence, and the result was a new way not of life, but of death. In the ranks of Bolshevism were many agents of Germany. some of whom had been in the Soviet secret police in the old days, scoundrels who would sell their souls willingly for hire. But though the leaders were unscrupulous enough in their methods, and would pocket German gold if it helped their purpose, they had their own game to play, and had a small affection for Deutschtum in itself. Yet Prussianism and Bolshevism were nearly related. Both unduly simplified the world, both were without sense of history, both would substitute for the rich and organic variousness of life a harsh mechanism. The inspiration of both was Central European. Each was a devotee of Machtpolitik. Each sought, in defiance of right and justice, to impose its theories on the world by force. "It is to be observed," said Trotsky, later at Brest-Litovsk, "that the Russian government is based upon power. Throughout the whole of history, no other government has been known. So long as society consists of contending classes, the power of government will be based on strength, and these governments will maintain their dominion by force." It is Prussianism's authentic voice. It should be realized that Lenin and his colleagues were not anarchists in the common sense of the word, although they succeeded in producing anarchy. They aimed at establishing a strong, rigid, and narrow government, of whose rules they would tolerate no breach. They did not form the extremist left of the revolution, for there was an extremer section than they, who aimed at a world of complete individual license. Against these, Lenin was forever inveighing, as foes of society. They were his enemies on the one side. On the other were ranged the more moderate socialists under leaders like Chernov, who appealed to the peasantry as the Bolsheviks appealed to the working men of the towns. The center parties, supported by the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, but without leaders, for Miliukov was more a schoolmaster than a statesman. The Cossacks, self-centered, scattered, and unreliable. The nationalists of Finland and the Ukraine and the Caucasus. The Orthodox Church and its hierarchy. The loyal elements of the army, every day declining in number. And somewhere in the darkness, those who still dreamed of a monarchical restoration. The true Bolsheviks were only a small fraction of the Russian people, 100,000 or so among 170 millions. But they were united and purposeful, while their foes were impotent and divided, and they preached a creed of which the main tenets appealed to the fatigue and ignorance of the ordinary man, though he would have rejected the whole body of doctrine had he understood it. The army chiefs were off the immediate stage, Kornilov under arrest, Kalindin among his Cossacks, Alexeyev and Denikin and Brusilov in retirement. Kerensky had disappeared, and Sevenikov, a far more dangerous antagonist, had returned to that underworld of whose intricacies he was a master. The Bolsheviks' first task was to stop the war. They had already destroyed the Russian army. They must now destroy all other armies by appealing to the blind masses behind them. They were pacifists of the most militant brand, for they sought peace not by submitting to the will of the conqueror, but by using negotiations as a means of propaganda among the conqueror's own troops and throughout the world. If only they could awake their feverish class mania in Germany, they would win from their apparent abasement a lasting triumph. Hence the history of the Bolshevik regime is to be found in its foreign policy. Till the end of the year, there were few outstanding events in the chaos of their domestic government. On 14th December, Dukhonin, the former commander-in-chief, was barbarously murdered at army headquarters. From the 9th onward, when Kalindin took the field in the Don region, where he was presently joined by Kornilov, there was constant fighting around Kharkov and Rostov between his Cossacks and the Red Guards, the latter having the support of sailors from the Black Sea Fleet. The 11th was the day fixed originally for the meeting of the Constituent Assembly, but nothing happened. The meeting was postponed, for the way in which the elections had gone did not satisfy the junta in Smolny. but these events were of small importance compared to what was happening inside the German lines. On 28th November, as we have seen, Germany accepted the Bolshevik scheme for an armistice, and Count Hertling in the Reichstag announced that his government agreed to the Russian proposals as a basis of discussion. On 2nd November, hostilities ceased on the Eastern Front and fraternization began. The Allies formally protested, and Trotsky seized the occasion to deliver an inflammatory speech denouncing foreign interference. On the 3rd, a Russian deputation arrived at the headquarters of Prince Leopold of Bavaria at Brest-Litovsk. On the 5th, a preliminary conference opened there, with General Hoffmann, Prince Leopold's chief of staff, presiding, in the presence of representatives from Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria. The Russian delegates were a peasant, a private soldier, a sailor, and one or two Bolshevik politicians, accompanied by several minor staff officers to act as expert advisors. One of the latter, General Skolin, committed suicide in despair during the conference. How preposterous was the whole delegation may be judged from the fact that one Russian member was an official of the old Tsarist secret police and a German agent. They asked for the retirement of the German detachments from the islands in the Gulf of Riga, and promised that, while negotiations continued, no German forces would be sent from the east to other battlegrounds. Footnote: Lenin opposed this condition on the ground that he knew a more effective way of preventing the militarist powers using the armistice to attain their own ends. This was apparently the non-recognition of foreign loans and engineering of a universal revolution, which he believed to be possible at once. End quote. They pressed, too, for an armistice on all fronts alike. The German delegates refused these demands, and for some days there was an indeterminate discussion. Finally, on 15th December, an armistice agreement was signed, providing for a truce on the Eastern Front for 28 days from noon on 17th December. The Germans agreed in the meantime to transfer no troops westward, but did not scruple to break their word. Footnote: 6 divisions were moved to France and Flanders between 16th and 31st December. End footnote. Meantime, the remaining army, now in an impossible position, had been forced by the defection of its Russian contingent to join in the truce as from 6th December. That day, Trotsky, as the Bolshevik Commissioner of Foreign Affairs, issued a note to the Allies declaring that the coming armistice offered them a locus poenitentiae as to war aims. The period is, even for the present disturbed state of international communications, amply sufficient to afford the Allied governments the opportunity to define their attitude toward the peace negotiations, that is, their willingness or their refusal to take part in the negotiations for an armistice and peace. In the case of refusal, they must declare clearly and deliberately before all mankind the aims for which the peoples of Europe may have to shed their blood during a 4th year of war. It was a suggestion which no Allied government could accept. To negotiate with an undefeated and unpenitent Germany would have been to disown the cause for which they had entered the war. But for Germany herself, the occasion came as a godsend, for she began the game with every card in her hand. To the doctrinaires of Bolshevism, who would waste hours hunting for metaphysical formulas, she could oppose trained diplomats with a policy and a purpose. At the worst, she could secure stagnation on her Eastern Front, and thereby change the whole orientation of the war. At the best, she might throw an apple of discord into all councils of her enemies. Her danger was that she might overrate the simplicity of the game and play too blindly for the present advantage. As for the dreamers of Smolny, they were swollen with vainglory. By the sheer might of intellect, they would force a settlement upon the world, a settlement which would not only put an end to an irrelevant war, but would leave them with a mighty vantage ground for reshaping human society according to their pet pattern. They were wildly in error. Yet it is probable that history will put the worst blunder to the credit not of the crude theorists of Petrograd, but of the cool and calculating politicians of Berlin. The Brest-Litovsk meeting to discuss terms of peace was formally opened on Saturday, 22nd December. Among the obscure Russian delegates, only the names of Hofe and Kamenev were known to the world. Germany sent Kuhlmann, her foreign secretary, one of the most astute and lesser statesmen of Europe, and from Austria-Hungary came Count Czernin, who was of the Kuhlmann school and combined a minimum of practical liberalism with a maximum of democratic profession. The attitude of both may be judged from Kuhlmann's preliminary declaration. Our negotiations will be guided by a spirit of placable humanity and mutual esteem. They must take into account what is an accomplished historical fact, in order not to lose our footing on the firm ground of reality. But on the other hand, they must be inspired by the new great and dominant motive that had brought us together. I regard it as an auspicious circumstance that our negotiations begin in sight of that Christmas festival which for many centuries past has promised peace upon earth and goodwill to men. That is to say, Germany, as conqueror, was not prepared to give up any material conquest, but she was ready to satisfy the Bolsheviks by every pious declaration which sounded bravely and signified nothing. For behind Czernin and Kuhlmann stood the massive figure of Ludendorff, who sought only to use this fortunate rabbledom in Russia for his great projects on the Western Front. If such an attitude held out little hope of satisfactory results, the Bolsheviks were no less uncompromising. Their heads were turned by what they considered their success in the first round. "We did not overthrow the Tsar," said Trotsky in Petrograd on the opening day of the conference, "in order to fall on our knees before the Kaiser and beg for peace. We summon all to a holy war against imperialism in every country. If owing to our economic ruin we are unable to fight and we are obliged to renounce the struggle for our ideals, we will tell our foreign comrades that that struggle is not ended but only postponed." In his eyes, Brest-Litovsk was an occasion less for diplomacy than for propaganda. And meantime, to the embarrassment of Germany, his agents were scattering their appeals everywhere among the inactive German troops on the now stagnant front. The Bolsheviks at this period were true to their anti-militarist ideals. They fought not for their own power only, but for the triumph of their creed in any land to which they could gain access. Trotsky had small reason to love Britain, having spent some time in a Canadian internment camp, but at the moment he was little better disposed towards Germany. The scene in the council chamber at Brest-Litovsk was worthy of the art of some great historical painter. On one side sat the bland and alert representatives of the Central Powers, black-coated or much beribboned and bestarred, exquisitely polite, but blundering often into giving a needless "von" to some Russian Jew, or the title of Excellency to some shaggy comrade from Smolny. Among them could be noted the narrow face and alert eyes of Kuhlmann, whose courtesy and debate never failed, the handsome presence of Czernin, who was put up to fly the wilder sort of kite because of his artless bonhomie, and the chubby Pickwickian countenance of General Hoffmann, who now and then grew scarlet and combative when he felt that some military pronouncement was called for. Behind the Teutonic delegates was an immense band of staff officers and civil servants and bespectacled professional experts. Each delegation used its own tongue, and the discussions were apt to be lengthy. Opposite the ranks of Teutondom sat the Russians, mostly dirty and ill-clad, who smoked their large pipes placidly through the debates. Much of the discussion seemed not to interest them, and they intervened in monosyllables, save when an incursion into the ethos of politics let loose a flood of confused metaphysics. The conference had the air partly of an assembly of well-mannered employers trying to deal with a specially obtuse delegation of workmen, partly of urbane hosts presiding at a village school treat. The Russian proposals were 7 in number. There was to be no forceful appropriation of territory taken in the course of the campaigns, and the occupying armies were to be at once withdrawn. Complete political independence was to be restored to all peoples who had lost it during the war. Right to self-determination was to be granted to all nations, and in the case of territories inhabited by several nationalities, special provision was to be made to safeguard the rights of minorities. No indemnities were to be paid, war requisitions were to be returned, and sufferers by the war compensated from a special fund levied on all belligerents according to their resources. Finally, colonies were to be treated on the same basis as parent countries, and any economic boycott after the war was forbidden. Of these proposals, all except the first three were acceptable enough to the Central Powers, but no one, except the second, was acceptable to the Allies, since the terms ignored Germany's responsibility for the origin of the war and the peculiar nature of her political creed and her national ambitions. As for the first three, Germany hoped to whittle them down in actual drafting, and in the meantime to use them to make trouble with the Allies. On Christmas Day, Count Czernin arose to announce the readiness of the Central Powers to assent to a peace without annexations or indemnities, provided that the Allies forthwith pledged themselves to these principles and agreed to join in the negotiations. It was accordingly decided that the conference should rise until January 4, 1918, in order to give the Allies an opportunity of considering the proposal. On the 28th, a provisional agreement was reached regarding the resumption of normal relations between Russia and Central Europe. Treaty arrangements interrupted by the war were to be resumed, and the diplomatic and consular service was to be restored. As a result, Petrograd was at once flooded with German delegations. Meantime, the Central Powers had prepared two articles as a draft for an eventual peace treaty. The first laid down that Russia and Germany were to declare the state of war at an end, and that as soon as peace was concluded and the Russian armies demobilized, Germany was to evacuate occupied Russian territory. But the second introduced a qualification. A special commission was to deal with the border provinces, Poland, Lithuania, Courland, and part of Estonia and Livonia. There, said Berlin, the wishes of the people had been already manifested in favor of separation from Russia and the acceptance of German protection. The Russian government must take cognizance of such manifestations, which Germany was willing to see ratified by a plebiscite conducted without military pressure. These proposals, which represented the views of Ludendorff and as opposed to Czernin, were not satisfactory to the Bolshevik representatives, and still less to Bolshevik headquarters. Trotsky immediately took the field. The suggestion as to the border provinces seemed to him a defiance and an impertinence. His vanity was wounded, and he had an ugly feeling that he was being played with by the adroit manipulators of Berlin and Vienna. On January 2, 1918, before the Central Committee of the Soviets, he denounced Germany's hypocritical peace proposals, and declared that if the border nationalities were not given the right of self-determination, the militant revolution would stand forth in their defense. For the moment, that centralism, which was part of the Bolshevik creed, was uppermost, and he was not minded to surrender any part of the Russian state either to Germany or to complete independence. To understand the situation, we must consider briefly the position of these parts of the old Russia other than the North and Center at the beginning of 1918. End of Chapter 90, Part 1. Section 14 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 90, The Extremity of Russia, November 8, 1917, to March 5, 1918, Part 2. A revolution is always vociferous. A strong central government may restore unity, but the first tendency is towards a breakup into provinces. This is especially true in the case of an inorganic realm, and Russia, as we have seen, had no real integration. Quote, in March there had been one Russia, from Poland to the Pacific. Now, whether there were 6 or 60, no man could tell. Republics sprang up in the night. Cities and districts proclaimed their independence. The realm of the Romanovs, of Catherine, of Peter the Great, was no more. Russia had reeled back into the Dark Ages. Footnote, The Round Table, March 1918. End footnote. Let us consider first the position of the Baltic states, Estonia, Livonia, Lithuania, and Courland. In Estonia, a national diet had been established by the Russian provincial government on the outbreak of the revolution. It met at Reval in July and formed an administration, and in November, after the Bolshevik coup d'etat, followed the example of the Ukraine and declared an independent republic. Thereupon, the Bolsheviks intervened and dissolved the Diet, but the provisional administration continued, and in January 1918 repeated its claim to independence. The administration represented at least 65% of the people, 30% of the remainder being Bolsheviks, and 5 the pro-German aristocracy. The last section was clamoring for the occupation of Estonia by German troops, since their great landed estates were in danger from any popular government. In Livonia, Courland, and Latvia, there had been a movement for the union of the Lettish people as an autonomous state within the Russian Empire. After the revolution, territorial councils were established in the different districts, and a conference was held at Riga in August 1917, which demanded, quote, a united, undivided, politically autonomous Letland within the Russian Republic, end quote. Then came Hute's advance and the occupation by Germany of large portions of Letland, and after the revolution, Bolshevism spread rapidly in the province. It was from Lettish troops that the bodyguard of the Smolny leaders was largely drawn, and the best elements in the Bolshevik army. The country as a whole was strongly anti-German, only the nobility and the great landowners turning their eyes to Berlin. In Lithuania, there was the same movement towards independence. All the Baltic provinces had therefore expressed by an immense majority their views as to their future, and annexation to Germany or protection under German suzerainty was sought only by a negligible fraction of territorial magnates. There was no substance in Germany's claim that the will of these people was on her side. It was not these peoples that had appealed to Germany, but Germany unasked, who had constituted herself their patron, as when Bethmann Hollweg had proclaimed in the Reichstag that the states of the Baltic littoral, which had been liberated by German arms, would never again be enslaved by Russia. Though there were powerful Bolshevik elements among the Lets, nationalism was the dominant political creed, nationalism strongly flavored with distrust of the new regime in Russia and fear of Teutonic encroachments. Turn now to Poland and Ukraine. The Regency government of Poland, in spite of its protests, was not represented at Brest-Litovsk. That unfortunate land had become a negligible quantity, and its fate was settled between Germany and Austria without its knowledge or consent. There was no unity in Polish opinion. The country was not arrayed on the side of the Russian Revolution, for the upper classes feared Bolshevism as much as they hated Prussianism. They were dependent for their existence as a class on the German sword, and it was not surprising that at the stage in which the conflict now stood, Poland should be treated with scant respect. Germany was ready to use Polish territory to secure the support of any ally who was worth buying. Poland's independence had been an article of faith of the provisional government. Her self-determination was the policy of the Bolsheviks. But her own views were variable and divided, neither Russian nor Central European. Nationalist, but without any clear notion of what should constitute her nationality. Opportunist, and therefore ineffectual. It was different with the Ukraine. The people of the borders, for this is the meaning of the name, the Little Russians, who numbered 25 millions on Russian soil and some 4 millions in Galicia, had, by reason of their history, their language, and their literature, acquired a distinction from their neighbors which might almost be dignified by the name of nationality. Their aspirations had been suppressed by the old regime in Russia, but during the first days of the revolution, the nationalists came into the foreground. A Ukrainian Congress was opened at Kiev in April 1917, when the policy was adopted of national territorial autonomy within the future Russian Republic. The boundaries of the new state were to be the Pripyat on the north, the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov on the south, the Kuban River on the east, and the provinces of Lubin and Grodno on the west. A Rada, or a central council, was formed, and after some bickering with the government of Prince Lvov, it issued in June a manifesto of autonomy and proceeded to act on it. The Ukrainians were not separatists. They claimed, indeed, to be the chief exponents of the federal idea, but they were in a hurry to get their own house in order, in view of the general confusion of the Russian Empire. The advent of the Bolsheviks to power in November altered the position. The Ukraine was, in the main, an agricultural territory, the richest in Russia, with a peasant population who, in the cases where they did not own their farms, were chiefly anxious to acquire the land from the great proprietors. Only in the towns was there much intelligent nationalism, but the Bolsheviks were opposed to both desires. As socialists, they objected to the individualistic peasant proprietors, and as centralists or internationalists, they had little liking for provincial chauvinism. On the 20th November, the Rada issued a proclamation transferring the land to communal peasant committees, establishing an 8-hour day, giving labor the control over industry, and defining the limits of the Ukraine Republic. It was a bold attempt to forestall Bolshevism, and for the moment it succeeded. The new republic formed an alliance with Kaledin and the Cossacks of the Donetsk Basin, and with Romania and Bessarabia. It occupied Odessa, and in the north and northeast around Kharkov and Rostov fought steadily with the Bolshevik troops. About the middle of December, Trotsky sent an ultimatum, threatening war unless the Rada ceased to bar the passage of Bolshevik troops. The Rada replied that they would not tolerate the interference of Bolshevik elements in their national government. Trotsky answered with the charge that the Ukraine was supporting the bourgeoisie, the cadets, and Kaledin against the sovereignty of the Soviets, and that therefore she was a foe of the Republic. Such was the situation when the Brest-Litovsky Conference sat. The Ukraine had virtually proclaimed her independence and was clamoring to be represented at the conference as a sovereign state. The position in Finland was peculiar. She had received her autonomy from the Russian Provisional Government, but this did not satisfy her. She made no secret that independence was her ultimate aim. Kerensky dissolved the Finnish Diet just before he fell, and that event encouraged the people to appoint an administration on their own account, which in December decreed separation from Russia. The Bolsheviks tolerated the act, and the Finnish government thereupon instituted a tour among the courts of Europe to ask for the recognition of their independence. This was granted by Scandinavia, by France, and by Germany, but by Britain only provisionally, subject to the assent of the ultimate Peace Congress. In the meantime, however, it was clear that the Finnish constitutionalists were to suffer from the neighborhood of Russia. Iam proximus ardet ukalegon. The men responsible for Finnish independence were for the most part of the right or right-center, and they were opposed by extremists who cared nothing for constitutional changes and everything for social revolution. Accordingly, the strife began of Red Guards and White Guards, and the situation in the Ukraine was repeated. It appeared, therefore, most probable that these two provinces of the old Russia would never take their orders from Smolny, and that, if they negotiated with the enemy, they would do it in their own way and for their own purpose. Romania, as we have seen, was in desperate straits, cut off from her Western allies, with an implacable foe in front of her and chaos and famine at her back. It was becoming clear that her heroic stand could be no longer maintained. She was regarded with hatred by the Bolsheviks, partly because of her steady resolution to fight, partly because of her firm handling of the revolutionary element in Chubovsev's troops, and partly because of her alliance with Bessarabia. This latter province, for the most part inhabited by men of Romanian blood, lay between the Dniester and the Black Sea and the Pruth and the Danube. It was Romania's only possible support, and in December the proclamation of an independent republic enabled Bessarabia to open friendly relations with her blood brothers. The Bolsheviks, after their fashion, denounced the new state as a bourgeois government of reactionary landlords, and made it clear that at the first opportunity they would take order with both Romania and her ally. The rest of Russia did not for the moment come into the questions debated at Brest-Litovsk. In the Caucasus there was wild confusion. Armenians, Georgians, and Tartars, now moving towards union under the pressure from the Turks, now concentrating on their national differences and forming embryo states. In Central Asia, Muslims, Bolsheviks, and moderates, under different names, were at variance in Siberia and Russian Turkestan and in Caucasus of Bokhara and Khiva. In those parts, pan-Turanianism and pan-Islamism added to the ferment, and at the beginning of 1918, he would have been a bold man who dared to forecast the future of any area between the Black Sea and the Pacific. The one certain fact was that ancient unrests had come to life again, that old political barriers had broken down, and that the poison of Europe was being blown with every wind across the steppes. The breakdown of Russia had done for the Central Powers what they had failed to do for themselves. It had prepared for Turkey and for Germany an avenue into the Forbidden Land. To widen that avenue, and to make sure of it forever, was perhaps more in the mind of Kuhlmann and Brest-Litovsk than any tinkering with the border states. For with good luck, the madness of Bolshevism might give Germany not the modest outlet on the Persian Gulf which he had long desired, but an imperial highway to the Pacific. The position was, therefore, that in the Baltic provinces, in Finland, in the Ukraine, and to a large extent in the Caucasus, Siberia, and Central Asia, the most powerful impulse was towards nationalism and independence, not towards Bolshevik internationalism. Why, then, did Trotsky make ready to dispute with Germany on this point above all others? The inconsistency of his attitude with the general creed of his party led many at the time to assume that the whole opposition was fictitious, and that the Bolsheviks, seeking peace at any price and conscious of their weakness, desired only to save their credit by a show of independence. It is more likely that the opposition was genuine. For one thing, the Smolny leaders did not want to estrange their Lettish troops, who, Bolshevik or not, were strongly nationalist. For another, the Bolsheviks were centralists, and while they had little love for provincial nationalism, they had less for brazen annexations by a foreign power. Again, Trotsky had always one eye fixed upon the German masses, whom he hoped to attract to his standard by revealing the gross imperialism of their masters. Last and most important, the brittle vanity of Smolny had been offended. Only Lenin among the Bolsheviks was wholly logical. To Trotsky and his like, it was a bitter thing to acknowledge impotence, and they hoped by a stubborn bluff to get a better bargain. On January 4th, 1918, the period of 10 days' grace expired, during which the Allies were to accept or reject the offer to open peace negotiations. The Allies had treated the proposal with disdainful silence. On the 6th, Trotsky himself journeyed to Brest-Litovsk, for the situation had become delicate. His truculence in Petrograd had impaired the good temper of his Teutonic colleagues, and his assiduous propaganda was disquieting their mind. It was necessary to temporize, especially as Kuhlmann announced with some asperity on the 9th that, since Russia's allies had made no response, the offer to negotiate had lapsed, and implied that the universal appeal of Bolshevism was less potent than its devotees imagined. Hitherto the Bolsheviks had not talked of a separate peace. Now they were compelled to disregard Russia's former allies and to consider a peace for Russia alone. On the 10th, Trotsky announced his readiness to continue negotiations on this basis, though he tried to salve his dignity by declaring that, while peace was at the forefront of his program, he would sign only a democratic and just peace. He was in a chastened mood, for on the 11th he submitted to the presence at the conference of an independent delegation from the Ukraine. On the 12th he laid on the table the Bolshevik proposals for the evacuation and reconstruction of the Russian territory now held by Germany. 2 days later, Germany categorically refused them. Kuhlmann declared that there could be no relinquishment of an acre of Russian soil till a general peace had been concluded. Germany's terms were stiffening as she felt surer of her ground. She already saw a certainty of peace with the Ukraine and with Romania, which would give her a road to the Black Sea and the East. Let that be gained, and she could deal with the Bolsheviks at her leisure. On the 16th, separate negotiations were begun between the Austro-German delegates and the Ukraine, in spite of Trotsky's vehement protests. The Rada was in a cleft stick, with the Red Guards beginning to press in from the east towards Poltava and Kiev. The peasant individualism and nationalism for which it stood were apparently in greater danger from Lenin and Trotsky than from the Germans, so it made haste to seek support in the only quarter where help could be found. On the 18th, the conference was adjourned, and Trotsky returned to Petrograd. He had stuck firmly to his demands in the case of the border provinces, and matters had reached an impasse. On the 18th, the long-awaited Constituent Assembly was opened in Petrograd. It had but a brief sitting. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, a body of Bolshevik sailors dissolved it, as Cromwell had dissolved the Long Parliament. The event shocked the Western world, which had not yet discovered the true nature of Bolshevism. But on its declared principles, the action was reasonable. Lenin and his colleagues stood for class oligarchy, and to submit to the rulings of a constituent assembly was as foreign to their ideas as for a pirate to be guided by the resolutions of the travelers whom he is plundering. From this date, the odd sentimentalism about the Bolsheviks among intellectuals in Britain and America, it never existed in France or Italy, began to give place to a truer perception of the facts. So unsentimental a creed deserved a better fate than to be crooned over by the pacifists and humanitarians of the West. Another event helped the illumination. Two well-known moderate statesmen, Zhinogrev and Kokolshin, were dragged from their sickbeds by miscreants of the Red Guard and most brutally murdered. To those who were honored by Zhinogrev's friendship, the death of that wise, charitable, and far-sighted patriot was the final condemnation of the Bolshevik usurpation. Madmen, drunk with blood and dogma, sat in the seat of power, and their vanity unleashed the furies of hell. Trotsky, who had, for the moment, the lead among his colleagues, now struck wildly. He had presented an ultimatum to Romania on the 15th January, and by the 20th he heard of the coming agreement between the Central Powers and the Ukraine, news confirmed by Kuhlmann's declaration in the Reichstag on the 25th. On the 26th, he definitely broke with the Rada, and the following day he prepared his followers for disaster by warning them that he could hold out no hope of victory nor guarantee a democratic peace. On the 30th January, the Brest-Litovsk Conference was resumed, and he delivered one more impassioned appeal against both the separation of the Ukraine and the German policy towards the Baltic provinces. Meanwhile, the Bolshevik troops under Muryev were winning easy victories over the scanty levies of the Rada. On the 3rd of February, they took Kiev and put the government of the new republic to flight. The Ukraine turned in despair to the Central Powers, and on the 9th February, at Brest-Litovsk, peace was signed between the two parties. The defense of the little republic was now in stronger hands than its own, and the army group of Lysingin moved eastward along the Pripyat. On the 10th, Trotsky flung up his hands. He refused to sign a formal treaty, but announced that the state of war with Germany and Austria was over, and that the Russian forces on all fronts would be demobilized. Coleman was not unprepared for the situation. The Bolsheviks had declined to negotiate further and had fled to their tents. They must be driven out of them and forced to make a clean-cut agreement. The civilians retired, and the soldiers took command. On the plea that the Bolsheviks were using it to spread their propaganda, the armistice was suspended, and the army of Eichhorn was ordered to advance. A few divisions were all that was needed to secure an almost bloodless victory. The Russian front on the west, supposed to be held by Red Guards, had long been no more than, quote, a string of booths at which Kirilenko's garrulous warriors exchanged the foodstuffs and loot plundered from Russian and Polish estates and farms for the manufactured products of Germany, end quote. Eichhorn took Reval, Dvinsk, and Pskov, and came within 150 miles of Petrograd, while Lysingin marched to the relief of Kiev. An ultimatum was presented to Smolny, demanding the acceptance of the German peace terms within 48 hours. There was no longer any talk of negotiations. The terms, far harder than those put forth at Brest-Litovsk, were now dictated by the conqueror to the conquered. Trotsky and Radek might have resisted, but Lenin declared for surrender, and his influence prevailed. On 24th February, the Bolsheviks capitulated, and on 3rd March was signed the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. Coleman advanced from success to success, and on 5th March a preliminary treaty of peace was wrung from Romania, and 2 days later a treaty with Finland was added to the trophies of his diplomacy. It remains to consider what these treaties gave to the Central Powers. In Ukraine, the old weapon against Russia, which had been used in the past by Lithuanians, Poles, and Swedes, by the erection of an independent state, Germany split the Russian nation and won a gateway to the steppes. Her immediate interest there was economic, to find a new reservoir of supplies, and by one article of the treaty provision was made for a reciprocal exchange of the most important agricultural and industrial products. She obtained access to the Black Sea, which was now wholly dominated by her, and this gave her the chance of guiding the tangled affairs of the Caucasus according to her will. Russia was stripped of all her acquisitions since 1667. The Bolsheviks undertook to evacuate Estonia and Livonia, the Ukraine and Finland. The districts of Ardahan, Kars, and Batum were to be handed over to the Turks. All Bolshevik propaganda was to be discontinued both in Central Europe and in the new occupied territory, and the unfavorable commercial treaty of 1904 was revived. Romania had to give up the whole of the Dobrogea, the Petroseni coal basin, and the Carpathian passes. To demobilize her army, to promote Austro-German traffic through Moldavia and Bessarabia to Odessa, and to bind herself to certain economic concessions which were left to be settled later. Presently it appeared that these meant the complete subjugation of Romania's commerce and industry, including her oil fields, to the control of Austro-German financial groups. Finland escaped lightly, it being Germany's aim to establish there an anti-revolutionary government under her aegis. Finnish independence was recognized, and the provision was made for settling the question of the Åland Islands, the strategical point of the eastern Baltic. As for Poland, so little did national claims matter to German eyes that the district of Kom was lopped from her territory and transferred to the Ukraine. And these were not mere paper concessions. There were armies waiting to exploit them to the uttermost. Linsingen and Eichhorn were pressing eastward toward the Black Sea littoral. German troops were landing in Finland and on the Åland Isles, and in the Caucasus Trebizond had been occupied by the Turks. Erzurum was about to be retaken, and the whole Persian frontier was ablaze. Colman had played high and had won greatly. He had established the nucleus of a group of weak statelets on the eastern marches under the German suzerainty. He had routes on both sides of the Black Sea to the oil wells of Baku, the cotton lands of Fergana, and the old danger zone of the Indian border. He had scattered the Russian army to the winds. Lexiev and Kaledin were at variance, and both were soon to die. The Cossacks were at the most prepared to defend their own lands, and had lost both their discipline and their spirit. Had left a fair field for the hundreds of thousands of German, Austrian, and Magyar prisoners in Siberia to organize and push Germany's interests between the Urals and the Pacific. Even now his agents were at work on this vital task. And in North and Central Russia, there was only the foolish anarchism of Smolny, beggared of all repute and viewed, as he believed, with increasing detestation by the starving people. Presently the pear would ripen and fall into his hand. There seemed no chance of a revival of Russia, for she had no leaders and no soldiers to follow them. In a little, Germany would intervene by request to restore order, and with it a permanent Teutonic control. His countrymen, exulting in their bloodless victories, saw the Russian menace gone forever, and a zone of exploitation, wider than they had ever dreamed, waiting for their use. The emperor chose to attribute the result to the valor of his troops. Colman, with greater justice, might have claimed it as the triumph of his patient skill. But in truth he had had an easy task, for he had been opposed by babes. During the Brest-Litovsk sittings, enthusiasts in the West had hailed Trotsky's performance as the new people's diplomacy. But the new diplomacy was only the old bluff. Ignorant alike of human nature and practical affairs, he was a plaything in the hands of his opponents. The Bolsheviks could only have succeeded had they possessed a doctrine of such compelling power that it commanded forthwith a magical ascent from the whole earth. But it missed fire everywhere, except among their own broken and confused people. Having failed on that score, they had no other card. They could offer nothing which Germany could not take. They could threaten, but they had no power to enforce their threats, for they had begun their career by destroying their army. Lenin talked of the peace of Brest-Litovsk as like the peace of Tilsit, under which Russia had suffered indignities that she had speedily avenged, and Trotsky vapored about raising a new army to throw off the German yoke. But a leader cannot preach with acceptance the folly of war and the crime of nationalism, and then extemporize in a week armies to defend an independence he has scoffed at. Such was one side of the Bolsheviks' record. They had lost for Russia 26% of her total population, 27% of her arable land, 37% of her average crops, 26% of her railway system, 33% of her manufacturing industries, 73% of her total iron production, and 75% of her coal fields. So much for the policy of no annexation. They had saddled themselves with a gigantic, but as yet unassessed payment by the way of war tribute, and had been compelled to grant free export of oils and a preferential commercial treaty. So much for no indemnities. They had placed under German rule 55 millions of unwilling Slavs. So much for self-determination. Their achievement in internal government was the same. Being boycotted by the educated classes, it was small wonder that they showed an unvarying record of administrative failure. Much of their policy was naked brigandage. Liberty of discussion, both in the press and in public assemblies, disappeared. Atrocities happened daily, but though they were officially deplored, no attempt was made to bring the criminals to trial. The houses of the well-to-do were looted with impunity. Street robberies were hourly incidents, and since law courts were abolished, the only check was the occasional lynching of a detected thief. State loans were repudiated, and thousands of innocent people reduced to beggary. Banks and factories were confiscated and left to the will of ignorant workmen or the fraudulent satellites of Smolny. Taxation became a system of plunder, and immense sums were raised and squandered among Red Guards and Bolshevik officials. Churches were desecrated. Religion was officially banished from marriages and funerals. Divorce was made so easy that it became a national pastime. Alcohol, forbidden in Russia since 1914, played its part in the chaos. For the right of distilling spirits became a Bolshevik prerequisite, and vodka was a favored form of Bolshevik propaganda. History will make large allowances for the Russian people in their hour of tragedy, but on Bolshevism, history has centuries ago pronounced its verdict. It was the eternal slave insurrection, the revolt of those intolerant or incapable of freedom, whose natural aim is a servile state. Its votaries had courage and single-mindedness in their sinister purpose, but beyond that the most liberal apologists dare not go. It outfaced Germany, it is true, and for a little of it was anti-German, but its creed was in essence the same as hers, and, as will later appear, the two were soon to drift into a natural alliance. Both were tyrannies, both denied the first principles of democracy, and appealed to the single arbitrament of force. They were rival Prussianisms, and between the two it is likely the world will prefer the Teutonic brand. There is a tale in Malory that Sir Percival, riding through a forest, came upon a lion engaged with a serpent, and drew his sword to help the former as the, quote, more natural beast of the twain. Of the two beasts that fought over the body of Russia, the Prussian was the less unnatural. The results were grave indeed for the Allies. At a moment when Germany had limited the active war to one single front in the west, she had also won possession of supply grounds in the east, of which the potentialities were unknown. Oil, foodstuffs, and cotton would now escape the mesh of the blockade. Moreover, by her access to Central Asia, she was in a position to kindle new fires from Persia to China, which the Allies would have neither the men nor the leisure to extinguish. She had made conquests which, even conceding a stalemate in the West, would leave her with the most solid and tangible profits from the war. On the other hand, the downfall of Russia had taught the world two facts which might yet be worth all the immediate disasters. It had done much among thinking men to discredit crude and facile schemes of social revolution, and it had cast a highlight upon the policy of Germany and revealed her as unchanged from the war mood of August 1914. The world observed that the spurious democracy of the summer of 1917 had been sloughed so soon as her prospects brightened. She had annexed shamelessly and had imposed terms of bitter humiliation and loss upon the unfortunate peoples that had fallen into her hand. Her mind was plain, her purpose writ so large that the most stubborn German apologists among the Allies could not but read it. More than ever did the war appear as a struggle to the death between a free civilization and that which must crush it or be crushed by it, but could not be parleyed with. The repute of the Slav, both in the council and in the field, had sunk thus low, when there came a revival from an unexpected quarter. The Czechs of Bohemia and their kinsmen, the Slovaks of northern Hungary, had clung for 4 centuries to their national culture. They were conscripted by the dual monarchy, but their hearts were with the cause of the Slav, and whose regiments, like the 28th of Prague, had deserted to the Russian side. After the revolution, a Czechoslovak brigade was formed, which soon became a division, and formed the spear point of Brusilov's last offensive. If Russia declined to fight, so would not they, and they demanded to be sent to France to continue the war. The Bolsheviks were willing that they should leave Russia, and in February 2 divisions were granted passage to Vladivostok. But when the peace was signed at Brest-Litovsk, the bulk of the Czechoslovak forces were in the Ukraine, and their position became desperate in view of Livingston's advance. Their flanks were turned, and the Germans held the railroad 100 miles in their rear. Nevertheless, they cut their way through, and to prove their loyalty to the government then in being, surrendered most of their equipment to the Bolsheviks, though a single regiment of them could have taken Moscow. Then began their amazing journey eastward, betrayed time and again by Bolshevik treachery, their wounded, murdered, attacked daily by Red Guards and Austro-German prisoners led by German agents. Yet they most honorably refused to fight with Russians or to meddle with Russian politics, and neither threats nor cajolery could turn them from their purpose. After 56 days, the vanguard of this new 10,000 reached the sea, surely one of the miracles of history, while other detachments remained in western Siberia and on the road to Archangel. In the self-restraint, single-heartedness, and courage of the Czechoslovaks lay the promise of the future resurgence of their race. End of section 14.